Bom dia. Bom dia.
Good morning.
Para quem não entende português, good
For
morning.
those who don't understand
Muito bem.
Portuguese,
Eu sou Henrique Frota, presidente do
my name
C20.
is Henrique
Muito
Frota. I'm the president of
prazer. Queria declarar a
C20.
abertura do nosso
I'm very happy to
C20
declare the
Brasil.
opening of our C20 Summit Brazil.
O C20 é o grupo de engajamento oficial da
C20 it's the
sociedade
official
civil
engagement
desde
group of the civil
2013,
society G20 that since
tem
2013 that
mobilizado
it's
centenas de
mobilizing
milhares de
hundreds,
organizações
millions
e
of
comunidades
organizations and social
diferentes.
movements
Esse ano aqui no
around the world.
Brasil, o C20
This year in
agregou
Brazil,
organizações e movimentos de mais
C20
de
counted
91
on
países.
organizations and movements
O
for more
C20
than
é
91
considerado
countries.
inclusivo
C20
porque
for its
abraça a
inclusive
sociedade civil de países,
uh,
inclusive, que não compõem o G20.
receives
Temos
the civil society with
192
countries
dos
that are
países
not part of the
integrantes da família,
C20,
incluindo impacto direto na
understanding
sociedade.
that this is going to
Com grande
impact all the
satisfação,
societies.
tivemos
So we are
um
very
processo muito
happy
produtivo de
to have
elaboração
this
de
very productive
recomendações
process
para os
of
países que começaram a
recommendations
ser
for the country
entregues desde
that started
julho
being
do ano
delivered
passado.
on
E
last
hoje, na
July.
nossa cúpula
And
final, nós
today,
temos
with
a
our
honra
final summit,
de
we have the
encerrar esse
honor
processo de
to wrap this
2024
process of
e iniciar
2024
também o
and
processo de
start
transição para
the
África do Sul,
transition
porque o
process
C20
for South
não é
Africa because the
definido no nosso
C20
país.
work
O
never
nosso trabalho
stops.
de
Our
incidência
work
nessas
of our incident
sociedades
work for
vai
society
existir.
to be
Mas
more,
nós
to have
temos
more justice, more inclusion, less
melhores
discrimination,
capacidades
better
de, com a nossa
capabilities
população, com
to
políticas públicas
meet
adequadas
the
de
population with the
direitos
public
humanos,
policies that
das
will respect
mulheres,
the
o direito de
human rights,
habitação, o
women's
meio
rights,
ambiente. É um trabalho
black
muito
people right,
produtivo.
indigenous
Então,
people's
por
right
isso,
is a permanent
eu
work.
gostaria de,
So
nessa
I'm
sessão
very
de abertura,
honored
convidar
that
a
I would like to
primeira-dama do
invite
Brasil,
the
Janja
First
Lula da
Lady
Silva.
from Brazil, Janja Lula da Silva.
E convido também com muita
And I
alegria
also
a minha
invite
parceira nessa
my
jornada, a
colleague in
chefe do
this
C20
journey,
Brasil,
the chef of
Alessandra.
C20 Brazil, Alessandra.
Com a palavra, a primeira-dama, Janja
Now I
Lula da
pass the
Silva.
floor to Janja Lula da Silva.
Bom dia a todas as pessoas. Desculpe o atraso,
Good
gente,
morning,
mas
everyone. I'm sorry I'm late because when it rains in Rio, everything stops. And
acordei, olhei para fora da
I
janela
woke up and I look at the
e vi
window,
um
it was
pacote
raining, and I say, I
está
cannot
chovendo.
believe that it's raining in
Mas
Rio.
vamos rezar, jogar o
But
sapatinho para Santa
let's
Clara.
pray.
Para quem é de
Let's
fora,
hope
Santa
that
Clara quebra
everything
grande
improves.
para que ela
For those who are
para
from
que
Brazil,
parar
we
de
believe that
chover,
St.
né? Quando
Clair
era criança, a gente
stops the
jogava um
rain.
sabãozinho de
When we
coco
were kids, we
e a
would
gente
put
pedia
the
para ela
soap in
parar
the
de chover
window
porque está
to stop
começando.
rain. And I'm
E a
asking
gente
her
está
because
passando
we
o ano
start in
todo
G20
reunidos,
and we were
discutindo,
here for the whole year
conversando, né,
talking
falando
and
dos temas importantes
getting the
para a gente
important
chegar aqui
themes
nesse
so we
momento,
can get
né?
here
Um
in
ano de
this
muita
moment. It
expectativa
was a very
com
good
a
year. We were
presidência brasileira e
expecting
eu estou
this
muito
with the
feliz e queria
Brazilian
agradecer a
presidency. I'm
presença
very
de todo
happy, and I
mundo
wanted to
que
thank
veio
you,
do Brasil
everyone that
e veio
came
de
from
outros
Brazil,
países para esse
that came from
momento, que é
other
um
country
momento
for this moment,
realmente
that
muito
it's a
especial para o
very
presidente
special
Lula e
moment
para
for
nós
President Lula
que
and
estamos
for us
dividindo
that are
com
here
ele, né, esse
sharing
momento,
with
essa
him this
presidência do
moment, this
G20. Eu acho
presidency
que
of
esse
G20,
G20 foi
because I think
exatamente
that
isso. Não foi
G20
uma
was this. It
presidência
was not a
que o presidente
presidency
da República
that
exerceu no G20. O
we
G20
had
levou
on G20.
essa
They share,
presidência
he
com a
shares
sociedade
this
civil, com
presidency
os
with
movimentos
the civil
sociais, com os
society,
grupos de
with the
engajamento, e
social
isso foi
movements, with the engagement
importantíssimo. E a
groups.
gente vai
And this
apresentar
was
esses
very
resultados
important. And we are going
nesses
to present
próximos
those
dias nos
results here
grupos
in the
e
next years,
levar a
in the
cúpula para
next
os
days in the
líderes na
groups, and
segunda-feira.
to take
Então,
the
eu estou
summit
muito
to the
feliz hoje.
leaders
Estou
on
começando as atividades do
Monday. I'm
G20 hoje
starting the activities
com
here
muita
on
boa sorte
G20,
aqui no
and
C20.
I
Estou
hope
muito feliz de estar
to
aqui com
get here, and
vocês
I'm very
hoje.
happy to be here with you today.
Bom, eu quero agradecer o
So I'd like to thank
para
you
estar
for the
aqui hoje,
invitation of
o Henrique Frota, que é
GC20
o
to be here
chair, e a
today,
chefe
Henrique
Alessandra,
Frota, that
que a
is the
gente já tem
chair, and
conversado algumas
Alessandra.
vezes,
We
nós
have been
encontramos
talking
em
for,
diferentes
we
espaços.
met
E
in different
novamente
spaces,
parabenizar todo
and
mundo
once again, to
por
congratulate everyone
por esse
for
resultado
this
espetacular que a gente
spectacular result of the
alcançou
G20
nesse
here.
momento.
right now.
conhecido pelo mundo por
Our
ter uma
country is
sociedade
known
civil
around the world for
organizada e
having a civil
credibilizada,
society that is
nacional e
organized and
internacionalmente.
mobilized
Isso deve ser
nationally,
motivo de
internationally.
orgulho para
And
todos
this
nós.
should be the
A
reason
nossa
to be
história
proud for all
recente
of
não
us.
deixa dúvidas
Our
sobre a
recent story
importância
does
de
not
construirmos
leave
uma
aside the
democracia
importance of building this
participativa, na
democracy
qual a sociedade
that is going to be
civil tem espaço
participative,
garantido para dialogar e
where
construir
civil society has the
soluções.
space to
Essa
dialogue and
participação
build with
social
the
é
government.
algo chave
This civil
importante para o presidente Lula,
participation is
que
a
todos
key
os seus mandatos
part for
construiu
President
e
Lula
fortaleceu os
that
espaços
always
de
built and
participação em
strengthened
todos os
the
níveis e
participation
em
spaces
diversas
throughout
áreas
the
do seu
levels
governo.
in different areas
Isso
of
se
its
reflete na
government. And
forma
this is
como
going to be
atuamos no
reflected in
G20,
how
com a
we act
promoção
in
de
G20,
diálogos das trilhas e
promoting
grupos de
those
trabalho com os
dialogues
grupos
and
de
work groups
engajamento
with
ao
the
longo desse
engagement
ano e a
groups throughout this
construção
year
do G20
and
social.
building
Foi
the
ano de muito trabalho,
G20
discussões
social.
e
We had a lot
articulações,
of
onde
discussions and
organizações e movimentos
articulations
sociais
where
também puderam se
organizations and
reunir
social
e
movements
dialogar com
could
os grupos de
insert it
engajamento
and
oficiais
dialogue
do
with the
G20.
official
O
engagement groups
C20
of
definiu e
G20.
trabalhou com temas
C20 defined
fundamentais.
and worked with
E eu quero
fundamental
comentar
works.
hoje com
And I
esses
want to
como
talk
esses se
today
relacionam com os resultados da
how
presidência
they
brasileira do
relate to the
G20,
results of the
considerando
Brazilian
as
presidency of
prioridades do
G20,
combate à fome,
considering the
pobreza e
priority
desigualdade,
to fight
o
hunger,
desenvolvimento
poverty, and
sustentável
equality,
e a
the
reforma da
sustainable
governança
development,
global.
and this
As mudanças
global governance.
climáticas e a
The
desigualdade de
climate
gênero
changes and
transpassaram muitas
gender
das
inequality
discussões em diversos
went
temas.
through different
A trilha de
discussions and different
finanças
themes.
construiu um
The
leque de
finance
medidas
track were
políticas
able
e
to get
recomendações
these
para lidar com as
recommendations to deal with
desigualdades, com um
inequality
conjunto
with
de
a group
orientações
of
voluntárias
volunteer-oriented
adaptadas à realidade
guidance
de
to
cada
be
país,
adapt to the need of
promovendo a
each country,
proteção
promoting
social,
the social
o
protection,
desenvolvimento de programas de transferência
development
de
of
renda e a tributação
revenue
progressiva.
transfer
O
programs,
GT de Meio
and
Ambiente e
environment
Sustentabilidade
GT and
destacou em
sustainability
sua declaração
highlighted in
temas como
declaration
reflorestamento e
themes
adaptação
as
climática,
environmental
resíduos e economia
adaptations
circular, onde foi
and
muito
circular
relevante o
economy
envolvimento
was
dos
where it
catadores e
was very
catadoras de
important to
materiais
have
recicláveis na
everyone
construção das
that working
propostas.
with these themes in
No
these
grupo de
proposals.
transição energética foram lançados
In this
princípios
energy
orientadores
proposal, we have
destacando a
a principle
necessidade de
highlighted the
difusão
need
de uma
to
transição
build
justa e
this
inclusiva, dando
fair
destaque ao
transaction
tema da pobreza energética que afeta milhões de
and
pessoas
this
no mundo todo,
energy poverty
impactando
that
enormemente
it has
mulheres e
thousands of
meninas.
people
Esse é um tema que eu
impacting
tenho falado
women and children.
bastante,
This is a theme that
inclusive
I have been
está
talking about.
construindo um projeto
Especially, we are
para a
building a
cesta da
project
Aliança Global contra a Fome e a
to
Pobreza que
be
trata
in the global alliances
especificamente da pobreza
that it's
energética que
working
assola
specifically with this
milhões de
poverty,
mulheres e meninas
that it's
pelo
going
mundo.
to be with a
No tema
thousand
da
and
economia
men,
digital e
women and children around the
tecnologias,
world.
a
In this
declaração do
digital
GT
economy,
chamou atenção
the
para como a inteligência
GT
artificial
declaration
pode ter
caught
um
the
papel de
attention on how does
potencializar o uso de
intelligence can
tecnologias
have the
emergentes,
role
inclusive
to
de contribuir na
improve this
mitigação das
intelligence
impactos das mudanças
technology and to
climáticas.
contribute in
O GT
mitigating the
Saúde elaborou uma
climate change
declaração
impact.
específica
The
sobre
Health
impactos das
GT
mudanças
elaborated a
climáticas
specific
na
declaration
saúde,
about the impacts of the
reconhecendo os
climate
múltiplos
changes in
aspectos
health,
sociais e
recognizing
econômicos
these
e
multiple
como
social
propósito para a
aspects,
redução
and
desses
with these
impactos.
proposals to reduce those
Também
impacts.
lançaram a
We
enérgica
also
coalizão
launched
global
the
para a produção local de
global
fármacos
coalition
e
to the
medicamentos,
local productions
focando
of
na
vaccines and
inovação,
medications,
cooperação
focusing on
e
innovation,
compartilhamento de
cooperation,
conhecimentos e
and sharing
tecnologias para
knowledge and
garantir o
technology
acesso
to guarantee the
equitativo aos
equal
imunizantes.
access to
Isso é muito
everyone.
importante no
And this is
combate às
very
diversas
important and to
desigualdades.
fight many
E eu
inequalities.
queria destacar o
And I
trabalho do
like to
Grupo de
highlight the
Empoderamento de
work
Mulheres no
of
seu
this
primeiro ano. Eu quero
empowerment group
destacar
in
isso com
this
muito
first year.
orgulho, porque
And I want to
foi
highlight this here. And I'm very proud to
com
say
certeza
that
também chegou a
because I'm not
participar de
sure
algumas
if
reuniões
Alessandra was part of
participativas.
some of the meetings, and I
Trabalho
believe that she was
excepcional.
part of
Eu
this.
quero
It
aqui
was an amazing
publicamente
work. And
parabenizar
once
a
again, I'd like to
desse grupo, a minha amiga
congratulate
Maria Helena, que
this
foi
Sherpa from this group,
fundamental
my
nesse
friend
processo.
Maria Elena, that was fundamental
O
for the
grupo
success of
reconheceu as
this.
barreiras
The group
particulares que
recognized
mulheres
the
e meninas
particular
ainda
barriers
enfrentam e
that
seu
women and
papel como
children
agentes de
face
mudança.
and its
São
role
dando
as
importância das mulheres nos
changing
processos
agents,
de decisão e
highlighting the
liderança para
women in the
respondermos aos
decision-making
desafios
processes
globais
to answer
atuais.
to the
O
current
GT trabalhou
global
de forma
um,
transversal com outros
challenges.
grupos
We
para
are
integrar
working
a
with other
abordagem de
groups to
gênero e o
integrate this gender
empoderamento das
equality
mulheres nas
and the
análises e
empowerment of women in
recomendações.
this analysis and
Essa foi
recommendations.
uma
And this
Essa foi uma
was,
determinação
if we had
importante do
any
G20
important
do
result for
presidente
the
Lula,
G20 of
foi essa
President Lula,
questão
it
da
was this issue was
transversalidade da
this
questão de gênero
transversality of
nos
gender
grupos de trabalho.
equality
Isso foi
in these work
importantíssimo
groups.
porque diversos
And
grupos
it
de
was
trabalho, em
important
suas
because many
recomendações,
work groups and
contemplaram
its
a questão do
recommendations,
gênero,
they
a importância do
contemplated
papel das
this genders, the importance of women's role in this funding empowerment of women in this bioeconomy and different work groups. When we are talking about gender, it was something very important and that made me very happy.
Até no
Even in
documento
the
que vai ser
GT
feito
of
agora
the
para a CPI
Foreign
do
Affairs
aborto,
that that was done by
a Milena
Mijiki,
apareceu e eu
the
fiquei super
gender
feliz,
appeared, and I was very
porque
happy. And it was very important.
em seu comunicado
In its
inicial, o
official
Executivo Brasileiro das
communication,
Mulheres
the Women GT
se comprometeu a
uh,
trabalhar pela
said that we
autonomia
are going to
econômica das
work
mulheres,
for the
igualdade de
economy
representação,
of autonomy
aprimoramento
of
de
women,
políticas públicas
public
sobre a saúde
policies
editorial,
about
no
care,
combate à violência
to
contra a mulher
fight
na
violence
pandemia
against
e na
women,
promoção de ações
and in
climáticas
promoting
sensíveis.
this
Eu queria
climate
fazer um
actions.
parênteses
So I like
que,
to
como esses
say
temas
that
são muito
as these
sensíveis para
things
diversos
are very
países,
sensible for
a
different
Constituição coloca que em
countries, everything
2024,
that we
durante
done
todo esse
in
ano, o GT de
2024
Mulheres
through
fez
this year, the
com que esses
GT,
temas
women
fossem acolhidos
were
por
able
todos
to
os
get
países foi
this
fundamental. E eu
to
só
embrace
lamento,
this to
como
different
fiz,
countries was
fiz essa fala
fundamental.
também no
And
encerramento do GT,
I
que
had this speech
a
also during the
Argentina
end of
foi o único
GT.
país
That
que não
Argentina
assinou a
was the only country
recomendação,
that didn't sign this
principalmente
recommendation,
pelo primeiro
especially
parágrafo da
for the
resolução,
first
que diz
paragraph of this
da
resolution that
igualdade de
talks
gênero.
about this gender
É
equality.
lamentável, né? A
And
gente só pode lamentar mesmo que
it's sad. We can
isso tenha
only
acontecido,
say it's
porque a
very
gente
sad that this
sabe
happened
da luta
because
das
we
mulheres naquele
know
país.
everything we
Então,
have been they have been doing, the women are
que
doing in
foi
that country.
expresso
So
pelo grupo
what
da
it
Argentina no
was
GT das
said by the
Mulheres,
group of
eles entendam
Argentina,
que não
I'm pretty
representa
sure that did
principalmente
not
os
represent
grupos de
this,
luta das mulheres,
especially
das
these
mulheres
groups,
feministas da
the
Argentina,
feminist women
da
from
região
Argentina that we
da
know
América Latina.
that are very important here in Latin America.
No combate à fome, à pobreza e no
In
desenvolvimento de
fighting
sistemas
hunger,
alimentares, o
poverty,
presidente Lula
and
propôs a
President
criação da
Lula
Aliança Global
said
contra a
of
Fome
the
e a Pobreza.
global
Essa
alliances
luta
against
pelo
hunger and
sustentável.
poverty. And I'm very
Durante esse ano
proud
de
that
2024,
through
falar
this
de
year,
todos os espaços
2024,
que eu
to said in all the
pude dar
spaces that I have the
voz,
opportunity, that I
falar
have a
sobre a Aliança
voice
Global
to
contra a
talk
Fome e a
about this
Pobreza,
global alliances against
não
poverty
diferente,
and
eu
hunger.
estou aqui
And not
hoje
differently, I'm here
antes do
today.
presidente,
I got here
porque a
before the
gente,
President
a partir
Lula
de quinta-feira, a
because
gente está
starting on
unificado
Thursday,
em prol
we are
da
gathering
Aliança
art and
Global
culture in
contra
this
a
global
Fome
alliances.
e
We are
a
organizing
Pobreza.
this festival.
Então,
That's
assim,
why
ó, eu já quero convidar todo
I'm
mundo para estar
worry
participando
about the rain. I
conosco
want to invite everyone to
durante
be
o dia
part of it
inteiro
after
aí
the meetings.
no
After the
GT.
entire
E
day
a
of
praça
meetings, we are going
maior,
to have
você
concerts.
fique com a
And
gente,
please come
falar um pouco
and
sobre
have
a
some
luta da
fun and
fome e a
talk about
pobreza
hunger and poverty
com
with us,
alegria,
and
com
with
música e um
joy,
comprometimento
with
cultural
music,
sobre esse
and
tema.
this to
Enfim,
enjoy
para acabar aqui.
culture with this team.
A
And this
iniciativa está reunida e
initiative is going
fortalecendo
to
esforços
strengthen
fragmentados,
these
unindo
efforts,
países,
unifying
instituições,
countries,
especialistas e
institutions,
financiadores
experts,
para
and
expandir e
funders
multiplicar
to expand and
experiências
multiply
exitosas de
those
políticas públicas por
experiences
meio
in
de
public
ações
policies
concretas
throughout these
voltadas
concrete
para a redução da
actions
pobreza,
that are
a
gathered
proteção
to reduce
social e
poverty
fomento à
and
resiliência.
to foster
O
this
Brasil tem muitas
resilience.
políticas de
Brazil
inclusão a
has many
oferecer para países
successful policies
desastrados
to
que
offer to
podem ser
countries that are
adaptadas
interested
e
that can be
implementadas
adapted
com
and
escala e
implemented
apropriação local.
with this
Exemplo disso, o Bolsa
local
Família,
scale.
Programa
And
de Alimentação
as
Escolar,
example
que
of
tem
this, we
uma
have the
redução da
Bolsa
pobreza no
Familia
Brasil, o
and
Programa de Alimentação Escolar,
the
o Programa de
school
Aquisição de Alimentos
food
e as
and
políticas
the food
exitosas do Conselho
acquisition
desde o
and
primeiro mandato
the
do
Conselho
presidente
since the
Lula, né?
first
O primeiro
presidency of
ato do presidente Lula
President Lula.
nesse terceiro mandato foi
This
a
third
reativação,
mandate,
enfim, do
it was
Conselho.
to reactivate this
A Aliança
Conselho.
Global é baseada nos
The
princípios
Global
de
Alliance is
solidariedade
based
e
on
cooperação,
solidarity and
essenciais
cooperation
para conseguirmos
that are
superar os
essential
desafios
so
do
we are
nosso
able to
tempo e
surpass the
para
challenges that
construirmos
we
um mundo
have and to
comprometido com a
build a world that
dignidade
is going to
humana,
be
com o
committed with human
desenvolvimento mais
dignity
justo,
and
social
with a
e sustentável.
fair justice
Assim como
and
o trabalho do
sustainable
C20
development.
continua,
As the
o presidente Lula
C20
seguirá trabalhando
continues,
para
President
avançar no
Lula will
combate às
keep working to
desigualdades em nosso
advance to
país e pelo mundo,
fight inequality in our country,
protegendo
in
nosso
our
povo
world,
e
protecting
construindo
our
nosso
people,
futuro.
and building our
Ano que vem,
future.
na presidência do
Next year,
G20,
the
irá África do
presidency of
Sul
G20
e já
belongs to
indicou que
South Africa.
continuará
They had
trabalhando
already
com
said that they
políticas de
will keep
desigualdade
working
contra as
with one
mulheres e
equality,
fortalecendo a
women,
participação
and
social.
strengthening the social
Essas são
participation.
sementes que
Those
plantamos
are
e
things
continuaremos
that
a
we planted
nutri-las
and will
para
keep
florescerem e
fostering
colhermos
so
muitos
they
bons
can,
frutos.
so we
Muito
can
obrigada
get great
e bom
results.
G20 a todo
Thank you,
mundo.
and I hope we all have a great G20.
Muito obrigado, Janja. Para os
Thank
colegas
you,
que não
Janja.
conhecem, Janja é
For
uma
the colleagues
verdadeira
who don't know
liderança
her,
na defesa
Janja
de
is
direitos
a
humanos,
leadership
especialmente
defending
mulheres e
human
meninas,
rights, especially
e
women and
emociona
children.
particularmente falar
And
da
I'm very
sua
touched to talk about
defesa em
her
face da pobreza
defense
energética,
when
porque
we
é
are
um
talking
tema com o
about
qual eu trabalho há
energy
muito
poverty,
tempo. No ano
because
passado,
we are
uma colega
working.
lhe entregou um
The
relatório
last
sobre
year, a
pobreza
colleague gave
energética.
you
Nós também
a
fazemos
report
parte da
about this,
G20,
and
da
we are
sociedade
also part
civil,
of
que
the
esse tema é um tema muito caro para nós.
2030
Então,
and civil
que
society,
bom ter
and
uma
this is
voz
a
tão
very
potente
important team, and
defendendo
it's
essa
great to
questão, que
have
ainda é uma
this
questão
voice
pouco
defending
tratada em
this,
termos de políticas
that
públicas
it's
nos diversos países do
people are not
G20.
talking about
Bom,
this in
com muita
different
alegria,
countries of
quero passar
G20.
agora para a
So
Alessandra
I'm
Nilo,
very
nossa
happy to give
chefa
the
do
floor
C20
to
Brasil.
Alessandro Nilo, our Sherpa from
Obrigada,
G20
Henrique.
Brazil.
Bem, bom dia a
Thank you,
todos e todas
Henrique. Good
outra
morning,
vez. Muito
everyone,
obrigada,
once
Janja,
again.
por
Thank you,
estar
Janja, for
conosco.
being here
Esse é
with
um
us.
momento muito
And
especial,
this
depois
is
de
a
um ano
very
de longa
important
caminhada, de um ano de
moment.
muito trabalho, um ano no
And
qual
this work
o C20 chega no Brasil com esse
where
slogan da
G20 comes to
sociedade
Brazil
civil
with this
unida
slogan of
por
the
um mundo
United
sustentável, a
Civil
ideia da
Society for a Sustainable
sustentabilidade,
World,
a
an
ideia de
idea
que
of
é possível
sustainability, the idea
resolver
that it's
as questões do
possible to
planeta e
solve
há
the
soluções para
problems
essas
in
questões,
Brazil and
ela
that we have
aterriza no
solutions for
Brasil com
this.
muita
It
força,
comes to
porque
Brazil very
é muito
strong
diferente quando
because
você tem uma sociedade
it's
civil tão
different when you have a
pujante
civil
que se
society
une, a
that
sociedade
it's
civil
so
do mundo
connected that
inteiro. Então, aqui no
unifies to the
C20
civil
nós
society
temos a
throughout the
representação de
world. And
91
here in
países e
C20, we have
organizações,
91 countries and
91
organizations
países,
from
e
91
nós nos
different
unimos
countries,
para
and we
falar dessas
got together
recomendações,
to
falar
talk
dessas
about those
soluções, e é
recommendations,
muito
to
diferente
talk
fazer
about
isso num país
solutions.
democrático.
And it's
Muito
different to
diferente
do
de fazer
this
isso
in
num
a
país
democratic
onde a sociedade
country.
civil é
It's different to do
respeitada
this where
e,
civil
claro, com
society is
todos os
respected.
desafios que
And
nós
of course,
sabemos que
with all the
existem, tudo que
challenges that we
ainda há para
know that
construir,
exist
é
and
muito
everything that we
importante ter
still have
espaços
to build,
formais
it's
de
very
participação
important
da
to have
sociedade civil.
formal
E os
spaces
grupos
so
de
civil society can
engajamento
be part of.
para o
And the
G20, que são
engagement
13
groups for
grupos, eles
G20 that we have
representam esses
13 groups,
espaços
they
formais,
represent
que ao
this formal
longo,
space
no caso do
that
C20,
throughout
desde
C20
2013,
since
nós temos
2013,
feito esse
we have been
esforço de
doing this
apresentar essas
effort
recomendações aos
to
governos.
present these
Então,
recommendations to the government.
contar com o
So
governo do
to
Brasil nesses
count on
processos,
Brazilian
seja
government,
junto ao
this process
G20,
can
seja
be
junto à
with
Agenda
G20, it can
2030,
be
porque
with
acho que é
the
importante também
2030
destacar
agenda, because I think it's
que
important
Janja é a
to
nossa
highlight that
grande
Janja
representante
is
também
our
para a Agenda
big
2030
representation
no
for the
Brasil. Ela é
2030
muito
agenda
comprometida
in
com essa
Brazil.
agenda.
She's very
E
committed
faz
with
muito
this
sentido,
agenda.
porque tudo
And
que
it
nós
makes a
estamos
lot of sense
discutindo
because
aqui
everything
no
that we are
G20
talking here at
são, na
G20
verdade,
are
todos
actually
esses temas, eles são
all of these
relacionados
themes,
aos meios de
they are
implementação
related
da Agenda
to
2030. A gente
this
sabe que a
means of
agenda
this
principal do
2030
G20 é
agenda. We
uma
know
agenda
that the
econômica e financeira,
main it's the
e
economical and
se
finance
resolvermos
agenda,
as
and
questões
without
das
talking about
desigualdades
the
econômicas e financeiras,
inequalities,
nós
the
não vamos
economical and
conseguir
financial
implementar os
inequalities, we
compromissos
won't be able
programáticos
to
que
meet
foram adquiridos na
the
2030.
commitments that
Então,
were
nós precisamos
signed in
fazer
the
com que
2030
os
agenda.
nossos
So we
compromissos
do need
políticos se
to make sure that
reflitam nos
our political
orçamentos
commitment
públicos,
will
e isso o
reflect
G20
in
tem
this
apresentado aqui, cada
results.
vez mais tem
And
trazido esses,
even though we are
esses
bringing
outros temas que
more
são
and more
extremamente
these
importantes,
other
mas o G20
themes that are
tem
extremely important, G20
essa, esse
has
papel e essa
this
função, foi criado para
role,
isso, para
and it was
tentar
created for
resolver
that
um pouco
to
das
try
crises
to solve
econômicas que
some of the
todos e todas
economical
nós
crises
enfrentamos em
that we
todos
all
os países.
faces in every
Entretanto, eu acho que
country.
é importante
And
também a gente
I
falar
think it's
desse momento
important for us to talk
desafiador
about this
ao
challenging
qual
moment
chegamos, no qual
where we got,
chegamos, e que marca também o
and
final
that is going
dessa
to
presidência brasileira, porque
get this
desde o
end of this
início até
Brazilian
agora,
presidency, because
com
since the
todos os
beginning up to
esforços de
now,
avanço,
with
de tentar
all the
fazer avançar as
efforts and
agendas
advances to
políticas, a
try
gente
to advance
sabe
in this,
que, do
we
ponto de vista da
know
geopolítica, nós
that
estamos
in
no
this
momento mais difícil. Ou
we
seja,
are in
as,
this difficult
as crises
moment.
se intensificaram, a emergência
So
climática,
this emergency, climate
não houve
emergency,
esforço
there were
suficiente para
not
fazer com
enough
que a
effort to
reversão do
make sure
impacto dos
that
nossos modelos
this impact
econômicos
of our
comerciais
economical models
no
and
meio
commercial
ambiente
models
sejam
in this
revertidos.
environment
Nós
will
vimos
be
crescer os índices de
changed. We
violência
saw
contra as
this
mulheres, nós vimos crescer os
violence
ataques à
against women growing, the
democracia,
attacks against
e tudo
democracy
isso
are growing,
culmina, e eu
and
acho que
everything
de uma
results. And I
forma
think
não
that
simbólica,
in a
mas de uma forma muito
non-symbolic way, but
pragmática,
it's a very
isso
pragmatic way
culmina semana
that
passada
results
com a
last
eleição
year
nos Estados Unidos de um
with the
governo
election
que, para
in the United States of a
particularmente na
good
América
government for
Latina,
us,
e que para
especially in
todos os
Latin America,
países que
and
são
for all the
financiados
countries that
pela
I financed
cooperação
by this
norte-americana,
this North
vai haver um
American
impacto muito
cooperation,
grande.
it's going to have a great impact, and it's going to have a great impact for us to the fundings for the sexual and reproductive rights. And many organizations, especially in the African continent, they depend on these resources to make sure that those women will have those rights. And what I want to say that we do need to feed ourselves from this C20, G20, where the civil society participation was so important, and to prepare ourselves for a challenging moment that it's coming to us. For Brazil, I think it's also important to say that this is going to increase our responsibility and increase the responsibility of the Brazilian state, and say to have the democratic government that is going to foster that social participation in these international summits, to convince these other governments so they can open their doors and listen to civil society. And we are saying that in this multiple crisis, international crisis, we do need to keep our dialogue open. And if we close those doors, we won't be able to live and to face and to fight solutions that nowadays are not solutions for those countries. Nowadays, what we are doing in those countries, it needs to be understood as something that is going to impact many other communities and many other countries.
So the C20 and all of us who are here, we're representing this global unity of civil society for a sustainable development agenda. And only in that way will we be able to not leave anybody behind and not leave any countries behind. So I want to thank the First Lady of Brazil for being here and helping us communicate this message to the president. We had a meeting with the president on Monday. We presented our recommendations and our C20 recommendations. I know I'm finishing up, but I wanted to say that our C20 recommendations, they were also thought of in a structural way so we could address gender issues. All of the recommendations, all of our working groups acted thinking of a racial, ethnic, gender perspective, also being specifically concerned about people with disabilities and thinking about youth as well. We are specifically worried about our youth because what are we handing over to them? Thinking of the planet Earth. So I'm looking at our colleagues from Argentina here. I know you're very touched. We have a huge Latin American delegation here, and we know that we do not have easy moments coming up ahead of us. I'm very realistic, I can't put a positive spin on it right now, but I do think that civil society has a power to articulate itself, to resist these processes, and to conduct this work to transform society. Resisting is not enough. We have to transform society. It is possible, and we are not going to waste energy and lose our hope, because we are all a part of this leadership. Everybody who is here, you are leaders in your spaces, in your communities, and we need to keep our energy flowing, because from our energy, a lot of people get their own energy to move forward. And not only that, we, of course, through our actions, are allowing for food to arrive at different locations and general services. So I want to say that thinking about all these agendas as civil society, we are a essential base for the implementation of these public policies, and we need to be acknowledged more and more as social players and actors that are implementing these policies on the ground. And we have worked really hard to build this and take this to our countries. Having said that, we are finishing up our opening session for the C20 today. Thank you everybody for being here, for participating. Thank you, Janja, for representing the Brazilian government here today. I hope we have a very stimulating workday and a very inspiring workday. We need to continue inspiring people who are out there, millions of people that are feeling hopeless, and our responsibility there is huge. And we are going to keep moving forward. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, Alessandra.
Thank you, Alessandra.
Você e a Janja,
I want to invite you and Janja now. We are going to be officially handing out this booklet, which is the result of a lot of work. It is an acknowledgement of the 12 years of the C20, all of the knowledge that was built up during this process with an engaged and articulated civil society. And I want to thank our group of co-facilitators that contributed this year, 30 organizations, networks, social movements that facilitated and led this beautiful work with more than 2,500 people. Really amazing work. Some groups had 700 participants working on these proposals. So this is the result of the recommendations of the 10 working groups of the C20 this year in Brazil. And I'm really happy, Alessandra, to invite you to participate in this ritual. We are going to pass this to Janja. She is the first person to be receiving this document officially, so you are receiving it before President Lula. And you can also access the document on the C20 Brazil website.
Gente, pessoal, eu sei que é muito empolgante, é muita emoção.
All right, everybody. I know that you're all very excited, but the First Lady has a very busy schedule. So let's try and be organized at this moment. I know she's leaving and everybody wants to take their picture with her. I know you all really like her, but she really does have to leave.
Pode colocar. Bom, enquanto nós nos recompomos,
All right,
né?
so while I wait
E
for us
apesar
to
de
get
toda essa
reorganized
sala
here,
lotada, nós
as you
temos
can
uma
see,
sala
we have a full house. We have another room on the first floor going up those stairs, and we have a live broadcast there for
ao longo do
more
dia,
people.
há muito fluxo de
Throughout the
pessoas
day, we will have a lot of people
aqui.
coming in and out.
Quem não conseguiu se acomodar agora,
So
quiser
if you are
ficar mais
not able to
confortável lá em
take your
cima,
seat
atrás
here right
tem
now and
fluxo
it's more
de pessoas
comfortable
com oportunidade,
upstairs, I'm sure you will have an
então,
opportunity to
ainda
maybe
temos
come back
algumas
down here later
cadeiras
on.
aqui na frente,
So
então
we
se
still
tem
have
pessoas
some
aqui atrás,
seats
Liana,
up front.
vai
If
ficar
I see
à
some
vontade,
people in the back,
né?
Maite, Liana, if you want to
Para
come up
vocês o melhor
here,
possível, tá?
please do so. We just want to make sure we can
Mas
make
assim,
this
a
as
gente
comfortable as
disponibiliza uma
possible for
sala lá em cima
everybody.
também para
And
todo
as I
mundo
said,
ficar
we have an
confortável.
extra room
Bom, eu
upstairs so we can all be comfortable.
agradecer, né, a todos vocês que
I want to
ao longo
thank
desse ano conosco, que estão
everybody who has
aqui,
worked with
né,
us
presentes
throughout the
no
year,
final
everybody
desse
who
domingo,
is here in our final
participam em
C20
alguns dos
summit,
eventos, né, que nós
those that have
realizamos em Recife,
participated
aqui no Rio de
in some
Janeiro,
of the
nas
meetings in
centenas de
Recife, Rio de
reuniões
Janeiro,
online
and the
preparatórias
dozens
da
of
vinda
online prep
C20,
meetings
dizer que nós
for the
empenhamos,
C20.
né, ao longo desse
And I
ano
want to say
apoio
that
fundamental
throughout
para a
this
realização
year,
desse
we
trabalho. A
had some
realização
essential
do
supporters
C20,
for carrying out this work. So the C20,
grupo oficial do G20,
even though it is an official G20 group, the C20 is totally independent for carrying out its activities. And this means it's up to us, the leaders for this year, and specifically the Brazilian Association of NGOs, ABONG, and Gestos, represented by Alessandra, and our team. So I want to use this moment to thank the Abong and Justice teams that have been very dedicated throughout this intense year of work. I want to thank our teams, the executive secretariat of the C20, that is also part of this team of organization. So I just want to extend a special thanks to those who have supported us. None of this would be happening if we were not supported by these important organizations that believe in the capacity of civil society and that give us this independence to work and to present a critical perspective on the countries that make up the G20. So I just wanted to start with this message and ask for a round of applause to our supporters, Ford Foundation, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, the German Cooperation via GIZ, SDG Action Campaign, the Open Society Brazil, the Climate and Society Institute. We also were supported by the Rio de Janeiro state government and also the municipal government as well. So thank you to these organizations and foundations that have allowed for this work to be carried out. Now, you know that we have simultaneous translation to English, Portuguese, and Spanish. So we will be speaking freely in these discussion tables, choosing the language of our preference. Yesterday, I spoke a lot in English in our directors meeting, but today I want to speak in Portuguese because this was a C20 commitment in Brazil with the Brazilian civil society, understanding that the language that is spoken in the G20, English, is not the language that is understood by most people in our country. So Abong and Justice, they took on this responsibility to do what the G20 many times was not able to do, and that is offering simultaneous interpretation to the participants. And then after that, all of the G20 official meetings started incorporating the simultaneous interpretation, but I think that as an engagement group, we are the first ones to have been involved with this issue. This has to be with being inclusive, and also it has to do with our local communities, people with disabilities. It has to do with the diversity of our society. So this was an effort that, of course, we decided to reach this objective with limited resources, and we did what was possible. And I also want to say that for the first time this year, the C20 Thanks to
e a
the work
incidência do movimento negro
and
no
the
Brasil,
advocacy of the Black
explicitamente
movement in
declarou seus
Brazil
compromissos
has
anti-antirracismo
explicitly
pela
declared
primeira vez.
its commitment with the anti-racist agenda.
Passou a se
So for the
chamar
first time,
Economias
our
Justas,
economy group
Inclusivas e
is now
Antirracistas.
called
Isso
Fair,
não tinha
Inclusive, and
acontecido antes na
Anti-Racist
história
Economy,
do grupo, e
something
eu
that
acho
had
que
never
é uma
happened before in the
entrega.
history of
Eu ia
the
falar a
group.
palavra
And
legal, mas
I
a
think
sociedade brasileira é tão
that this
traumatizada, né,
is
diante da
something
tragédia
very
que
important.
aconteceu aqui com a
Brazilian
palavra legal. Então, essa é uma
society,
entrega fundamental
of
para
course,
os colegas
understands
da
the
África do
importance
Sul,
of this,
que nós
and I think it is
continuemos
something very important we are
persistindo numa
delivering
agenda
to
de
our South
compromisso
African colleagues. We need to
antirracista,
continue
que
with this
não é,
anti-racist
como
commitment.
a nossa colega
And
Carolina
as our
Guimarães
colleague
sempre pontuava,
Carolina has
não é
always
simplesmente
observed,
um
it
tema
is not
transversal,
simply
uma
a
questão de
cross-cutting
interseccionalidade, tem que ser
aspect
visto
that
como uma
is
questão
intersectional.
estrutural
It needs
do
to be
nosso
seen as
compromisso, e
something
ela demanda
structural
ação
within our
muito mais do que
commitments,
discurso.
and it
Então, é isso
demands
que nós
more
estamos pedindo aos
actions than
países.
discourses. And that is what we are
Bom,
asking
para essa
from the
sessão de
countries.
lançamento, né,
Now,
nós já
for
entregamos
this
para a Janja,
launch
mas
session,
agora a
we have
sessão de
already
lançamento
handed
do nosso
our
pacote de
policies
recomendações,
package
eu queria de
to
novo convidar a
Janja.
Alessandra Nilo,
And this is
da
our
ONG
official
Gesto,
launch.
Sherpa
So now I
Descendente
will
no
pass
Brasil, para
the
moderar
floor
a mesa.
to Alessandra from the
Vou
Justice
convidar também o
NGO. She will be
André
the
Aquino,
moderator of this
secretário do
discussion
Ministério
table. André
do Meio
Aquino,
Ambiente e Clima do
Secretary of the
Brasil.
Ministry of the Environment and Climate of Brazil.
A Tatiana Berger,
Tatiana
que é a
Berger,
coordenadora-geral
the
do
General
GV social na
Coordinator
trilha de
of
finanças,
the
Ministério da
Social
Fazenda do
G20
Brasil.
in the finance track
Tatiana
from
tá
the
vindo,
Ministry
né?
of the Economy of Brazil. Tatiana is still on her
A
way,
Márcia
right? Okay.
Machagata, representando
Márcia
o ministro do
Machagata,
Desenvolvimento
representing
Social do
the
Brasil.
Minister of Social
Obrigado,
Development of
Márcia.
Brazil. Thank you, Márcia.
E nós vamos ter ao longo
And
desse painel ainda
during
alguns
this
convidados
discussion
especiais que
panel,
estão
we will
prestes a
have
chegar,
some
mas a gente
special
vai
guests that
começar
are making their way here,
ainda assim.
but we're going to get
Então, vou
started.
pedir, né, ao
So
André, a Márcia e a
I
Tatiana
will
que
ask André,
permaneçam com a
Márcia, and
Alessandra
Tatiana
para escutar
to
as
stay up
recomendações
on
da
the stage
sociedade
with
civil. Então,
Alessandra
dessa
to
vez,
hear about the
nós
recommendation to Rome civil
preferimos
society.
mudar pouquinho o
And we
protocolo,
decided
né,
to
para
change the
que
protocol a
agora
bit
as
for
autoridades
this
que
moment,
representam o
so
governo
that now
possam
the authorities
primeiro
that
escutar a
represent the
sociedade
government can
civil e
firstly
depois
hear
fazer
from
os seus
civil
comentários a
society
partir das
and then make
recomendações,
their
né,
comments
dos nossos
based
grupos de
on the
trabalho do C20.
recommendations of
Então,
our
eu
C20 working
passo a
groups.
palavra para
So I
Alessandra
want to
Nilo, que vai
pass the floor
conduzir,
to
né, esse
Alessandra.
processo com os
She
nossos
will be leading
co-facilitadores e
this process
co-facilitadores
with
do
our
C20. Obrigado, Alessandra.
co-facilitators from the
Obrigada,
C20.
Henrique.
Thank you,
Muito
Alessandra.
obrigada.
Thank you,
Bom, bom dia de
Henrique.
novo a todos e
Good
todas.
morning
Eu vou
once
começar
again
nosso dia dando
to
bom
everybody.
dia para todo
I will
mundo.
be greeting everybody
É um prazer
throughout the day.
enorme
It's
ter
a huge
todos e
pleasure
todas
to have
vocês aqui.
all of you
E
here with
queria
us.
contar
And
para os nossos convidados e
I want to
convidadas
tell our
convidadas
special
todos
guests
que
here
a ideia é isso que
that
o
the
Henrique
idea
explicou.
is
Nossa
what
ideia
Henrique
é que nós
explained.
possamos
So the intention
brevemente
here
ouvir os
is
grupos de trabalho,
for
quais
us
foram
to
as
briefly hear from the
principais
working groups about the main
recomendações, quais são os principais
recommendations,
pontos em
the
síntese
main
do
points,
que
just
foi
a summary
apresentado ao longo
of what
desse processo
was worked
para
on
o
throughout
G20
this
e a
process
partir
for
daí
the
vocês
G20.
fazem os
And then from
comentários que
that, you
vocês
can
acharem
make your
pertinentes.
comments
É
that
muito
you think might
importante
be
dizer
relevant.
que as pessoas
It's
que
really
estão
important to
participando
say
desse
that
painel,
the people that are participating in this panel,
que as pessoas que estão participando
as
desse
I was saying, the
painel,
people
na
that are
verdade,
participating in this
não só
panel,
acompanharam suas próprias agendas, mas também
you know, they are
pensam de uma
making
forma muito
room
integral
and
essas agendas, ou
dedicating
seja, existe
time
essa
to this
compreensão
moment,
de
and they
que
think about this in
falar
a very
sobre clima não é
comprehensive
falar sobre
manner.
clima
Speaking
sem
about the
considerar os
climate
aspectos
is not speaking about the climate if we
ambientais,
don't
desculpe, os
consider the
aspectos econômicos e
environmental
sociais, que
aspects, the
falar
economic
sobre fim de
aspects,
pobreza,
and
acesso
speaking about ending
à
poverty
segurança
and the
alimentar, também
access to food
precisa falar sobre
security.
clima e outros
To be
aspectos,
able
enfim.
to be in
A
dialogue
ideia
about that, we
realmente é de
need
uma
to address the climate issue.
transversalidade
So
nesses
there is
temas e é
this
por isso que
cross-cutting
vocês
characteristic
também,
to
na hora
these
dos
topics.
comentários, não precisam
And
ser
that
apenas
is why during your comments, you don't need to only speak
podem ficar
about
muito
the
livres para
topics
fazer
of
os
your own
comentários
agendas or
que
groups. You
acharem
can feel free to
pertinentes.
make the comments
A
that you
gente
find to
queria
be
também
relevant.
a gente vai
And
deixar a parte do Ministério da Saúde
so the part that would concern the Ministry of Health, Henrique. Okay, I think we can call Lucia up here as well. Please, Lucia Costa, who is representing the Ministry of Health, because we have several issues to address here that are related to health. I think we should have called you up in the beginning. Lucia, my apologies. Souto, yes. Sorry, I said your last name incorrectly. All right. Let's get started here. Welcome, Lucia. So the idea here is that I will now pass the floor to our group one so that you can make your presentation. If you want to come up to the stage, you can do that. Claudio, please introduce yourself when you speak, and each group will have 3 minutes for their presentation. Okay, could I have a pen, please? That's okay.
Okay. Muito obrigado, Alessandra.
Claudio, go ahead. Thank you, Alessandra. I want to greet everybody in this panel. Good morning to everybody present here. It's an honor to be here representing working group number 1. As Henrique said, it is called the Fair, Inclusive, and Anti-Racist Economies. This brings forward a very interesting aspect about the fact that we do need to face our past that is not that distant, our colonial past, and the current situation that happens in the world under the perspective of finance, which is a neo-colonial regime of financial dependence. So I don't have a lot of time. I'm going to get started with 3 points about the current context. As Alessandra said, the fact that this agenda is very interconnected to the climate emergency and urgency. I don't need to say anything besides this, and I think that those that deny climate change need to get some treatment. Anyway, we also need to address the exponential increase of inequalities. Despite the fact that we saw important advancements in the first decade of this century in the reduction of poverty, inequalities have been growing in a very consistent way. Why? Well, because we have markets around the world that are monopolized. So we have this extreme concentration of wealth and power. And the third issue is the maintenance of these high levels of poverty. We reduced these levels, but we are not able to eliminate poverty. And now, what do we recommend to the governments? First of all, to modify the economic logic about the economy and adapt to the reality. Many times when we speak about markets, the market or the situation, it seems to be very based on a theory because it is not very aligned with the reality.
We need to talk about this geopolitics, that a lot of dependency, a lot of countries with debts, and we need to get an upgrade in their GDP to stop consider this as the main point. And we need to include this, the economy of care, that is something that is going to face women and children. We need to connect this integral economy and to preserve biodiversity and nature as part of this economical development that's going to be sustainable in this country. And for this, we need this reform, and we need to get these institutions as the World Bank, the Multilateral Development Bank, so they can adapt more and more to the sustainability program. And we do need to go through this process to get the debts of the poor countries, especially the ones that are expanding a lot to pay the taxes and not investing in its own society. We need to support the Brazilian government in this international taxation process. We need to get more and more these monopolized corporations that are rich, that are taking the world in a very powerful way. And we do need to concentrate ourselves in this climate funding living. And for this, we need resources. And those resources are coming from this getting the ones that are rich, the ones that are bad to nature, and that are bad to human nature, as this different processes. Thank you. Thank you. Our first group, it was co-facilitated by GESTES, the Latin American Network for Socioeconomical Justice, and for the Institute of the Economy in South Africa. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite our colleagues from the second group, from the Assistance, Hunger and Poverty, that was done by Govard Hamko Village from India, and through our action of citizens against hunger in Brazil. Mariana Mancario, you have the floor.
Obrigada. Bom dia a todos e a
Thank you. Good
todas.
morning,
Bom dia
everyone.
às autoridades presentes. Para mim é
Good
uma honra
morning, the
aqui
authorities. For me, it's an
representando o
honor to be
grupo. E
here
eu queria
representing the
começar com as
group.
palavras de
And I
grande
want
líder
to
que foi
start
Presidente
with
Lula. E ao
some
presidente Lula,
words
que
that
disse em
President
julho desse
Lula
ano que em pleno
that said
século
in July
XXI,
that in the
nada é tão
21st
absurdo e
century, 21st
inaceitável quanto
century,
a persistência da
nothing is
pobreza.
so
E é
unacceptable
disso
as the
que o nosso grupo
persistency of
trata.
poverty. And
Então,
this
vou
is
ler
what
essa
we are
frase
dealing in our
para
group.
garantir a
So
brevidade.
I'm going to read this
Dizer
to
que, em
guarantee
primeiríssimo lugar, nós
that I'm going to
urgimos
keep in
os
time.
governos do mundo a
We
trabalharem
demand that the
juntos para
governments
acabar
work together
agora com os
so
conflitos que
we
assolam
can
o
end
nosso
this now
planeta.
with the
Eles
conflicts
espalham
that are in our
morte e fome para os seus
countries.
territórios e para
They
todos os cantos
spread
do mundo.
hunger and
Nós precisamos que os nossos governantes
death throughout
atuem
this.
pela
We do need our
efetivação do
governments
direito
to
humano à
work
alimentação
for the
saudável
effectiveness
e à
of
água,
this healthy
que apoiem pequenos
environment,
agricultores, que
and
apoiem
then
a
for them to
agroecologia
support
e a
this
agricultura familiar,
agriculture and the
com especial
family,
atenção às mulheres,
and with this
às populações
special attention
indígenas,
for
aos
women,
nossos povos
indigenous
originários
populations,
e
our regional
populações
people,
tradicionais,
and traditional
que vivem
population
sob constante
that live
risco de
in
morte
this
simbólica
risk
e
of
real,
the symbolic
todos
death
os
and real
dias,
death,
pelo simples fato de
because we
existirem
have this
e de
fact that they
manterem
only
as suas
exist
culturas e
and
seus
they
modos de
maintain
vida.
their culture and their
Nós
their
precisamos de
way of
medidas
living.
para
We do need
diminuir o
measure
consumo de
to
ultraprocessados, que
decrease
fazemos
this
questão de
ultra
não chamar de
process
comida, e que
that
tantos
we call
problemas causam
food,
à saúde das
and
pessoas e
so
do nosso
many
planeta
problems that
pela
cause
forma como são
to
produzidos.
how they are
Nós
produced.
pedimos políticas públicas que estabeleçam
We
cadeias de
request public
distribuição menores e
policies
mais
that
sustentáveis,
establish this
que enfrentem a grave degradação
distribution
do
chain
solo,
that will
que se
face
espalha por
that
todo
will
o
fight
mundo, que
against the soil
valorizem as
degradation,
culturas
that
alimentares
value
por sua
the food
diversidade e sua
cultures
riqueza,
and
e
its
que parem
richness,
de
and that
envenenar a
stop
nossa comida e
poisoning
os
our food
trabalhadores e
and the
trabalhadoras do
workers
campo
from
com
the
o uso
field
desmedido de agrotóxicos.
using this agrotoxic.
Nós recomendamos fortemente que os países do mundo se
Agrochemicals, and
tornem
we
membros da Aliança
strongly
Global contra a
recommend for
Fome e
them to be
Pobreza.
members
A
of the
congratulações
global
ao nosso governo. Como
alliances,
brasileira, tenho muito orgulho.
where we have
E mais,
our,
nós precisamos
we are very
garantir trabalho
proud
e
to
renda
do
dignos
so,
para todas as
and we
pessoas.
need to
Nós
guarantee
precisamos, como nós
works
demandamos,
and
nós
throughout
exigimos
and dignify
condições
work for
dignas de
everyone,
vida
and
em
we
todos os
demand
setores. Nós
these
precisamos
conditions
pensar
for
sempre, em
everybody.
primeiro lugar,
We
nas
do need to
populações mais
think
vulnerabilizadas.
first
Não
in
citarei
these
todas aqui
vulnerable
por motivos
populations. I'm
de
not going to
restrição de
talk of
tempo,
every,
mas falo
all of
principalmente
them
de
here,
mulheres, meninas e pessoas
and
negras.
I'm talking about
Mas muito
Black
além.
women and
Por
children, but
fim,
it goes
nós
beyond
nunca
that.
podemos esquecer
And
da
we
relação
cannot
umbilical
stop,
que
we
existe
cannot
entre
forget of the
alimentação e
situation that
preservação do
exists
planeta. A comida
to
que a
get
gente come
this
está
planet, the
acabando com o
food that we
planeta que a
eat,
gente
it's
vive. Isso não
ending
pode
the planet
acontecer.
we live, and
Então,
this
nós
cannot happen.
exigimos que os
So we
nossos
demand that our
governantes
governments
detenham os principais
to
fatores de
retain
destruição
these
ambiental
factors
através da
that are
implementação de medidas eficazes,
ending
como
this,
regulamentação
ending
ambiental
nature
para
and
proteger o
environment,
nosso mundo, o
and they
nosso
need to
planeta,
protect
nós
our
todos.
work, our
Obrigada.
planet, all of us. Thank you.
Ok. Muito obrigada, Mariana.
Thank you,
Eu
Mariana.
acabei de receber a informação que chegou,
I just get the
representante
information
do
that we
Sherpa
got the
da África do
representative from
Sul, que é
Sherpa
o
from South
senhor
Africa, that it's
Gezi
Mr.
Miguni.
Mongezi Miguni.
So I'd like to invite you to take, yes, the floor here, please. Welcome to our session. Thank you so much. Here, please. And take. So, Mr. Mugani. No, take your time. It's okay. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you so much. So just to brief explain, we are at this moment listen to 20 working groups recommendations. And then at the end of the presentations, all of our guests here will be invited to make comments. So you are very welcome. Very much welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you so much. Então, muito obrigada, Mariana. E
Thank you,
nós
Mariana. And we need to thank you for reminding us this peace relation that we have through all our themes. We have this vulnerability, and I would like to invite this representation for our third group, that is environment, climate justice, energy, and energy transition. And this group was co-facilitated by Climate Action Network International, that's CAMP, many of you know, in this, and the Climate Observatory in Brazil. Priscila, please.
Obrigada, Alessandra. Bom dia a todos. Saúdo às autoridades aqui presentes.
Good morning,
na mesa.
everyone. I would like to thank you for the authority. I'm going to read so I can keep track of time.
Agradeço a oportunidade, saúdo a todos da
I
mesa.
thank you for the
Gostaria de
opportunity, and I'd like to start
da
congratulating
presidência
for the
brasileira no
work of the
G20,
Brazilian presidency of
principalmente em
G20, especially in
agenda
putting
climática como
this climate
prioridade,
agenda
que é a
as one of the
força-tarefa que
priorities and
une
to
os
create this
líderes
task force that
importantes
connects two
do
tracks
G20.
that are very important
Sendo
from
responsáveis
G20.
por 80%
Being
das
responsible for
emissões
80%
mundiais,
of
o
the
G20 deve ao mundo
world
um
emissions,
reconhecimento
G20
de que o uso
should
de
recognize
combustíveis
that
fósseis pelas
using
grandes
fossil
economias
fuels by the
nos
big
trouxe ao
economies,
aquecimento
it
global
brought us
descontrolado.
to this global
E deve
warming
ao
that it
mundo
cannot be
liderar
controlled
a
anymore.
implementação da sua
And we
eliminação
should
de maneira
lead the
justa, de
implementation
acordo
of
com a
this
ciência e com a
energy
visão nesta
transition
década.
according to science and starting in this
Comemorar como
critical
grande
decade
feito,
to
simples fato de não
celebrate the
retrocederemos,
fact that
é
we didn't
testemunho da nossa derrota
walk
coletiva. Para milhões de
backwards.
pessoas que
It's
tiveram seus
not
meios de
enough
vida
for millions of
destruídos
people that
pelos
had
impactos da
their
mudança
lives
do clima,
destroyed
isso
by
é
the
muito
impact of
pouco.
climate change.
Embora
It's not enough.
reconheçamos os
Although we
esforços do
recognize
Brasil,
the
a
efforts
verdade é que
of
os governos
Brazil,
do G20
the
estão
truth is
falhando
that
com
the
essas
government from
pessoas e
G20
com
are
inúmeras
failing
outras
on
que
those
estão
people and
expostas
many others that
aos
are
impactos dos
exposed
extremos
to the
climáticos.
impacts of this
Já
extreme
experimentamos
climate.
15
We
meses de
already had
temperaturas
15
globais
months of
acima da
global
média de 1,5
temperature
graus em
above the
relação aos tempos
average
pré-industriais. Ultrapassar o limite de 1,5
when we
graus
compare
está
to the old
próximo.
times.
Ainda
And
assim,
to go
repetidamente, os governos se escondem atrás da natureza
more than this
racionalmente determinada das suas
it's
contribuições
unavoidable. We
racionalmente
cannot be
determinadas
avoided.
para
And we
evitar
need
a ambição.
to avoid
O
this
destino do nosso
ambition.
planeta
The
não é
destination of our
determinado
country is not going
nacionalmente,
to be
é
determined
determinado globalmente.
regionally, it's
Painel
going to be determined
Intergovernamental de Mudança do
globally.
Clima pede
And
uma
this
redução de
environmental
43%
panel
nas emissões
asked for the
até
reduction of
2030.
43%
O
of the
número
emissions
aparece na
until
avaliação global,
2030.
mas
This
ninguém
number
fala
appears in the global
aumentar a
evaluation,
ambição
but
das
no
suas
is
metas
talking
para
about
2030.
increasing the
Então,
emission
entramos
after
justamente num novo
2030.
ciclo de
And we are
contribuições
going again
racionalmente
in this
determinadas.
contribution
Pelo
cycle that is going
contrário,
to be determined.
retiram
On the
inclusive de suas
contrary,
declarações a
they are
necessidade de uma
taking out
redução
of the
absoluta
declaration the need to
em suas
get this
emissões e não cumprem
net
o nível de
zero in
emissão
this
necessário
emission,
para
and they are
manter
not meeting the
o
goal to
aquecimento em 1,5 grau.
maintain the
Os
warming
países
in
ricos se
1.5.
apropriaram do
The
espaço
rich
que nos
countries,
cede dos
they
países pobres
start
e agora
using
querem que o
and they
setor
are
privado
showing the
resolva a
poor
questão dos bens
countries
de
and they
implementação.
want
Isso
their
é simplesmente não aceitável.
policy to solve
Justiça
everything, and
climática
this is not
significa
acceptable.
financiamento
Climate
público na
justice
ordem dos
means the
trilhões
funding of
por
the
ano
public
e
in the
flutua de
trillions of
países
dollars
ricos
that
para
goes
os
from the
países
rich
pobres
countries for the
e
poor
chega nos
countries
territórios.
and get to
O
these
dinheiro existe,
territories.
mas está
The
sendo
money is
gasto na
there, but
causa da crise
it's
e não na
being
solução.
spent in the
Ainda
crisis and not in
temos,
the
no entanto,
solution.
diante
We
de nós, a
still have
oportunidade de evitar o pior.
ahead
A
of
temporada
us
de
try to
NDCs está
avoid the
aberta
worst.
e cada país do
This,
G20
the
deve
season is
cumprir a
open and
ambição.
every country in
Isso
G20
significa
should
seguir
meet
à
their goals,
risca
and
as
it means to
recomendações do Balanço
follow
Global,
the
declarar
recommendations of
claramente
the
como
World
pretendem
Balance
fazer
and
a transição
declare
dos
how
combustíveis
they are
fósseis,
doing this
além de
fossil fuel
prever o fim da
transitions,
prospecção e
and they
exploração de
want
novas
to get the
reservas.
end of the
Para países
exploration of new
tropicais como o
reservoir,
nosso,
and for tropical
comprometer-se a
country like
acabar com
us
todo o
to
desmatamento
commit
sem a
with
distinção
end
entre ilegal e legal
deforestation
e a
without a
reflorestar.
distinction between
Por
illegal and
fim,
legal,
a
and
lacuna de
plant all the
financiamento para
trees again.
adaptação e
And
climáticos deve ser
this event
preenchida.
for climate
E
and
para os
adaptation
países
should be
desenvolvidos,
met, and
deve
for the
fornecer
developed
os bilhões
countries,
de
they
dólares que o
should get the
mundo
trillions of dollars that
desenvolvido precisa
the
urgentemente.
developing world
Muito
needs.
obrigada.
Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada, Priscila. E acho que as recomendações ficam muito claras nesse discurso do que nós queremos. Obrigadíssima a você e o trabalho do grupo, que teve mais de 700
Thank you. We have more than 700 participants in this group. And now I'd like to invite the group number 4, sustainable and resilient communities. So they talk about the risk and disasters. that was done by a global network of civil society organized for disaster reduction in Argentina 1.5, and by the Amazon Foundation, Sustainable Amazon Foundation. Thank you. Thank you, Alessandra. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vitor Salviati. I'm Brazilian. I live in Manaus. And today I will represent the co-facilitators of this work group number 4. And we can sum up this name for climate resilience and disasters. And it's taken our time and attention about this flood in Rio Grande do Sul, the heat waves in Europe, the drought in the Amazons, and many other problems. And our group organized 23 recommendations, and I'm going to talk about 3 specifically, so we can have this global mobilization due to climate justice and to watch these populations and vulnerable people. First, G20 should manage these risks and promote the solutions that they consider the poverty and socioeconomic as fundamental causes of vulnerability. We know that these disasters, they increase those vulnerabilities, especially in those populations that are fragile. The drought in the Amazon, where unfortunately we have, it's impacting those people, the indigenous people, traditional communities, women, elders, and children. G20 should explore financial mechanisms as resilient titles and philanthropy. It's very important that the countries of G20, the members of G20, to create financial mechanisms that is going to be innovative to get quick answers and effective answers to these disasters, social, environmental, and climate disasters. And we cannot forget the role of the private sector with the governments to mobilize those resources and complement the help of the private sector. And G20 should recognize the impact and proportional impacts, unfortunately, to the minority groups. We do know that invisibility kills not only in Brazil, but throughout the world. And when we do not recognize, we cannot give or cannot improve as a citizen and global citizen. So it's very important for us to recognize so we keep the right path. And it's also important for us to understand that this discussion is not about the planet, but our way of living and our human lives here on Earth. And the Sustainable Amazon Foundation, we believe in prosperity. It means that we have possibility to dream and to make our dreams possible. Water, energy, health, and the environmental disasters, the climate, and everything that is happening in the world are stealing those dreams from us. Brazil is doing amazing, important work in the G20 presidency. We delivered this to South Africa, and I ask, as a believer in universe, and I ask all the saints, the city of Echo 92 that started this diplomacy, I ask for them to guide us in this transition. This is very important. Thank you. Thank you, Vitor. I think that we are all praying and we are all asking the gods because this is a very difficult moment. So it's good for us to accept everything that gives us hopes and energy and strength to keep on going. Now I would like to call our group number 5, that is health, integrated health for everyone. This group was co-facilitated by Alzheimer's Disease International, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and Guilhermina is here with us, so she can start her presentation. And Guilhermina is also a member of the International Committee of the Advisory International Committee.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Civil society, all of you, thank you for your compromise and all the commitment to do and go through this work. And to the government representatives, thank you for your will to be here, to listen to us, to engage, and take into account our considerations. So our working group, aligned with the G20 priorities, work on 4 main topics discussed and provided some concrete proposals to you, the decision makers. So our four main topics were strengthening of health systems, pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, climate and health, and mental health and aging. So today I will share on behalf of the working group some of those proposals that you will also find on the C20 policy pack. We want to start by stating that our working group supports the promotion of health equity by integrating human rights, gender equality, and anti-racism approach, LGBTQIAP+ rights, and disabilities into health policies and strategies to create more inclusive and equitable healthcare systems, including mental health services and healthy aging, while not leaving anyone behind. We call on the G20 leaders to address and commit to the following recommendations. Develop and implement comprehensive legal and policy frameworks to ensure self-care interventions are effective, accessible, and affordable at all healthcare levels, and empower individuals to make informed decisions through accessible information. To increase investments in prevention, health promotion, sexual and reproductive rights, and education to reduce inequities through public health policies. To establish a comprehensive healthcare approach, early diagnosis access, increased therapy funding, stakeholder collaboration, supportive environments, and assessment guidelines. To empower individuals and prevent attitudinal barriers and other social generated harms, to guarantee autistics and neurodivergent individuals, people living with HIV, TB patients, LGBTQIAP+, homeless people, migrants, low-income citizens, and other people in vulnerable situations, inclusive, stigma and discrimination-free healthcare. Prioritize addressing ongoing pandemics and epidemics such as HIV, malaria, dengue, and TB. Ensure equitable access to research, development, and their fair distribution of new drugs, diagnostics, and vaccines for a more resilient and inclusive healthcare system. Adopt binding funding mechanisms to ensure global health equity and timely access, including mandatory tech transfer, technology, and know-how to low and middle-income countries, and refrain from exerting pressure or retaliations against countries that use TRIPS flexibilities. My time is almost up, so I will move on. We also call on G20 governments to guarantee resources and efforts to make access to mental health and healthy aging a global reality, to create and improve mental health systems focusing on human rights with a person-centered, non-punitive approach, ensure that mental health policy respect individual dignity and autonomy, providing care that is both voluntary and centered on each person's needs and rights. To close my intervention, please read our policy pack. We have more recommendations. And also, we'd like to call on all the decision makers and leaders to address global health issues based on the values of transparency, equity, and accountability. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada, Guilhermina.
Thank you so much, Guilhermina. So before I pass the floor to the next group, I want to say that something we observed in the G20 this year, besides the health field and the agreement for the regional production of medication and vaccines, was the acknowledgement for the first time that, yes, there are social determinants and economic determinants for health. And it took a long time to acknowledge this, so I'm glad that we were able to acknowledge it now. So let's take advantage of this. And now I want to invite the group on education and culture, group 6, co-facilitated by the Brazilian Campaign for the Right to Education and Flags to Brazil. Welcome. Okay, so there was a moment in which our timer, I think, it entered this loop and we had a bit of confusion because of that, but I think we're okay now. I'm Renata Montechiari from Flags Brazil, facilitator of the Working Group on Culture and Education. I also worked with Andressa from the Brazilian campaign for the right to education. So our group is called the Right to Education, transforming education from a perspective from the global south. Our horizon was projecting higher equity, inclusion, and sustainability. We understand education as something essential for promoting a fair and informed global citizenship. Therefore, the right to education must be prioritized, considering that international cooperation basically is centered around people and their fundamental rights. Our direct negotiations this year highlighted the critical impact of the social G20 initiative, meaning that the voice of civil society is essential for formulating policies. Due to the continuous work of C20 and international education actions and other representatives of civil society, this presidency, led by the Ministry of the Education of Brazil, agreed to written commitments that have to do with prioritizing and valuing the professionals in education facing the lack of teachers by recruiting them and facilitating professional development, also developing digital platforms for education with high quality educational content, guaranteeing inclusion and the ethical use of AI. All of this highlighting the connection between family, community, and schools through intersectorial actions that allow us to have democratic management in all stages and modalities of education. This working group of the C20 debated on climate justice, rights, education, thinking about the cultural and educational aspect of countries. We recommend our policies based on 5 pillars: governance and sustainability, inclusion and equity, the digital transformation and accessibility, the central role of education professionals, and learning throughout our lives and global citizenship. The right to education means we have to connect public policies to programs in order to synchronize resources and consensuses. The global south, with its highlight in cultural diversity and also a comprehensive perspective on education, is essential for this transformation. Finally, we believe it is necessary to deepen discussions on financing as a fundamental part of any educational reform that is committed to the dignity of students and educators, and also to strengthen the cultural field by valuing racial and ethnic diversity, ways of life, and artistic expressions and their structuring role in social relations. We want to thank everybody that has contributed to the efforts this year. We had a great plurality of voices and countries participating in this working group. We will continue to South Africa, expecting to advance towards a future in which education can be a catalyzer for a world that is fair, more equitable, and more democratic. Thank you. Thank you, Renata. Thank you so much. Without education, we really cannot imagine this future, right? So now I will invite our next group to present their recommendations. This group is about the digitalization and technology, one of the huge challenges that we have to face. So we don't know if the glass is half full or half empty, but this group was co-facilitated by Anrita, by IDEC, and by LAPIM. Are you guys both presenting together? Okay. We had another group that was the group of the SDGs. We said they could not divide the time, but okay, we will allow you to do this just so we can all make things flow, and we're being very democratic. All right, please, you have the floor. Dear authorities and civil society present, considering the global challenges and the imbalance in power in the digital era, we are this working group that has 3 co-facilitators, and we want to congratulate the Brazilian government for its initiatives on the digitalization. So we want the G20 countries to promote the integrity of information, transparency, to be robust, especially during elections, promoting measures such as interoperability to deal with the concentration of power in digital markets. Number two, promote significant connectivity with programs for investing in infrastructure to access high-quality internet and promoting digital capacities, considering the access to technologies. Number three, promoting public digital infrastructure moved by public interest and with reparative mechanisms for the population. And number four, to develop and invest in AI, which is in everything in our lives, and for this AI to respect human rights, prohibiting its use in situations that could present risks. So we have three cross-cutting points here that should be central for an inclusive technological development. First, we need to be critical on this technological development and center it around rights. Number two, consider the context of each country and its inequalities in order to prioritize the most vulnerable populations. And number three, we want to have participative and significant governance on behalf of civil society, even within the G20 Sherpas tracks. Thank you, Camila. And continuing, digitalization and digital technologies have a direct impact on the priority issues defined by the Brazilian presidency of the G20. In the fight against hunger and poverty, it is essential that these technologies should be used in an inclusive way to reduce inequalities so the benefits can reach the whole population, especially the most vulnerable. In the context of climate change, it is crucial to acknowledge that digitalization is not abstraction. Digital technologies, they consume natural resources and they do contribute greatly to the climate crisis. Therefore, it is essential to adopt measures that promote the sustainable use of these tools. For the effective reform of global governance, we must guarantee inclusive spaces that allow for an equitable participation of all sectors, specifically civil society, correcting the asymmetries in access. And finally, we ask the tech issues and civil society contributions to be prioritized in the ministerial declaration and also the final G20 declaration, and a commitment with this agenda, promoting these concrete and long-lasting actions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing work that was conducted by Group 7. It's a very challenging topic. And I think it's one of the main topics of this era that we are entering. So now I want to invite the representatives of Group 8, Women's Rights and Gender Equality. This group was co-facilitated by Galadez, the Instituto da Mulher Negra do Brasil, International Center for Research on Women from the US, and the International Planned Parenthood Federation, IPPF. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carolina Almeida. I am an international advisor for Galadez, the Institute of the Black Woman in Brazil. I want to greet the authorities present here in this discussion panel. I want to greet my colleagues and co-facilitators in the working groups. And I want to greet the coordinators of C20 Brazil as well, and also want to greet all of the representatives of civil society present here today, and also welcome everybody. And I want to acknowledge, of course, the C20 South Africa participants. I am one of the co-facilitators of Working Group 8 that speaks about gender equality and the rights of girls and women. Our policy brief is called Advancing in Gender Equality, Transforming Systems for the Political and Economic Empowerment of Women. This means that women's economic empowerment was at the center of the efforts of our WG, which acknowledged in economic justice an essential condition for us to reach gender equality and promote sustainable development. In a global scenario marked by several crises and structural inequalities, our working group highlighted the urgent need to promote expansive reforms that can offer real and structuring opportunities for economic development for all women and girls as a way to guarantee the access to fundamental rights and guarantees like the right to life, the right to health, the right to development, to freedom, to education, the political representativeness, and climate security. Therefore, it's not an isolated objective. It is a vital mechanism for eliminating obstacles, structural obstacles that historically have been based on and established on the building blocks of racism and sexism. Therefore, it is essential for women to be able to make their own decisions, and this allows us to be able to enjoy the rights, our rights that are acknowledged by the law, but paradoxically, these are brought down by contradictory arrangements of the state. Here in Brazil, when we speak about work and income, women usually make 20% less than white men. This disparity is even higher when we consider the racial variable, because Afro-descendants make 47% less than what white men make. Therefore, similar dynamics, I'm sure, do occur in several countries of the global south. And I'm speaking about this income inequality because it's not just about a financial aspect, but it also reflects on a social and political structure. One group's limited income supports the high income of another group. So women make less money, especially Afro-descendant women, and this is proportionally related to the high salaries of white men. Women also dedicate more hours to unpaid work that is relevant and critical for society, like domestic care, and this makes this gap even greater. This dynamic reveals a political context that perpetuates pressure on women, especially those that belong to groups that are historically marginalized. Our work acknowledges that the context is important and that all women should be seen, respected, and acknowledged in their needs. Therefore, we adopted an intersectional approach to economic empowerment, considering the specific needs of Afro-descendant women, indigenous women, LGBTQIA+, women with health issues in different age groups, women with disabilities, and we want to have holistic and structuring policies that can guarantee economic rights throughout the whole life cycle of individuals. This structural transformation is not just about accessing rights, but also about a fundamental and unnegotiable pillar for the autonomy and dignity of women. An economic environment that is regulated and secure with responsive policies to race, gender, and other diversities. This must be a priority for states and the development banks and financial institutions. Investing in the economic and emancipatory power of women as a way to guarantee social and political equality. This is not optional. It is the obligation of states that are democratic and that say they are democratic, but they still support this project of extermination of these marginalized populations, the Black movement and the women's movement that are both present here. We want to say that this type of democracy will not be tolerated. We want our rights to economic development now. Thank you. Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much.
Carolina. Deixa eu só
All
pensar
right,
aqui.
so I just want to check in here with everybody. Do we have the minister arriving now, or can we continue? Okay, we're going to continue adjusting a little bit here. because we're all very flexible. We adapt. Ministro Márcio Macedo has just arrived. So I want to ask our colleagues here at the end to speak, just keep your voices down because I think we're having some background noises here. Oh, the minister is at an interview? Okay, all right. So we will wait a little bit. I will just call on the next group then in this case. Our minister, our dear minister is here, but the show must go on. Now, we will hear from Group 9 on philanthropy and sustainable development. Please. This is a very special group. It's the first time in the C20 that we have a group about philanthropy and sustainable development. And philanthropy, it can be applied to everything, right? So we said in the case of the C20, for us to have this group on philanthropy, it really needed to be a philanthropy that looked at sustainable development. This group was co-facilitated by the International Institute for the Environment and Development, by WINGS, and by GIF Brazil. Welcome. Thank you, Alessandra. Good morning, everybody. I am Gustavo. I work at GIF. And as Alessandra said, I just want to start by celebrating that for the first time here in the G20 structure, a formal structure, we have this discussion group that speaks about philanthropy. And now we are going to speak about that. Paula, please.
I'm going to speak in English. Apologies. The Working Group on Philanthropy for Sustainable Development came together as the collective voice of philanthropy in its full diversity to engage governments and other actors at the G20, also increasing global South sector representation and influence in the G20 space. The group aimed to express philanthropy's worldwide support and involvement in structured multi-actor dialogue, demonstrating how philanthropy supports G20 relevant priorities, including climate finance, education, gender equality, poverty and inequality, access to housing, and an enabling environment for locally led development. Philanthropies of all types can partner with G20 governments on multi-stakeholder, transformative, and strategic responses to complex challenges, such as the climate crisis, global inequalities, and inequities hindering progress on sustainable development and economic prosperity. As the C20 Working Group on Philanthropy for Sustainable Development, we ask the G20 leaders to partner with philanthropy in taking policy action for solutions around a set of transformative agendas by the following actions: addressing inequalities by promoting philanthropy's role in sustainable development, unlocking catalytic finance for sustainable development and just transitions, agreeing to a new global cooperation framework for partnerships, and very importantly, in the current context, protecting civic space to ensure local actors have access to resources. Our recommendations called for the G20 to value and strengthen the partnerships with philanthropy networks, corporate and community foundations, advisory, support organizations, academic centers, individual givers, and other funders from around the world to partner for a truly transformative, sustainable development and promote effective responses to guarantee the social, economic, and environmental rights while leaving no one behind. The G20 countries and other financing actors, including philanthropies, need to cooperate, not just to mobilize greater funds, but also to ensure that resources are broadly accessible, adapted to the needs of local communities, and help protect their rights and meaningfully engage and respect implementers, including entrepreneurs, civil society, and historically marginalized communities. For this, philanthropies have demonstrated their ability to mobilize funds and spark an economic multiplier effect. We also would like to call for the continued structured presence of philanthropy at the G20, such as the C20 Working Group on Philanthropy for Sustainable Development. Philanthropy can help bring in diversity to the C20 and expand the C20's reach within South Africa, the African continent, and internationally. As a global network of philanthropy and the co-chairs, we are well positioned to mobilize stakeholders at the national, regional, and global levels while ensuring that we are connecting local actors centered in activities to the global level. Philanthropy can bring a convening power and has a track record of coordinating such processes. The C20 can leverage this experience to support a robust, successful, independent, and efficient C20 process that delivers on the G20 priorities in Brazil, South Africa, and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think it's very important to see this kind of commitment, this level of commitment from philanthropy. And of course, we are counting on you to continue supporting our agendas. Thank you very much. No? No? Okay. So now I'd like to... Desculpa. Agora eu queria convidar para falar...
Now I'd like to invite to the floor our group,
muito querido,
our,
que trata do
the
ODS
group that
16.
talks about the SDGs 16. As we know, the C20 work is a work that it's trying to align between the agendas that are debated in G20 and the commitment and the multilateral agreements that were signed by these governments, especially related to the G20 in the sustainable development and the climate agenda. So we have a group that is called SDGs 16, Democratic Governance and Civic Space, Anti-Corruption and Access to Justice. It was co-facilitated by the Pact of Democracy, Age Development Alignment, and by the Forest International. Welcome.
Bom dia a todas as
Good morning,
pessoas.
everyone.
É uma honra e grande
It's an
privilégio
honor and a
falar
great privilege to be here with you
sobre esse tema tão
about this
relevante.
relevant theme.
Chegou o ministro. Oi, ministro.
Hi, Minister.
Bom dia, ministro.
Good morning.
Eu vou pedir a mesa o meu tempo de volta, hein?
Bem, então, vamos retomar. Bem-vindo,
So let's
ministro
continue.
Márcio
Welcome,
Macedo.
Minister Márcio Macedo.
Márcio Macedo.
Minister Márcio Macedo, for our guests, the international guests that are here. This is the minister that is responsible for the General Secretary of the Presidency, and one of its important functions is to get this articulation with civil society. So it was with the Minister Márcio Macedo and his teams that we get all the processes of this liaison and this bridge between civil society and G20, between the other international processes that we started. And Minister, as you're getting here now, I'm gonna ask you to listen to André. The idea of our section is for us to present all the groups and the recommendations, and he's presenting the last group, and then we go back to the comments. If you have some time to stay a few minutes with us, the idea that we started for the technical comments from the colleagues, and you wrap up the session, okay?
Então, você tem a palavra e os 3 minutos.
So you
de
have the
volta.
floor and the 3 minutes back.
Obrigado, ministro. Obrigado.
Thank
a
you,
todas e
Minister.
todos,
Thank you,
todas,
everyone.
todas as pessoas presentes.
Everyone that
Honra,
is present, it's an honor to be here,
do nosso grupo de
representing
trabalho
your work
10,
group
nesse
number
caso, com a
10,
Iócina.
and this work with IOSIDA. We're gonna split the time, and we're gonna
Ao texto,
we're gonna
se
get
deixar
track
falar,
of the
a coisa
test,
vai longe.
because if I start talking, I won't
Falar
stop.
sobre
To
democracia
talk about
no contexto que
democracy
a
in the
gente tá,
context that we are
vivendo,
living,
é urgente,
it's urgent.
Paradigmático
And
fundamental
it's fundamental that we recognize that democracy needs to transform into rights. Democracy should not be a word. It should be, in fact, an act that is going to be lived by people. We are going to start in the civic space. We are living in this concerning way the increase of reprehensive legislations, and they're stealing the human rights. We are called attention to protect civil society, and this includes established formal institutional channels to give voice to the marginalized groups in the political decisions and to create safe space for participation. It's important to guarantee freedom of speech and protect the civil society communities from this repression. In this digital environment, we should balance responsibility, and we should ask for them to be transparent and equal for social networks and artificial intelligence systems, avoiding this repression. And we need to think about the user privacy, and the practice of artificial intelligence needs to follow those legislations. Talking about access to justice, we urgently need to face the systemic barriers that exclude the vulnerable populations. The justice needs to be accessible, inclusive, and should be an agent for the the social change. We need a system that will be accessible to all, especially for people with disabilities and other marginalized communities. But especially, we believe that justice should change and take its role when we're talking about injustice, social injustice, and it also helps to promote. This justice needs to embrace the historical this history, and we recommend to create global commissions to approach this exclusion as slavery and dictatorships, and to guarantee this justice legal help for these people, international justice with international mechanisms of human rights. We built a trust base, and we are going to repair this justice.
Thank you so much, Andre. My name is Jyotsna. I'm representing Forest International. So moving to our third pillar, anti-corruption. Corruption is not merely a morale. It is a systemic scourge that eroded social fabric and widens inequalities. We call on the G20 to implement safe, inclusive, and gender-sensitive channels for whistleblowers to address misconduct and to protect them from retaliation. We need to robust mechanism for SDGs benefit ownership, tightening controls to prevent financial secrecy and corporate anonymity that enable illicit trade in other activities. Furthermore, the G20 members must uphold the commitment to end financial secrecy by enforcing ownership transparency, performing automated audits, and ensuring that companies and trust SDGs are accurate and correct. We need stronger cross-border cooperation to recover from the repatriated stolen assets, with a priority on the compensating communities impacted by corruption. Technology can be a tool for transparency. We recommend that the G20 harness AI to combat corruption effectively, allowing swift data analysis to defeat illicit financial flow, money laundering, and sextortion. We need also transparent lobbying regulations requiring public disclosures of meetings between officials and lobbyists to establish clear legislative footprints. Finally, our challenges are pressing and the time to act is now. These recommendations are not suggestions, they are our action plans. We expect today's leaders to adopt these measures with resolve and urgency, building a future and embodies justice, transparency, and democratic strength. History will judge us by the actions we take today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. E com essa lembrança de
And with this, remind that the time to act is now, and that we cannot continue thinking in this developing agenda as something for the future, but it's emergency. I'd like to invite André Aquino, that is here representing the Minister of Environment, to have its comments. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the panel. It's a pleasure in the name of Minister Marina Silva that cannot be here. The COP20, she's at Baku in COP29. And after this G20 marathon, I think that we all need some rest. And I thought it was very interesting, and I think this minutes, especially everyone that was talking about this accessibility, it's interesting because it's aligned with everything that I'm going to talk and what it was this government agenda in this climate agenda. It's an irony and extremely important that the Brazilian presidency in 2024 was done in this the extreme climate events. This was mentioned that we have the floods in Rio Grande do Sul, drawing the Amazons, and fires that was in more than 60% of our country. And this repeated in the Caribbean, United States, Europe. And this climate agenda is not something that is an option. It's something that it needs to be done. And the Brazilian government took this to G20 and have these teams in G20. The sustainability was one of them. It was important. And we created a task force about the climate. It was mentioned by the First Lady. And it's interesting that the main goal of this task force and how the G20 works, it was to bring this debate for the ministers to talk about finances. And the goal is to show that climate is not something of a minister of environment, of agronomy, agriculture. It's actually an economical development. It's a model of economical development. And we took this bioeconomy team as a huge potential for Brazil. It's understood that using those products, nature, in a sustainable and inclusive way. And we chose 10 principles to live in this global economy. This is very important because in the future, these investments, this collective and this World Banks, they will talk about this specifics, and we need these concrete actions. We brought a theme that was very important, that was the payment for environmental services. Brazil, as a country with the biggest tropical forests, rainforest in the world, that we have this biodiversity, the biggest biodiversity in the world, we have this environmental services. This is the economical way to say that we contribute with the well-being of the globe. And more important, that big part of these ecosystems are done by people and traditional communities, indigenous people, and the family, this small families of agricultures. And bringing this to G20, we recognize that these segments of these populations need to be compensated to that. And in a concrete way, Brazil brought the proposal to establish this fund, this global fund for the tropical forests. And this is an extremely ambitious initiative to get this private and public capital. We are talking about billions to give an idea of this. If this mechanism works and how we are, how we want, for the case of Brazil, we were talking about paying more than twice the Amazon fund every year. So it's extremely important, this consequence, and we took this and we are saying that we hope that this in this leader declaration, and first to have the support of civil society to take this idea ahead. And this, when we talk about oceans, was said by G20 in Indonesia. It was taken ahead by Indonesia, India, and we got to Brazil about the oceans. And a specific thing that Brazil said was the actions in the ocean areas as part of the NDCs and the climate plans. So we are trying to get the relation between the sustainable use and the conservation and the preservation of these oceans and the climate agenda. Another point that I saw that we have this different associations. Thank you, the colleagues, for being here. As we know that we have the workers, the people that work as pickers, the pick garbage, and we got the inclusion of them in this public policies with soil reservoir and in this benefits that we have, not only with recycling, but more than that, the collectors. And it was very clear in this public policies in Brazil. And aligned with this emphasis on this presidency and this inclusion, Brazil brought the voice of the countries that are not in G20 through this emphasis and adaptation to these climate changes. So we have this huge financial problem, and through adaptation, this problem is particularly important. Around only 5% of this funding goes to adaptation, and not enough gets to where it's needed, to Africa and countries from Central America that are the ones that less contributed in the climate change problems. And this irony to say this is strong, it's a strong word, but it's concerning. So what Brazil brought as a concrete proposal was to increase this to adaptation. I'm going to end up here. We have declarations too. Ministerial declaration, the First Lady talked about the environmental minister, and we also had a declaration from the finance, environment, and authorities from the central banks about climate. And we hope that this gives us a base for this ambition results for COP29 now in Baku and for the COP30 that Brazil will hold. Thank you, André. Just to reinforce what civil society is, we agree with the idea of common responsibilities, but different from different countries. I'm going to ask for those who are, please, can you put 4 minutes? 4 minutes here, please. Thank you. And with this, I want to pass the floor for Lúcia Sodô, representing the Ministry of Health. And when the minister speaks, because he will have to leave, we will present a video from Minister Nisia that sent us to us. Lúcia, welcome. Thank you, Alessandra. I'm very happy to be here sharing this table with all of you and with those people that for sure represent this demand of being political people right now. And this is crucial in the idea of this humanity. Without this, we won't be able to do something that I have been talking about, that we are in this problem. It looks like we are on top of a volcano, and this is how we are moving ourselves, especially in Brazil, being led by President Lula, that actually for us, our Minister Lizindade, the first woman to occupy the Minister of Health and to be the president of Oswaldo Cruz Foundation. I'm very happy to represent Minister Nisia here.
So health historically has had a commitment with democracy. This is a slogan, health is democracy. We have built this policy of the universal access to healthcare in Brazil with a historical conference that had more than 5,000 delegates participating in it. It happened in 1986, the 8th National Healthcare Conference, and this inspired the construction of healthcare as a universal right in Brazil. And something that you said, Alessandra, which is this original concept from Brazil, firstly speaking about collective health, and the second concept, which is the concept of the social determination of health or diseases. Today it has been acknowledged, but it is quite a bold intellectual construction that came from this country, and that is very significant. And this has to do with this history of healthcare as a right in Brazil. Having said that, We heard from the working group for healthcare and the G20, some agreements were reached that had to do with the prevention and preparedness for pandemics. We know that is not simple at all, because we know that the environmental issue and health emergencies are intertwined. We saw this with the COVID pandemic in a very powerful way, and this is not going to stop. We know that for sure. So this connection between climate emergencies and health emergencies is a close connection. This declaration was made in the G20, the healthcare working group, with a commitment of all countries for this, and also digital innovation, with the concept that our colleague from the working group mentioned, that has to do with this democratic access as a right. And of course, this is very important to policies, and we have to be so careful about this epidemic of misinformation that we are suffering from now, with very serious consequences. And here in Brazil, for example, we have had less people getting vaccines in the country because of misinformation. We are rebuilding, but we are still feeling these impacts, and we have to face this as a society. Also, equity in health, and I already spoke about climate and health and emergencies. Now, just to finish up, we also approved in the 77th World Assembly on Health that happened in May of this year, a resolution that was proposed by Brazil, by the National Health Council and the Ministry of Health, about social participation in the world healthcare systems, something that is absolutely legitimate. And we are contributing to this diversity of activities that we can see here throughout these days. There are some workshops, and we have worked a lot on this, on social participation at a global level in the healthcare systems, coordinated by the National Healthcare Council. And something else, that Minister Márcio Macedo was actually there, and we were really happy about that. We had a collaborative conversation with the social movements that work with healthcare. There is a specific platform for this. It is not governmental. So we are working with the social movements for healthcare in a self-managed workshop. So we really are committed in the Ministry of Health. Our Minister, Nízia Trindade, is very committed to this agenda that has to do with social participation, because without this, we will not build the transformation that we need to carry out today. Thank you, Alessandra.
Muito obrigada, Lúcia.
Thank you so much, Lúcia. So I just really want to speak as a Brazilian here, not as a G20 Sherpa. I am very proud as a Brazilian to have a universal healthcare system here that is public. Now, I am back to my role as the C20 Sherpa. We defend that strategic areas cannot be privatized. So healthcare is a right, education is a right, food security, and these are indivisible rights. So thank you, Lúcia. I think we are an example to the world with our universal healthcare system. Now I want to pass the floor to Márcia Mochagata. She is also a wonderful collaborator of ours. She is representing the Ministry of Social Development in Brazil. Márcia, welcome. Thank you, Alessandra. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. It is a huge privilege and an honor to be here presenting the Ministry of Social Development in this dialogue with civil society in the scope of the G20. And for Brazil, social participation is something very important, not only because civil society is very organized and prepared and is able to achieve things that you have achieved throughout this year. So delivering these recommendations, these well-articulated recommendations that are quite innovative like addressing racism as a central issue, speaking about philanthropy, repositioning this agenda as well to think about how taxes should favor the poorest, and also think about initiatives so we can face poverty and deal with the climate emergency. These are emergencies in our current time. So I just want to say I really value your work, and I hope the other countries can receive these recommendations. I can say that on behalf of the Brazilian government, we are very happy to receive these recommendations to guide our policies. We have had this collaboration with civil society for some time now. So historically, we have had the different initiatives of civil society helping the government in the implementation of different programs. Today in Brasilia, there is a meeting happening that is about solidary kitchens, something that was created during the pandemic that the government is embracing because these solidary kitchens are necessary in health crises and climate crises. So we need to strengthen these partnerships between the government and society, and also some exceptional things. It was so interesting to hear Mariana speak about the demands and the proposals that they created. This is very similar to what we have been trying to implement as policies, and you have been wonderful collaborators. You have always helped us in the Yanomami indigenous peoples emergency when the government started its term. We did not have enough personnel to help that population, and thankfully you helped us, and now they are in a much better situation. We have installed the first social technology systems for water in the indigenous Yanomami lands and territories. So we are putting a lot of effort into this. And in the case of the G20, our proposal, of course, has been the Global Alliance. I think the Global Alliance is a proposal that many countries feel excited about and are supporting, and Brazil is really showing how important this agenda is, and it is a big step in the sense of shaking up this governance. As you said, it needs change. We need to have more leadership and actions to fight this situation. I just want to finish up by saying that I think we're very brave because the COP30 will be in the city of Belém, and the state of Pará is the Brazilian state that has the worst index of food insecurity. 20% of the population of the state of Pará lives in favelas, shanty towns, and urban communities. So to bring the world to discuss climate change in Pará after the drought that they have suffered from, I think is very significant. And I hope that Brazilian civil society and civil society around the world can help us. So this is not just about the G20 taking bolder strides, but also the whole world putting more efforts into fighting poverty and promoting adaptations to climate change. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, Márcia.
Thank you, Marcia.
Principalmente por lembrar
So I think it was really important. That's really interesting for all of the countries. How civil society can be a collaborator, partner of the countries and governments in the implementation of these shared agendas. I think that is what everybody wants to build. A democratic society implies these collaborations, and I think we need to reflect on that as well. Now, I want to pass the floor to Tatiana Beringer, the General Coordinator of the Social G20 for the financial track. So Tatiana had a really important role in this process, and we did see innovations this year. I think for the first time we were able, as the C20, to have a dialogue that flowed with the Ministry of Finance, and that is so important because And I'm saying this, of course, thinking of South Africa, there's always this perception that finance is a hard science that's for experts, and people forget that in civil society, we have several experts that are participating in the government and multilateral systems, and this involves us. And of course, we want to have our recommendations reach the G20, and I think this was an innovation that we reached in Brazil. Thank you, Alessandra. Good morning, everyone. I want to greet Minister Márcio and the coordinators of the Social G20. This would not be possible, of course, without the Secretariat of the Presidency that has supported this process. I want to greet the colleagues present here, Lucia, Márcia, Andrea, and I want to greet especially Mr. Mosso Jamuni, that I have had a pleasure to meet in Africa as well. And the dear Sherpas, Alessandra, and our chair, Henrique Frota, and all of the coordinators of the working groups of the C20. On behalf of the Ministry of the Economy, I want to congratulate the C20 for the hard work you have carried out throughout the year. And we know it entails a lot. There are many aspects here, building with this plurality, with dialogue, with respect. I think that's so important too when we speak about civil society. And something that I think is essential to the social G20 and why we're doing this from the finance track is that basically the working class is the engine of the global economy. We cannot discuss problems and think about the global economy without hearing you, without hearing those that are the most affected by the multiple crises that the world has been suffering from. And this was essential, and it contributed greatly. It was very important to receive these recommendations and to have this dialogue. And I also want to say that this conversation, of course, it's not only about partnerships. You also criticized us, you pushed us, and that is how we build democracy. So it was a huge pleasure, and I'm very proud to have been a part of this team on behalf of the Ministry of the Economy, being a part of the Lula government, a committed government that can be so bold to push us so we could advance and be here today. We are now stronger and more mature at the end of this process. And we know that just as with any democratic process, we will need to continue moving forward in this struggle, so these spaces can continue existing. Having said that, I want to congratulate all of the task forces and your recommendations, and also the participation of the C20 that were organized by the social G20, by the financial track. I also want to highlight here the global economy and the civil society and international tax event that created the recommendations on international taxations with civil society. And this was very useful, not only for building the final declarations of the ministers, having your support to reach a declaration, a ministerial declaration was very important, but it's also valuable for us to know how to move forward. And now we are moving forward to the UN, and this struggle continues. Collaborations also in the Just Transition event and the sessions with the vice ministers in the finance track, and I think you shared perspectives there that had a great impact. So I want to highlight a few here that I think are particularly important, and we have been repeating this. The finance track, as I said, is this more rigid space, and I think having the C20 get closer to these topics, be in dialogue with them, and make them more public and accessible, just as the G20 social, I think that is essential to show the importance and the centrality of this. So I think this is the work that needs to continue. And thinking about the topics that the C20 contributed to and that we agreed on, And there were some topics that entailed very difficult negotiations. We're seeking these consensuses, and of course, we will find difficulties along the way. The first aspect I want to mention is the fight against inequalities and how cross-cutting this is. And it was very important for you to highlight the multidimensionality of these inequalities in nations and amongst nations. Also, taxes for the super rich, that has to do with the distribution of the wealth and the high concentration of wealth in certain sectors of the global economy, and also the reform of multilateral development banks that have this role of trying to think about the future, the implementation of the SDGs. So it's a huge challenge. And also strengthening gender diversity and representativity. I think the G20 is speaking about this in a cross-cutting way, and the finance track spoke about this in financial institutions, international ones. We need it to strengthen women's roles within these institutions. Reforming the international financial architecture, and also these solutions and seeking out solutions for the negotiations of debts. All of these points, I think, compose a cohesive vision about what type of reform, what type of global economy we need to fight for and build. So I think that's a bit what it is about. And I think you were able to look at these topics and make very valid observations, thinking about how they are connected to society and peoples around the world and what they need. So congratulations for that. I also want to say that I participated in a meeting in South Africa for the launch of the C20 in South Africa, and it was an amazing and very inspiring event. I think that the South African civil society there showed not only their engagement, but how willing they are to fight for this construction, contributing greatly to these points that I shared and to many others. So I think that, now that we are in this transition, and perhaps this process is finishing for you all tomorrow. So I want to congratulate the Brazilian presidency for their work. And I wish that South Africa can be even stronger and better, that you can say that, Brazil only started the social G20 and that South Africa was able to take this to different heights. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Tatiana. I think that your conclusion is perfect for me to introduce and invite Mr. Mugezi Mugini to make his remarks. He is the Director of Economic Development of the Department of International Affairs and Cooperation of South Africa and is responsible for the coordination of the G20 in South Africa. It's also important to highlight that, yes, we know exactly what we want for the economic, social, and environmental fields, and we want to do this in a very urgent way. We have issues that are urgent for the planet, for people, and people cannot wait so long. There are expectations here, and we are looking at the advancements of all of these agendas in South Africa. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator, and thank you for the efficient and able manner in which you are coordinating the important program we have today. Of course, aided by your very effective tool. I hope I will be within the allocated time. But before I start my intervention, let me acknowledge His Excellency the Minister, Mr. Marcio Macedo, the Minister of the General Secretary in the Presidency of Brazil. Of course, I acknowledge fellow distinguished panelists and the caring development. I think that is way worth noting is that the last speaker, Tatiana, is someone I shared a panel with when we were engaging civil society in Johannesburg, South Africa. And I did say to her that I hope one day I will reciprocate by also getting to participate in an engagement with Brazilian civil society when we visit Rio. And here I am. Of course, I am representing our G20 Sherpa, Mr. Zain Dango, who would have loved to be here with you. He is very active in terms of his engagement with civil society. But as you know, there are some discussions currently going on within the context of the G20 and the negotiations for the leaders' declaration. But happy to be here. I think to start off, we need to underscore the importance of the G20 platform itself. Why should we care about the G20? I think as the grassroots, it is a platform that the activists like yourself, as we heard through the excellent recommendations that were made, I think it's very important that you as a civil society, as the C20, engage with this space. The G20, of course, comprises of member states that constitute 85% of the global GDP, 75% of the global trade, 2/3 of the global population. So it is an important space indeed. And we commend the Brazilian government, of course, under the leadership of His Excellency President Lula, for having recognized the significance of having a link between this club of member states, the G20, and the people on the ground. Of course, we also hail the excellent initiative to have a social a summit, of course, which will be taking place in the coming days to ensure that the voices we have heard today through these recommendations we've been getting, that they also find expression in the ongoing important discussions on global economic and financial solutions that the leaders are seeking. So I think to say that we would have had a successful a G20 presidency is when the voices of the people on the ground can be reflected in whatever outcome we will reach on the 19th of November. Of course, our view is that civil society is a partner rather than an antagonistic force in our presidency, because it is the bridge between the members and the people on the ground. And as you know, South Africa will be taking over the presidency of the G20 come the 1st of December. And we are quite pleased to follow in the footsteps of our brothers and sisters here in Brazil, because there is more that unite us than divide us. Despite the geographical distance between us, You look at the basket of issues South Africa will be advancing. They fit in perfectly with the agenda that Brazil has been advancing during its presidency. Whether it is, of course, the issue of the global alliance against hunger, the call for equality and the reform of the institutions of global governance. You juxtapose that with the theme that South Africa has chosen for its presidency, which is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It is, of course, our intention to continue this agenda, which is why in our basket of priorities, you have inclusive growth, employment and equality. You have food security, which is a continuation of the agenda advanced in the Global Alliance against hunger. And of course, as we heard from the speakers earlier on, the issue of artificial intelligence and innovation. And of course, we approach that important subject within the context of inclusion. Because as we speak, there are some 2.9 billion people, mostly in the global south, that continue to be excluded from the digital world. And the G20, of course, is an important platform to advance these issues of artificial intelligence, data governance, and connectivity. And of course, this important issue also cuts across important areas such as the field of education, as we heard from the speaker. I think these issues are ones that should be firmly on the agenda of the G20. Of course, besides these three high-level deliverables, we will also be advancing issues such as addressing the debt burden. The question of debt, of course, it is one that is preventing countries like South Africa and Brazil from being on track in terms of addressing the sustainable development goals. We are 6 years before 2030, and according to the reports we are getting, at the pace we are going, we'll only be able to achieve only 12% of these goals unless drastic action is taken to turbocharge the progress. I think one of the areas that will need to be addressed is the question of debt, the issue of debt distress, which of course is preventing us from making progress on the SDGs. The question of climate, of course, will be firmly on the agenda, and we commend the outcomes that have been reached through the TF Clima during Brazil's presidency. Of course, the issue of global health is also quite important, especially as it relates to future pandemic preparedness. We do feel that we require a global solidarity when it comes to those important issues, because you would bear testimony that this matter was not addressed in the way it should have been when the world was going through the COVID pandemic. Our expectations, of course, was that in a moment where the world was facing a common crisis, there should have been more solidarity, but that was not the case, and we should ensure that as has been advanced in the presidents of Brazil and now South Africa, that if we are faced with similar circumstances in the future, we should respond better to ensure that no one is left behind. As I conclude, Madam Facilitator, please be assured that when South Africa takes over the chair of the G20, we would put firmly on the table the developmental agenda, which has been advanced by Brazil, before it, India, and then Indonesia, of course, for the benefit of the Global South. Our intention is to ensure that these issues remain on the table, and of course that a lasting legacy when it comes to progress on these issues is of course is achieved. And lastly, when we take over, we will ensure that the people on the ground, just like Brazil has done, their voices are heard. And when we reach the summit in Johannesburg, we want a situation where the voices of the people find expression in the leaders' declaration. That is what the world expects from South Africa, as Brazil has done, to ensure that no one is left behind, and that all voices that matter are heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mugani. We take seriously your commitment, and we hope to meet again in South Africa, and we wish you the best in the new presidency. We are very much sure that you take the most advantage possible of having the G20 in South Africa before initiating a new round and moving to other countries where we see will be perhaps more difficult to have broader civil society participation. So the work that we'll do in South Africa will be essential in moving us to the next presidents at the US. So thank you so much. And with that, e com isso, eu quero passar
And
então a
with that,
palavra ao ministro
I want
Márcio
to pass
Macedo,
the floor for
agradecendo
Minister
pelo seu
Márcio
tempo e
Macedo,
paciência de
thanking
estar
him
aqui
for your
conosco
time
nesse
and
momento, mas
patience to
acho
be
que
here with us
foi
right
muito
now.
importante
But I
o
think
senhor
it was
ficar e
also important
escutar
for you
e
to
ter
stay
essa
here,
possibilidade
listen,
de estarmos
and to have the
juntos aqui.
possibility
Muito
of being
obrigada.
together.
Bom dia, todas as
Good
companheiras,
morning, all the colleagues, everyone that is here, the leaders, the militants, the representatives of civil society organized in our country, in Brazil. Good morning. Everyone that is visiting us, that are coming from other countries to be part of the C20. All of you should be welcome and well received by this joy and the happiness of the Brazilian people represented here by the leaderships of the social movements in Brazil. I want to start by saying hello to Alessandra Nilo in her name and the name of Henrique. I want to congratulate everyone that coordinated this amazing work for this year for G20, and we have today with this meaningful contribution to the social G20 and for the G20 from the chief of states. So it's a very consistent document and a great document in the point of view of the debate of those who built this life on the daily basis in the civil society. So in your name, in the name of Henrique, I want to say that we admire and we recognize everything that you have done. And when I finish here, I'm going to say why am I here and why I wanted to be here. I want to I'm sorry for the word. I'm still like Ariano Suassuna, one of the Brazilian writers. I like to say hello for the representative of the South African government, Jesse. Am I saying your name right, Mongenzi? Okay. Ariano Suassuna is a Brazilian writer, and he resisted a lot not to speak any foreign language, and it's one of the classics here in the Brazilian literature. And I'm sorry for my English, but I want to tell you that history has its importances and its symbols. And it's great to know that the next country to receive G20 after Brazil is South Africa. And we are countries, we identify and we are very similar, and we are hard workers, and we have a resistance history, and we have similar characteristics. We are a country and a people that works a lot. We are brothers. We are connected by history, and we are connected by the African story. We are countries that we went through crises and regimes. We had leaders that were able to listen to people and to keep with this fight and transition to democracy. And this is what we are living in Brazil right now. I was in South Africa when I was working, and I was part of the commission of the climate changes, and I went to present this the list of changes for the South African Parliament, and I was received by my brothers from CNA, and I realized how that country is similar to Brazil in its beauties and its challenges. And when they are fighting the pain that its people fight in those the poor neighborhoods and in the neighborhoods that are struggling to survive. And that's why we say that we are brothers and sisters. Alessandra said something here that was very interesting, and it makes all the difference. No, sorry, André said that. I think that Brazil is one of the countries that the ministry, the finance minister, it's talking about climate change. And this is the difference. If we didn't have Fernando Haddad, we wouldn't advance as much. So I want to say that everyone that is part, I want to congratulate everyone that is part of the finance ministry. I want to congratulate Marcia, that is represent the Ministry of Development and Social Assistance and fight. That's one of the themes that President Lula talks about. And I want to congratulate my colleague Marina Sina and everyone that is part of the Ministry of
I also want to greet Lucia Souto, that is an advisor for the initiatives of the Ministry of Health that have to do with diversity, and it is quite an innovative initiative. We are creating a social participation system that is interministerial. So all of the ministries now have a leader that works with social participation. The movements can speak to this person and share their recommendations, their criticism, and interact with these ministries. So, Lucia, it's so important for you to be here because you're symbolizing this new moment. I want to be brief, but I want to tell you all that I'm here to say something. And I, of course, am here to hear you all, even though I have a very tight schedule. But what I want to say is that the C20 was the big inspiration for us to create the social G20. And I insisted on being here because sometimes we're writing things in the present, and sometimes we don't realize the proportions of what we're doing. And then when we take some distance, right, with time and looking back at history, I think we will be able to realize that we are writing an important chapter in history. You have inspired us to expand this process. And President Lula has made a very serious decision here of creating the social G20. It was a brave and bold and also a necessary decision, because what is the G20? Well, the G20 is a meeting with the 19 most powerful economies in the world, plus the European Union and the African Union. So we have all these people in their suits and ties, their formal wear, making decisions that have the potential to affect populations around the world. And these populations are not heard. The people are not heard. Or this huge effort on behalf of the engagement groups trying to be heard. So what was the decision we made and that President Lula made? Creating the social G20 to facilitate the debate of the engagement groups and to expand the participation of organizations of civil society. And now we are building this important chapter together, this important chapter of history. The engagement groups, the first thing that I said when the president determined I would be coordinating the social G20, I said, we have to get the engagement groups together. We need to hear about their extraordinary work. And our huge inspiration was the C20, thinking of these social movements. So why can't the engagement groups be in dialogue with the tracks, the finance tracks, the geopolitical tracks? So sometimes, yes, okay, the economy is complex and people say, oh, the population doesn't understand it. No, people understand this. The economy can only solve the problems of countries if they can understand how to interact with the population. I just want to give a quick example here. I am from the northeast of Brazil, from a city that is between the more desert area and the Atlantic rainforest. And my father was an agricultural producer and my mom was a housewife. When I was 14 years old, and I was the second youngest, and my parents said, okay, we're in a bad financial situation, but we want you to continue going to school, but you have to go to the capital to go to school now. And we will be able to cover your basic costs and your food. At that time, it was basically like minimum wage. You will have actually half of this minimum wage to survive. So let's make a list here of what is absolutely necessary for you to survive. You will be going to a public school, you will have a place to sleep, and you have food to eat. What do you need? Transportation to go to school. Okay, how much is that going to cost? You need some money to get some food in school. Sometimes it wasn't enough. So we started listing what I would need to survive. And they said, well, you're going to have to study in order to grow. So you're going to have to make things work. You're going to have to survive on half a minimum wage. So we listed what was absolutely essential, and I am here. I was saved by education as an individual and also through my activism in these social movements and as a citizen. So that is what popular economy is about. And the economists need to be able to read the popular knowledge for the people. The economy only makes sense if it exists to solve the people's problems. That is why this interaction is so essential. You said it very nicely. You know, people know what they want for the economy and the country. The government needs to be able to hear these needs, the country's needs. And that way you have the investments, the fiscal policies that are necessary if the government can understand what society needs, what the country needs. And that is the challenge that we have. That is why it is so important to see this interaction between the groups of civil society with the other tracks. That's why we are speaking about Tatiana, Minister Haddad, Mauro. That was essential. We said we need to strengthen the engagement groups. We need to highlight these engagement groups. And when we do this, we can take this to society as a whole. And that's what we're doing. We want these groups to be in these discussions, to be able to do something even bigger, interacting with the G20 and the social G20. So what are we doing here right now in this historical moment? We are calling society to, of course, move forward respecting the independence of these social movements in order to be in this debate and have an influence on the public policies that will be implemented by the states. That is our challenge, for us to be heard, for our perspectives to be in these policies that will be guiding the government. Of course, the G20, as Tatiana said, works with consensuses and gives guidelines. But if you have symbolic decisions, and life is made up of symbols, this is a historical moment. I think this needs to be very clear. We need to understand what we're doing here. Look at the G20's agendas. Look at how bold Brazil is being now with President Lula and the organized social movements. And actually, I want to say something else. Creating the social G20, this creation by President Lula, it means two things. First of all, it has to do with his story. And secondly, it has to do with how he trusts the social movements in his country. And this has to do with defending democracy for many generations and facing poverty and thinking of policies for social justice. So look at these three pillars here and what we're doing. Putting this at the global center stage, having the 20 biggest economies speaking about the fight against hunger, the fight against poverty, and fighting inequalities. This is such a huge burden on the world. What else? We want to face those that are in denial about climate change. We need policies for mitigation and reparation. And we need to have an energy transition, and it's not just any energy transition. We need to have a just energy transition. Number three, we need to have a debate about the new world or global governance. And what does this mean? The model that the UN is leading is obsolete. This reproduces a correlation of forces that dates back to the Second World War. And I want to say more. The countries that make up the UN Council that speak about peace are the ones that finance and start the wars. So, you know, we really cannot just ignore this. We have to face this. And the social G20 was inspired on the engagement groups and specifically in the C20, so that the organized populations around the globe can contribute. Now, we think about, for example, taxing the super rich. The movements are discussing this very strongly, and I want to go back to what I said. I think President Lula's trust in the organized movements in his country are really going to have an influence in the final document. And yes, it is necessary to have taxes for the super rich in order for us to reach social justice. Studies are saying that 2% of the super rich control the wealth of the world. You know, these taxes, they don't mean anything to them. 2% of their wealth being taxed. And what does it mean? It means we will be solving the problems of 350 million families around the world. Do you know what that means? Financing for the climate, so we can continue having the tropical rainforests in Brazil and Indonesia around the world, solving the problems of local communities that live in the forests and those that live in the outskirts of cities close to forests. This is what we are doing. That is what this is about. So this really is a historical moment, in my opinion. We need to understand how significant this is. What we're doing together here with the government, the popular and democratic government of President Lula, and with the people represented by you all. We are representing a representative democracy. And we are rebuilding this country after 4 dark years in which this country came close to fascism, and all instruments of social participation were dismantled, and they were silenced, but they still resisted and helped us to come back. This is what we are doing here at this social G20 in these debates about the engagement groups, and that is why I am here. And I want to thank you all. I just want to highlight how important your work is, the work that we are doing, because we are experiencing a very delicate moment in world history. Humanity's values are under attack. This is a dispute that is happening right now between the civilizatory values of society, of social justice, fraternity, the fight against hunger, fighting prejudice, and on the other side we have fascism, prejudice, violence, hate. That group does not like the working class. They don't like Black people. They don't like poor people. They don't like empowered women. They don't like the LGBTQIA+ community. And they do not respect these advances in humanity. And we need to face this. And we can only face this together with the people and the democratic governments. It's very important what we're doing here together. And I want to say, we really need to respect the autonomy of the movements. Our perception as President Lula's government is that we need to respect the autonomy of these social movements. We have no intention of having the movements be the government's agents. We are partners. We are, of course, in different spheres. We are the government, and we need to deliver what the population needs. You are movements, civil society. You need to point towards alternatives and share constructive criticism for new paths and defend the democracy. Because yes, we may be in different spheres, but we are on the same side of history, defending democracy and social justice. So, my partners, colleagues, I was so happy after such a long dialogue with the South African government that they will be carrying out the social G20 next year with the South African presidency. And on the 16th, when we finish with a plenary for the social G20, we will be presenting a summary document that is being created by the several engagement groups, the social groups, the bilateral conversations. We will be addressing 3 central topics, and all of the material produced by the engagement groups will be making up a document that will be delivered to the heads of state of the G20 so they can get to know the work of the engagement groups of these social movements. These are orientations. So those that are wise enough to know that they need to govern with the people and hear the people and really guide themselves by the population, this will be very valuable. This summary document will be shared and it will be delivered to President Lula on the Saturday, the November the 16th at 11 a.m. We will have the final plenary. You're all invited. At 11 a.m., President Lula arrives, and you know who's going to be with him? The President of South Africa, for conducting this transition and delivering the document so that the South Africans can conduct this deep debate throughout the year and carry on with the social forum next year there. So I just want to finish up by asking your permission to propose something. Let's build together an agenda, as President Lula suggested in the engagement group meeting, so that we can follow this work, so that we can think of orientation and how these ideas can become public policies that can be implemented in these countries. Let's create an agenda for the social movements of the social G20 to be in this debate, to put some pressure in these countries so that we can help in this transformation in the world and in people's lives. So thank you so much. Warm regards to everybody. Congratulations to the C20 and the social G20. I wish us all the best.
Muito obrigada, ministro.
Thank you so much,
Márcio Macedo.
Minister Márcio Macedo. I think your participation was really important. Thank you for being here with us and for being so committed with the Brazilian government. We know that Brazil's biggest challenge and South Africa's biggest challenge has to do with the central issue of inequalities and equalities in these countries. And of course, this affects decision-making around resources. We know that the economy needs to shift its paradigm. Instead of serving for the concentration of wealth, it needs to think about our rights. And we spoke to President Lula about our rights. Our rights need to be in these discussions. We can no longer continue in this way. And in this process, I just want to say that we are together in this partnership. Thank you so much. And before we finish up this discussion round with those that are still here with us, I want to ask our producers to play our video. We have our Minister of Health, Minister Nizia. She unfortunately could not be here with us in person, but she did prepare a video for us. So as I said, she couldn't be here, but we have a video, and she is such an important partner in this process with civil society. So thank you to all the participants of this discussion table, and let's now watch the minister's video. Thank you. I wish that I could be with you all in this special moment for the G20, which is the C20, such an important forum for civil society. And I'm very pleased to be greeting you all, even though I am doing this online. I want to highlight the C20's contributions to the healthcare agenda, and we think this is a very important global forum for discussions. Brazil took on the G20's presidency, prioritizing this fight against historical inequalities, the fight against hunger, the construction of sustainable and resilient healthcare systems. As a result of this work, G20 Health has established a unanimous agreement between the 20 biggest economies of the world. Resolutions about climate change, equity in healthcare, and universal healthcare, involving human healthcare and environmental healthcare. The Coalition for Local and Regional Partnership is one of the highlights I want to emphasize as an achievement of G20 Health. We know that following the principle of leaving no one behind, none of these goals can be achieved without dialogue and strong participation from civil society. It is through the action of the C20 that we can ensure the presence of society and the necessary listening, making the demands of the G20 a reflection of what citizens expect from us. That is why I send my sincere thanks to each and every one of you, and to all the national and international organizations for your important collaboration in the C20 Brazil, with a special mention to the Brazilian Association of NGOs, which coordinated the presidency together with the organization Gestos and the Paulus Institute. The collaboration of each and every one of you has been and will continue being essential for us to implement a global agenda for healthcare that is inclusive, just, and that ensures access to this right. Thank you very, very much.
Muito obrigada, a ministra Nízia.
Thank you, Minister Nisia.
Bem, colegas e colegas, muito obrigada mesmo. A
Well,
gente precisa fazer só uma
thank you for the table. We just need a picture here with all of the panelists.
muito rapidamente para termos a oportunidade.
It's going to be fast, so we have the opportunity.
Só aproveitar só para convidá-los para a atividade de
Just to
lançamento do
invite
relatório do
you
G20 social
for the G20 report on the 15th at 2 o'clock at Cobra.
Vamos nos dispersar porque ainda continua a sessão.
So we will keep the session. Please do not leave.
Muito obrigada. Gente,
Thank
então,
you.
muito obrigada a vocês, muito obrigada.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Obrigada. Bem, então agora... Thank you so much. Happy you're here. So, let's move on. Let's continue. We are almost there to finish the session in the morning. I will ask people to accommodate in the chair, please. Okay, so I would like now to invite... vou pedir para as pessoas, enfim, a gente voltar a se concentrar.
Please, let's go back to your seats.
Leave the corridor. So, yes, we are about to begin the session. Okay. Can you close the door? Okay, thank you so much. Eu queria só fechar a porta aí. Okay, so this session is very brief. So this is the moment to hear from our International Advisory Committee members. So I'd like to invite Ricardo Moro. Please, Ricardo. Guilhermina Catius, AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Sorry. Krishna Ashuton. Anselmo Lee. Thank you so much. And the idea is to hear from them in 3-4 minutes maximum. Can you close the door, please, colleagues? Okay. So the idea is to hear now from them their comments on what was said and what we hear from the panelists. Let's begin with Ricardo.
Okay.
3 minutes, please.
First, I'm very happy to be here, of course, and I'm very happy that the representative of the South African government can stay with us to listen to our replies. And I would like to, I try to list 5 words to organize a reflection in 3 minutes. It's very delicate, but I hope that it will be useful to focus on some key round point. So to our officials and also for us, what I would say is that we need first rights. The five words are, the first one is rights, human rights. And human rights calls inclusion and participation. That is not only related to the universal access to services in order to reduce the inequality, but also to the idea of G20. Let's remember that G20 is not including, I mean, G20 as C2 as a G7 is in a way excluding someone. And I think that our members of the G20 should always remember that the home for everybody is United Nations. So what we ask them is to use their power to strengthen the United Nations frameworks. Second truth, we need a truth in terms of policy coherence. The government speak one language in United Nations with the 2030 agenda and a different language in Geneva, in Geneva, in the World Trade Organization, for instance. But we need truth also speaking about the roles. We make an exercise in Italy, checking the words of the communique on development of the G7, and the private sector is mentioned 29 times, and civil society is mentioned 4 times. This gives you the perception. The risk is that in this moment, we are thinking that private sector is the actor, and it is not. I mean, private sector companies work for profit, and it is legitimate, nothing against that. But what we have to do is to find a way to involve people, and this can be done only through civil society organizations and movement. In that sense, I'm very worried. I have to be very frank. I'm very worried about what I've heard this morning about the G20 social. A process of inclusion of civil society, of social movements can't be led by the government. It has to be led by civil society itself. So C20 is something like that. So I'd be a bit unpolite. I don't understand why we need a G20 social, or I can understand if the government helps the civil society in its autonomy and independency to organize with resources, because we don't have resources, meeting, etc. The document that Alessandra has in her hands, is the result of a very long and complicated work of contribution from all over the world. I'm not sure that the document that will be released on the last day of the G20 social is coming from such a deep process of participation. So I don't want to be bad. This is not the point. The point is to understand how the will to help civil society that comes from the government, that comes from the Brazilian government, that has been already declared by the South African government, and that we welcome, can be put in place in a way that is coherent with the premises, with the right and fair roles of the actors. And I repeat, the process of civil society has to be free and totally independent. And in that sense, C20 is the space to do that. It's what we are doing. We have done for 10, 15 years. I don't remember how many. So let's speak about that. Then I finished my time. I mentioned just the last words, 3 words. One is community, and community means responsibility. So let's be very careful on taxation, on finance regulation, on rules, because responsibility, to have responsibility by all, we need rules. And the process we've heard this morning on financial architecture is interesting, but it's too slow. The fourth is culture. We need culture to put all these things together, and the result can be peace. We are here to build peace together. We have to be very frank saying when we disagree, for instance, because it is the only way to build peace in a real, true, and consistent and sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. And then I will give the floor to Guilhermina.
In this opportunity, I will speak Spanish, which is my native language, so you can have translation. Gracias por quedarse, a quienes se están quedando. Tenía varios temas para tratar, pero voy a
Thank you
tratar
for
solo los
continuing
temas
here,
concretos
and we have
para
some
que
things
estamos
to
acá, y
treat.
también gracias al
And
representante del gobierno de
thank you
Sudáfrica
for the ones that
seguir con
are
nosotros.
here. Thank you for the
Efectos de
representative of
articulación y
South Africa
participación
for
de la sociedad
still
civil
being here with
formales
us.
y reconocidos
When we are
son
talking
cada vez
about
más reducidos
civil
en el mundo.
society participation,
Vemos
and the
que hay un grupo de
formal and
trabajo
recognized spaces are smaller and
excelente
smaller
que
in the
habla
world, and we are able to see that. We have work groups in the C20 to talk specifically about this, and we suffer the consequences of that. The access of civil society to the decision-making environment, it's not fair. And in some places they participate a lot, and in others they don't even know about it. Then we have differences to this aspects and the dialogue possibilities between the ones that are making the decisions and we from civil society that are sitting down here. The experience showed us that some people are happening and that affects people, and the experiences makes us understand not only in the point of view of this protectional point of view, personal point of view, and as an institution. And we are not thinking about those lessons to the future. And I go back to civil society. In these big problems that the state, the representatives, our representatives that were elected in a democratic process, we cannot fight this independently. So civil society organized, it's here, and we are there to follow, to monitor, to do what we need to do. And we are doing this for the citizens, for our people, to our people, to for humanity. And we always gonna be there. And the time to talk about the public policies and the structural to execute those policies, to evaluate that, we are excluded from the process. And I'm not talking about the Brazilian government or any particular government. I'm talking about the whole world. At UN, we have been talking, and also the WHO, the pandemic voted so civil society would be left aside, and states where their own territories recognize that they are connected with civil society participation. On a UN, they voted against it, and we're not going to be part of it. So we need to get there on how we manage to do so. We always want to be in those places, and we thank you for the Brazilian government and the other government, but we always want more. We want to be part of this. We want to have our voice. We want to be listened. Since the elaboration, promotion, implementation, and evaluation of any public policy that will affect us, this is what we require. This is what we search for. And this is also what we are trying to do to collaborate. Thank you, Brazil, for this entire process. That was an amazing process, and it's going to reflect in many different declarations. South Africa, we wish you all the best and success, and we ask you to include us and to recognize C20. And this is a way that civil society has to participate, is an institutionalized, so we can sit down with the decision makers, with the leaders, and we can debate and talk about this. Maybe we won't get to an agreement, but maybe we do. So thank you once again. And I want to say I'm sorry as women, as Argentinian, to say now, I thank you for the recognition that the First Lady did publicly today. The posture of the Argentinian government today does not represent us. It's not what we think. It's not what we live, what we fight for. We are living in a very complex and violent and concerning situation, but something's clear. We will not put down our flags. We will not, we will keep talking about public health. We will keep talking about human health and human rights and diversities, sexual and reproductive rights. Those are only a few examples what we have in Argentina. They will not silence us. They will not make us shut down, and we will not stop. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
E viva la marea verde. Viva!
And we celebrate the green wave.
E com isso quero dar a
And
palavra
with this, I want to pass the floor to Krishna.
Yes, please. Thank you. From Amrita. Amrita foi a fundação.
From Amrita was the foundation that had the C20 in India last year. And I should say that we Brazilians and organizations of civil society here, we were welcomed in India by Amrita, and we thank you for your work in this partnership.
Bon dia. Namaste, my pranams. This is my greetings from India. I'd like to first start with actually the greetings from our Civil 20 India chair, Srimata Amritanandamayi Devi, a world-renowned humanitarian. It's been such an honor to be part of the Civil 20 Brazil International Advisory Committee, and I wanted to share some thoughts. Perhaps I may take a little bit more than 3 minutes, and I ask for your forgiveness for that. What I wanted to really share was the Civil 20 process really represents a very unique political and collaborative effort, bringing civil society voices to the global policy discussion. So it offers us an opportunity to address very complex, intersecting ideas that cannot be tackled in isolation and require very comprehensive, forward-thinking solutions. And I think one clear example is of climate crisis. I think it destabilizes ecosystems, reduces agricultural productivity, increases competition for limited resources, etc. And to address food shortages and environmental degradation, several countries have gone looking at resource-intensive farming, deforestation, and even culling of animals. So which kind of borderlines ethical boundaries. So in such cases, Civil 20 plays a very vital role in advocating very adaptive, resilient policies, one that prepares for future challenges, and rather than responding to the fact of what has already been done. And this is something I saw as a good example here in Civil 20 Brazil. Going further, quoting another example from Civil 20 India, I think under the leadership of the chair, we had a very simple campaign such as seed ball campaign, which is distribution of seeds, nutrients, and soil, and dispersing across very disparate, degraded areas. The simplicity of the solution was so appalling that even with minimal resources, one is able to actually naturally and germinate these seeds without intensive labor or water use. And just in a matter of 6 months, over 2 million such seed balls were dispersed. Taking another example, technology has become such an undeniable force, shaping economies, cultures, individual lives around the world. While its potential for growth and development is vast, so are the challenges. So in Civil 20 India, we for the first time brought to the foreground the concerns with technologies such as artificial intelligence, which has been very much talked about today by many Brazilian working groups, as well as the ministerial representations here, the data biases, etc., and social media, which can both amplify both positive and negative influences. So recognizing this powerful role of digital transformation, the Civil 20 Brazil advocated for very responsible governance frameworks, protection of user, promotion of digital inclusion, and upholding privacy. So what is the way forward? I think I'd like to quote our Civil 20 chair, who stated that in order to ensure long-term existence and safety of humanity, it is necessary to embrace certain overarching values and principles and work together as a unified whole. And the power of love and compassion are essential solutions to confront threats, dangers, and challenges. So we need integration across not only the multiple engagement groups, and the numerous stakeholders under the broad umbrella of G20, but also go beyond and be inclusive of those countries that are not particularly part of G20, just as India had done in including the African Union. So we just feel that many issues regarding technology, security, transparency, gender equality, One Health, looking at environmental stability, education, digital transformation, etc., are highly interconnected and cannot be taken in isolation. And we need a coordinated approach, an outlook that will really help ensure policies that avoid short-term fixes and prioritize sustainable, ethical, and inclusive solutions. So in closing, I would like to congratulate Civil 20 Brazil for having very well amplified the voices of India and the previous countries that have taken part in Civil 20 very actively. And we feel that this perspective can be taken forward by South Africa as well. We must continue not only advocating for policies, but also showcasing best practices that are very proactive, not reactive, not divisive, not fragmented, but very holistic in nature. By doing so, Civil 20 will not only respond to today's challenges, but also shape a very resilient, inclusive, and compassionate global future. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. I think it was the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that we heard the word love. And I think we cannot never forget that love is everything. And without love, you cannot overcome hate and wars, etc., etc. So thank you for doing that. Thank you so much. And Anselmo Lee from South Korea.
Okay, bon dia. I'm not going to make a speech. So listening to all the presentation yesterday, today, I try to make a summary in terms of number, because we are making history in the history of the G20 and C20. So let me share with you my historical analysis. You know, this is the first time Brazil, not Bolsonaro, Lula, that's very important. I have attended, okay, many of us would have not come if Lula is not president of Brazil today. So I have been to the C20 summit more than 10 times. So I can compare this C20 to the previous one briefly. Number one, first time, the most progressive agenda, in the history of G20 summit, we have to remember, most progressive agenda, super rich issues, inequality, and many things. Number two, this is the last G20 summit of the first cycle, As you know, the last year in India, next time South Africa, consecutively Global South, consecutively. In the beginning of G20, it was a G7 country. It started with America, UK, and Canada. So now ending with the Global South, very important. So we are beginning the new chapter for G20. And then first time, C20 meeting both president and the first lady, the history. That's very important. The president, former labor union, and the first lady, feminist and sociologist. That's very important. We have to put in the record the first time in G20 history, okay? And then also first time, Africa Union attending G20 summit as an official member. Africa, congratulations, Africa Union, And then third time, Putin from Russia will not attend the G20 summit. Consecutively 3 times. First time, 4 geopolitical summit. Usually every year we have a G7 meeting, BRICS summit, and then G20. But this year, we have one more summit, Global South Summit, G77 in Uganda, Africa. That's very interesting. So it's a balance. G77, G7, BRICS, and G20. First time this year, Again, first time, C20, we have 3 times a year, Usually once or twice. 3 times, inception meeting, March, Minister meeting July, and the summit, first time, 3 times a year. Congratulations. Okay? That's why we are able to produce quality policy pack, because we met 3 times in phase. First time, also second, this is the second time, C20 meeting with the ministers. The second time, first time it was Bali, Indonesia. So like today, we had a meeting with all the ministers, real engagement, congratulations. So we need to continue this tradition in South Africa. Direct engagement with the ministers. Few more. And the first time, G20 Social Summit, as we discussed, we all know, it's the first time, because in the past, C20, all the engagement group, they were engaging outside. First time, we have the space, platform, with the summit and the engagement. This is a big achievement, didn't come true, congratulations. And then, first time, 2 new engagement group. The engagement, we are one of them, right? Last year, we have 11. And Brazil created 2 new engagement group. That is ocean and judiciary. Because many countries, judiciary is a big obstacle to democracy, So G20 want to address the judicial problem, this Supreme Court and Constitutional Court, Congratulations, we have 2 new, And working group, number of working group, last year India, 14, but we reduced to 10, congratulations. So less working group, okay? And then in working group, this year, very interestingly, 2 new working group, that is philanthropy for the first time, and also racism. That's racism as a main theme for working group. That's very, very important. Congratulations. This racism, because this is, as we discussed, it's not only the social, it's a global, neo-colonial globalization, So this has to continue in South Africa and United States 2020. We need to really push for this colonial racism agenda, starting from Brazil. Congratulations, Okay, lastly, 9 times, there's 18 times G20 summit, but half of the time were hosted by the city with a beach. I don't know why. Half-time beach. Again, Rio is a beach. The summit with a beach. That's very important, 9 times consecutively, 9 times. Very important. Thank you for hosting in Rio, so we can go to beach. 6 times is hosted by the champion of World Cup, football World Cup. That is a UK, France, Germany, Italy, Argentina, Okay, now next year, it's not the end of our engagement. Next year, there are 2 more important meetings in Brazil. So Brazil legacy contribution continue. Next year, COP30, climate here, right? And also BRICS summit here, Brazil again. So we don't say goodbye. We have to come again next year, So I want to say, see you again in Brazil in Portuguese. Let's learn. Okay?
Okay.
Let's learn together Portuguese. Nos vemos novamente no Brasil em 2025.
I will see you all in Brazil again in 2025.
Então, colegas, eu acho que foi.
All right, dear colleagues, I think this is a wonderful way to finish up our morning session.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
The International Advisory Committee. Eu espero que vocês tenham apreciado. I hope you had enjoyed this morning. It was a very important moment for us, and the sessions will continue in the afternoon. Sarah, do we have Henrique? Sorry, Henrique, Henrique left. I was alone. No, Henrique, you have the floor.
Muito obrigada, Alessandra, aos nossos membros do comitê.
Thank you to Alessandra and the members of the International Committee and all the co-facilitators that presented our recommendations. I know 3 minutes is not a lot to sum up 1 year of intense work, many hours that you dedicated to this. And it's important to say that the organizations from Brazil that co-facilitated in collaboration with international organizations from other countries in our working groups, they really took this commitment seriously to facilitate. So it's not our individual agenda, it's not our personal agenda. Our commitment was to facilitate dialogue so we could build collective recommendations. And I really do believe that this package of proposals mirrors this collective construction that was facilitated by these amazing and super committed people. And it has already been said here by our dear members of the International Committee and by the previous discussion table. We know about the innovations of the C20 this year. They are not a merit of the presidency. They are not my merit or Alessandro's merit. If we have a merit, it is being able to hear and be able to construct based on what we hear from the social movements in Brazil and around the world. That might be our merit. But the innovation comes from this construction and the historical struggles of Brazilian civil society in its diversity. Thank you for being here with us this morning. We will be back at 2 p.m. We, I know, are a bit delayed here. So we have a restaurant in the hotel. There's a hotel next door too that also has a restaurant that you can go to. So there might be a bit of a line, but we hope that you can all get your lunch, and we will be back here at 2 p.m. with the afternoon discussion panel that it will also be very important. So please be back at 2 p.m. We're now going to take a picture with the International Committee and with our dear representative from South Africa.
Boa tarde. Vamos recomeçar. Peço que todas e todos tomem seus assentos. Bom, nessa sessão da tarde nós temos ainda lugares disponíveis aqui no auditório, então acredito que vamos
In the
conseguir
afternoon session,
acomodar
we
todos
have
aqui.
we still have
Sejam
space.
bem-vindas e
I believe
bem-vindas,
that we are all gonna have
bem-vindas
welcome
novamente
everyone here.
ao
Welcome
à
once
nossa cúpula do
again
C20
to our
Brasil no ano de
C20 summit in
2024.
2024.
É uma
And
sessão
this
muito
morning, we have a
importante com a
very important
presença da
session with the
primeira-dama,
First
ministro Márcio
Lady,
Macedo, representação da
Minister
África
Márcio
do
Macedo,
Sul,
the
diversos
representative from
ministérios do Brasil,
South Africa,
e
Men's
aqui
Minister
as
in
nossas
Brazil,
co-facilitadoras e
where
co-facilitadores dos grupos de
our
trabalho puderam
co-facilitators from the
apresentar as
work group were able
principais
to present
demandas do
their
pacote
main
de
demand
recomendações políticas
in
do C20 que nós
this
estamos
package
lançando
of
hoje. Esse
C20 that
documento
we
está
are
disponível
launching today.
no
This
site do
document is
C20
available on the
Brasil,
website
por
of
enquanto em
C20
inglês.
Brazil.
Vocês sabem que o
For now in
compromisso
English, but you
do
know that the
C20 no
commitment of
Brasil
the
é
C20 in
também de
Brazil
produzir toda a
is
sua
also to
documentação, materiais
produce
em
all
português.
its
Então, esse
documents
material
and
será
material in
traduzido para o
Portuguese,
português e também
and
vai
this
estar
will be
disponível lá no
translated to
site,
Portuguese. It will be available
em
on the
português. Por
website.
enquanto, a versão em inglês, mas esperem
For
que
now,
teremos
only
também a
English,
versão em
but we hope
português,
to
né?
have the Portuguese
Eu queria
version
mais uma
soon.
vez agradecer às
Once again, I'd like to
organizações
thank you for the organizations
que apoiaram
and
o C20 no
funds that
Brasil ao longo
supported
desse
G20
ano.
in Brazil
Então,
throughout this
é
year.
super importante dizer
It's
que
very
sem esse
important to
apoio o trabalho
say
não teria
that without
acontecido.
the
O C20
support,
como
the
grupo
work wouldn't happen.
autônomo
C20 as an
quer
autonomous
manter a
group
sua
that wants
capacidade
to maintain
crítica e
its
propositiva
critical
perante os países do
capacity
G20,
through this
precisa também
G20
ter
countries need
a
to
segurança
have
financeira de que
the
nós não vamos ter
financial
interferência
safety that
naquilo que
we
nós
won't have
propomos.
any
Então, esses
interference of what we are
apoiadores
proposing.
de fato acreditaram, não é, nesse
So the
trabalho. Então,
supporting, in
queria
fact, they
nomear
believe in
aqui
that work.
a
I
AIDS
want to
Healthcare
name here AIDS
Foundation,
Care
a
Health
Open
Foundation, the
Society,
Open
a Fundação
Society,
Ford,
Ford
a
Foundation,
STD Action
STD Action
Campaign,
Campaign,
a Prefeitura do Rio, o governo do Estado do
the
Rio, que
government of
nos
Rio de
apoiaram
Janeiro
também
that
com o apoio
supported us
logístico ao longo
with the
desse ano
logistics
nos
throughout
encontros que
this year in
fizemos
the
aqui no
meetings
Rio
that
de
we had
Janeiro.
here in Rio de
O
Janeiro.
Instituto Clima e Sociedade,
The
que
Climate
também teve
Society Institute
participação como
that
apoiador
also had
do
this
C20 ao longo desse ano.
support
Então, muito
in
obrigado.
the C20
Outro
this year.
agradecimento especial, né, que
Another
eu não fiz de
special
manhã,
thanks that
e
I
que tem a
didn't
ver,
did that
não
I
é, com
didn't
esse
do this
princípio de
morning has to
inclusão e
do with this
acessibilidade do C20,
inclusion and
é que nós
accessibility of
estamos
G20
incorporando
is that we are
audiodescrição a todos os
incorporating
nossos
this
eventos. Então, queria
audio
apresentar
description
aqui
to
a
the events.
Conrádio, toda a
So I
equipe da
want to present
Conrádio,
here
que faz
Conrádio
a
and the team of
audiodescrição, e a
Conrádio that is
audiodescrição está
working
sendo
with
transmitida, né,
this,
nos
and
nossos
this is
canais da
being
Bong e da Gestos
transmitted in
no
our
YouTube. Então,
channels at
todas as
Bong
pessoas
and
com
Gesto on
deficiência
YouTube.
também podem acompanhar,
So
né, as
everyone with
nossas
disabilities can
atividades a
also
partir do
follow
belo
our
trabalho que a Conrádio
activities
faz de
from the work
audiodescrição, para
that
que elas
Conrádio
consigam
do with
também
audio
ter
description, so they
participação
can
plena e compreender
also
tudo
have
que está
this
acontecendo aqui.
participate and
Por esse
understand
motivo,
everything that is
nós que
happening
estamos no
here.
palco não
For
estamos
this,
fazendo
we
a
that
nossa
are on the
própria
stage are not
audiodescrição. A
doing
audiodescrição já
our
está
audio
sendo
description
feita
because it's being
diretamente pelos
done
colegas, e os
by
materiais,
our
os vídeos vão
colleagues,
ser
and all,
disponibilizados
everything,
também
the
com
videos will
audiodescrição.
be
Então,
made
muito obrigado,
available
né,
with
ao trabalho de
this
vocês.
audio description. Thank you for your work.
Para essa sessão da tarde, que
For
nós
this afternoon
denominamos
session
Elevando a Solidariedade
that we
Internacional,
call
os desafios à nossa frente, nós vamos ter uma sessão dividida
Rising
em duas
international
partes.
solidarity, the
E a
challenges
primeira
ahead,
delas é uma
it's going to
parte
be
muito
divided in two
sensível, né,
parts. And
que
the
é
first
o
of
lançamento de uma
it's the
declaração
launch of a
conjunta
joint
que o
declaration on
C20, o
Haiti,
W20, o
that
grupo de
C20,
mulheres e o L20,
W20,
o grupo de
the
trabalhadoras e
L20,
trabalhadores, consensuou em relação à situação do
they
Haiti.
said
Como vocês
concerning
sabem, o
Haiti.
Haiti é
As you
a
know,
Alessandra sempre
Haiti,
coloca isso, é
Alessandra
um
always
exemplo
says that is an
daquilo que
example
nós
of
falamos que nunca
everything
deve
that
acontecer,
we
né?
said it
Todo
should never
país que está
happen.
sendo
An
deixado para
entire country
trás
that is being
pelo
left
resto do
behind
mundo. E a
by the rest of the
incapacidade
world.
dos líderes
And this
globais
lack of
de
capability of
atenderem
the
ao
global
Haiti e de
leaders to
responderem
help
adequadamente às
Haiti
suas
and
múltiplas
to
crises.
answer to
O
the
Haiti é um
multiple
exemplo, não é a
crises.
única
Haiti is an example,
situação
it's not
em
the
que nós
only
estamos vendo
situation that we are
sociedades
seeing.
inteiras sendo
Entire
deixadas para
societies
trás.
are being
E
left
para
behind.
ler essa declaração
And
conjunta
to
dos
read
três
this
grupos de
joint
engajamento.
declaration of
Muita
these three
satisfação poder
engagement
convidar o Bruno
groups,
Garcia,
I would
nosso
like to
parceiro,
invite
já esteve
Bruno
conosco
Garcia, our
na
partner.
reunião de meio
He was
termos do
here with us
C20
in
e
the
vai
middle
agora
term
nos apresentar o
meeting
teor
in
dessa declaração
G20
sobre o
that
Haiti.
is going to
Bruno, por favor.
present this presentation about Haiti. Bruno, please.
Olá, boa tarde a todos, a todas.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Por incrível que pareça, eu vou só ler, né? Mas eu estou nervoso.
I'm going to read,
Esse é
but
assunto
I'm
muito sério
nervous because this is a serious
e nos
subject
afeta a todos.
and it affects
Muito bem, então
all of us.
vou ler
So I'm going to
a
read
declaração conjunta
the
sobre
joint
Haiti.
declaration about Haiti.
Gostaríamos de expressar nossa profunda
We like to
preocupação
express our deep
com a
concern
violência e a
with
instabilidade
violence
política no
and
Haiti,
political instability in Haiti,
particularmente a escalada
especially
desde março de
since
2024
March
e seu impacto
2024, this scale
desproporcional
and it's the
sobre as
huge
populações que
impact on
enfrentam
population that are
condições
facing
vulneráveis.
vulnerable
De
conditions.
acordo com a Organização Internacional
According
para as
to the international
Migrações, a
organizations,
OIM, de seus
the
11,5 milhões de
from
habitantes, pelo
11.5
menos
million
35
inhabitants,
mil
at least
fugiram de suas
35,000
casas até o início de
ran from their
2024.
houses until the
O
beginning of
Haiti, que vem
2024.
sofrendo
Haiti that is
severamente com os
suffering
impactos das
with the
mudanças
impacts of
climáticas,
the climate changes,
particularmente desde a tragédia de
particularly
2010,
since the tragedy
também
in
está sofrendo
2010, it's
outro
also
grande
suffering
desafio,
another
pois o nível
huge
mais
challenge
alto de
because the
insegurança
highest level of
alimentar
food
nem sempre
uncertainty
é visível.
not
Com quase
always
700
visible,
mil
with
haitianos deslocados,
almost
as
700,000
múltiplas crises
Haitians.
existentes
These multiple
ameaçaram o
existing
direito à vida,
crises threaten
além dos
the
direitos à
right to
saúde
live
sexual e
besides the
reprodutiva,
sexual and reproductive
fundamentais de
rights
todos os
that are
haitianos,
fundamental for
colocando
all the entire
desproporcionalmente em risco
population,
mulheres e
putting
meninas
women and
em
children
toda a sua
into
diversidade.
risk in all its
Apesar de
diversity.
todos os esforços em
Although all
andamento
the
para
efforts
restaurar a estabilidade
to
política do
reestablish
país,
this political
os líderes
instability
do
in the
G20
country,
não
the
podem
G20
ignorar
leaders
que
cannot
mulheres e meninas
ignore that
continuam
women and
sofrendo uma
children are
alarmante
still
violência de
suffering
gênero,
this
com a
gender
insegurança
violence with
relacionada a
this
conflitos armados
insecurity
e
related
instabilidade,
to armed
prejudicando significativamente
wars,
os já frágeis mecanismos de enfrentamento e exacerbando
harming
sua
this
vulnerabilidade
medication
à
and
violência
increasing the
sexual.
vulnerability to sex
Nesse
violence.
contexto, a falta de
In
mecanismos
this
de
context, the
reparação
lack
e
of
o acesso
mechanisms
limitado
to
a
repair and the
serviços
limited
críticos de
access to
saúde
critical
colocam
health
suas vidas em maior
services
perigo,
put their lives in
levando
dangerous,
a aumento
taking
significativo
to an
da
increase
mortalidade
of
materna e infantil.
mortality, women and children
Em
mortality.
2024,
In
o capítulo
2024,
G20 no Brasil
the
não
G20
pode
chapter in
deixar de
Brazil
abordar os
cannot
desafios que a América Latina e o
leave
Caribe
aside the
enfrentam,
challenges that
especialmente
Latin
na
America and the
resposta a
Caribbean face,
contexto de
especially
aumento da
when we are going to
desigualdade.
answer this
Portanto,
increase of
os grupos de
inequality.
engajamento
So the engagement groups,
W20,
G20,
L20,
W20, and
pedem aos líderes
L20
do G20,
ask for the leaders of
particularmente a
G20,
presidência brasileira,
particularly the
que
Brazilian
se manifestem a
presidency,
favor da
to manifest
reestruturação do
itself
país,
according to this
incluindo os
restructuring
cuidados de
of the
saúde
broad
materna,
country,
os serviços
including
reprodutivos e
women's
sexuais,
health,
e
reproductive and
exijam no
sexual rights,
comunicado do
and
G20
demand
tolerância
in the
zero com
G20
qualquer forma de violência
message zero
sexual e de gênero,
tolerance with any
exigindo
type of
proteção
sexual
imediata de
violence,
mulheres,
demanding the
crianças
protection
e
of women,
pessoas em maior
children,
risco
and
no
people
Haiti. Nesse
under risk
momento
in
de
Haiti.
múltiplas crises
In
globais
this multiple
e de
global
intensificação das
crisis
guerras,
moment,
não
and
podemos
with
esquecer que a
different wars,
pobreza e a
we cannot
instabilidade do
forget
Haiti
the poverty and
foram
instability of
moldadas por
Haiti
décadas
were
de
molded
colonialismo e
by decades
vulnerabilidades
of
climáticas.
colonialism and
A
climate
comunidade
vulnerability.
internacional
The
deve ao
international
Haiti um
community
compromisso inabalável
owns
com um
to
futuro
Haiti
pacífico,
an
onde os
unbreakable
direitos humanos,
commitment with the
econômicos
Pacific,
e
where human,
ambientais sejam
economical, and
respeitados e
environmental rights
protegidos
can be
e
respected
que
and
ninguém
protected,
seja
and that
deixado
no
para
one
trás.
should be left behind.
Brasil, outubro de
Brazil,
2024.
October
Muito obrigado.
2024. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Bruno. para os colegas que estão
Thank you,
aí,
Bruno, for the colleagues that are there,
companheiro do
Flávio,
movimento da população em situação
colleagues
de rua,
from
nós
this
temos aqui assentos
movement.
livres,
We
vocês podem
still
ocupar
have
aqui na
some
frente, viu?
seats.
Fiquem à
You can come here
vontade,
and you can
por
sit down
favor,
in
se
the front,
acomodem.
please.
Eu queria convidar, então, os representantes as representantes dos
I
três
would
grupos de
like to ask
engajamento que
for the
pactuaram
representatives for
essa
the three
declaração
engagement
conjunta,
groups that
começando
did
pela
this
Alessandra Niro, chefe do
joint
C20.
declaration.
Também com satisfação a nossa querida
Alessandra
Janaína
Danilo
Gama,
from
co-head da
C20 Sherpa,
delegação do W20,
Janaína
e o
Gama
Renato
from
Zulato, secretário-geral
W20,
da CUT
Renato
Brasil,
Zulato
representando
from
o L20.
CUT Brasil,
Muito obrigado,
representing
Renato.
L20. Thank you, Renato.
E também quero convidar para a
And
mesa
also I'd like to
a
invite to
nossa
the table
querida convidada
our
representando a
dear
sociedade
guest
civil haitiana,
representing
a
the
Jeftani
Haiti Civil
Maturi,
Society,
da
Jeff Tani
Associação
Maturi,
Desej Fem de
from the
Haiti,
association
e
The
do
Sage Fam,
IPPF Acron,
and from
por favor.
IPPF Akron.
O Gustavo está acompanhando o ministro, não está conosco, então,
Gustavo is
Alessandra, a
not here with
palavra
us because he's with the minister. So, Alessandra, the floor
Boa
is
tarde a
yours.
todos e todas.
Good afternoon,
Boa
everyone.
tarde, obrigada, Henrique.
Good afternoon. Thank you,
Bem-vindo
Henrique.
outra vez. Bem-vinda,
Welcome,
Janaína, Renato
Janaína, Renato,
e Jeftani. E também
and
muito
Jeff Tani.
obrigada a Bruno
And
por ter
thank
lido
you,
a
Bruno,
nossa
for
declaração.
reading our joint
Nós,
declaration.
aqui, nós três representando
The three
esses
of
grupos de
us
engajamento,
representing these
nós
engagement groups,
lutamos arduamente
we
para que essa
fought
declaração fosse
so
assinada
that
por mais
declaration
grupos de engajamento. Na
was
verdade, quando a
signed
gente
by
começou
many other
essa
engagement
discussão
groups.
dentro dos
When we
grupos de
started this
engajamento,
discussion inside the
nós
engagement
achamos que
groups,
seria muito
we thought
tranquilo
that it would be
ter todos
easy
os grupos de
to
engajamento
have all the
assinando a
engagement groups
declaração, porque
signing the
ora
declaration,
bolas,
because of
nós não
course
estamos pedindo
we are
muito,
not
nós
asking for
estamos
much.
pedindo
We are
apenas que
asking
os governos se
only for the
pronunciem
government to say
com
something
tolerância zero
with
toda a
zero
situação de
tolerance
violência,
for
principalmente
the
que a gente
violent
pede das
situation,
crianças
especially
e as
women and
pessoas de maior
children and
vulnerabilidade
people
que
in
existem em todas as
vulnerable
sociedades,
situations
mas que
that we
Haiti
have in
nesse
all
momento
societies, but especially
tudo
in
muito
Haiti
agravado
right
por uma
now,
crise política
everything
histórica e
is
prolongada. Eu acho
being
que Renato talvez
worsened
fale um
by
pouco
this
mais
political
sobre
crisis.
isso,
And I think that
e
Renato will
que
talk more about that.
infelizmente nós
And
temos um país na
unfortunately,
nossa
we have
região,
a
na América
country in
Latina e
our
Caribe,
region,
no
in
caso,
Latin America and the
no
Caribbean,
Caribe, que
the case
representa um
Caribbean,
pouco
that it
tudo o que nós
represents
estamos falando aqui que não pode
everything that we
acontecer
are
nos
talking about
países.
here that cannot
Então,
happen
nós
in the
estamos
countries.
falando de
So
uma
we are
situação
talking about
emblemática,
a
é uma ferida
specific
aberta para a
situation.
América
It's
Latina
an
e para o
open
Caribe,
wound for
essa
Latin America and
situação do Haiti,
Caribbean,
mas é
the
uma
situation in the
responsabilidade do
Haiti,
mundo
but
inteiro,
is
porque
the
a gente
world
sabe que o
responsibility
que
because we
acontece
do
hoje
know
no
that what
Haiti
happens
também não
today in
acontece por
Haiti
acaso.
also
A gente não está
is
falando
not
só de um
happening
país
for
afetado pelas
nothing. We're not talking
mudanças,
about a country that
por
is
um
impacted by
terremoto, por
changes or an
questões
earthquake
climáticas que
or
foram,
climate changes that
enfim,
were
fogem da nossa alçada
that
humana,
it is
mas
not
nós estamos falando
of
por um
our
país que
control,
foi o
but we are
primeiro
talking
país
about a
da
country that
região a
was
se
the
livrar
first
da
country
escravidão, que foi
to
o
stop
primeiro
slavery,
país a
that
se
was the
colocar
first country
autonomamente e a pedir essa
to
libertação,
ask
e um
for this
país que a
freedom,
partir daí
and a
nunca
country
pôde
that
ser um
from then
país,
on
de
could
fato. Eu acho
never
que
be
essa
a
é a verdade.
country,
Eu
in
acho que
fact.
existem
I think that's the
várias barreiras
truth.
que fazem
I
com
think
que o
that we have
Haiti
many
nunca
walls
tenha
and barriers that
conseguido
make Haiti
exercer
unable
esse
be
esse lugar de ser um
to
país
to
onde as
be in
pessoas
this place
vivam
of
com
being a country
tranquilidade, vivam
where
com
people
paz, com
will live,
respeito,
will
com
have peace
políticas
and respect,
consolidadas e consistentes, e
public
que a gente
policies
possa
that are
fazer,
consolidated and
claro, as
persistent, and
disputas
that we can
sempre
do
existem,
something
as tensões
fair.
sempre
Of
existem,
course, that
mas
we always have
para o Haiti
tension
essa
and
situação é muito
disputes,
mais
but
difícil.
for
Então foi
Haiti,
esse
this
o nosso
is
objetivo,
difficult. So this was
enquanto
our
grupos
main
de
goal here
engajamento, de
as the
trazer essa
engagement groups to
mensagem.
bring this
E foi um
message.
trabalho coletivo
And
do
it
Labor
was a
20,
collective
do grupo de
work from
trabalho
Labor
20,
20,
do grupo de
L20,
mulheres, que
W10,
certamente
20,
jamais
that
nos
the women's group
deixaria
that for sure would never
passar
leave us, that
isso,
would never
mas eu também queria falar da
forget
nossa
this. And
satisfação de ter
also, I
aqui a
like to talk
Jeftani
about our
Maturi
satisfaction of
hoje
having
também, que é da
Jephne
Associação
Matui,
de
that is from the
Midwives
Association that
do
Size Fan
Haiti e
from the
que é da
IT, and the
IPPF ACRO, que é a
IPPF ACRO,
Associação
that is the
Internacional,
International
Federação Internacional de
Federation
Planejamento
of
Familiar,
Family Planning,
porque eu acho que a
because
gente
I
precisa
think that we
escutar
do need to
de
hear
você,
this We do need to hear from you what we want to say here so people understand what we are talking about. So I think that those who are impacted by the problem need to talk about this. And it was very important to have you here. It is very important to have you here.
Continua aqui me moderando. Então, acho que a gente pode então
So
passar
I
para a
think that we can
Janaína
pass the
e
floor to
no
Janaína,
final a gente
and
escuta.
at the end we hear from you.
Thank you so much, Alessandra. Hi everyone. My name is Jiftani Mature. My name is Jiftani Mature. I am Haitian. I'm a midwife. Who knows here what is a midwife? Great. I'm a midwife from Haiti. And at each time that I'm talking about the situation here, I get very emotive. I really hope that this time I will make it without doing any sin. So, yeah, I would like to say also that I will be speaking in my native language, but unfortunately, I will only have the English to speak so everyone could listen to what I will be talking about. So I've brought some notes because I don't want to miss any word because I think that each one of them will count to show you or demonstrate you what is going on in Haiti. So I would like first to greet all the honorable delegates here, all the members of C20, L20, and W20, and to all of you who shown up in solidarity with the situation in Haiti. So I stand before you today, not just as a representative of the Haitian midwives, or even as a Haitian citizen, but as a witness to the resilience, the strength, and the dreams of the people in Haiti, especially the women and girls who hold our communities together despite high immense suffering. So your decision to bring the crisis in Haiti to this summit and to stand with us by launching this joint statement show both hope and visibility to our struggles. So I have to tell you that I almost didn't make it today, 24 hours after having left the country, the capital international airport got closed, all flights got canceled, after 3 airlines who were flying in and out of the capital got hit by projectile. So it really upset me, because I'm sure that I will be stuck in the US in my return, and I don't really know exactly when I will get home. But then, that's why I came here, isn't it? To show you the situation. So, today Haiti is facing a crisis with unthinkable proportions. Violence and insecurity afflict nearly every part of the country. Gangsters have transformed the capital into no-go zones, terrorizing communities with unimaginable acts like kidnapping, extortion, rape, murder. No later than yesterday, a female urologist got killed because she was at the wrong place at the wrong moment. So, according to the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti, the country saw in 2021 a 333% increase of human rights abuses. Haiti's government has lost much of its authority, leaving entire neighborhoods or even cities controlled by gangsters who at times operate with political backing and have access to a continuous flow of firearms. So for us, this is more than a statistic.
This is the daily reality of people who are trying to survive. As we gather here, Haiti's healthcare system, once fragile, has been pushed to the brink, and hospitals has shuttered, and schools lie dormant, and healthcare professionals, including midwives, like myself, are stretched beyond capacity, operating under the ever-present of threat of violence. So in such an environment, the impacts on women's and girls' health and dignity are targeted. Every day we encounter women who suffered horrific violence, whose access to basic health care is obstructed by gang control, roads, and chaos. The Center for Strategic International Studies reported that in 2023 alone, there are nearly 5,600 cases of gender-based violence reported, with a further 1,793 in the first quarter of 2024. And these are only the documented cases. Most of this violence target women and girls, often with sexual violence as a brutal tool of power, control, and humiliation. Despite the rising number of assaults, funding for protection services is grossly insufficient. Less than 2% of the necessary budget for gender-based violence, prevention and response was fulfilled this. And though civil society organizations strive to support the survivors, their work is hindered with inadequate resources and mounting needs here. This was from UNFPA in 2023. For pregnant women, access to essential care has dropped sharply, and this is a dire concern for our country with the highest maternal mortality rate in the midwives, who are often the only source of support for pregnant women, are also victims of violence. We are unable to practice without risking our own lives. Every day, Haitian midwives make the impossible choice to either continue their work or protect themselves and their families. The crisis runs deeper than the violence itself. Influential women who dare to advocate for rights, are being silenced as a tactic to control broader social dynamics. Our country has a long history of women standing up for their communities, acting as anchors during times and crises. Today, however, this strength makes them targets as abusers seek to dismantle the very social fabric holding communities together. The brutal reality is that gender-based violence is not just random, it's systematic. Driven by a need to suppress women's voices and autonomy, reinforcing a vicious cycle of poverty and disempowerment. To those here today, I want to say that your actions do matter. This joint statement brings global attention to Haiti, to the suffering of our people, and especially to the plight of our women and girls. But it must also be a catalyst for tangible change. We need your voice amplified beyond this room, within your governments, on social media, and through diplomatic channels. This statement must be tied to concrete actions and clear demands, both in terms of humanitarian assistance and accountability for human rights abuses. This crisis cannot be addressed by humanitarian aid alone. It requires concerted political actions, pressure on those who wield power over the chaos and those who profit from it. We need a more robust commitment to protecting women's health and women's rights in Haiti, guided by the standards and values of international human rights law. To each of you, I say thank you for shining a light on Haiti today. We ask that this light continue to shine persistently and forcefully to help restore peace and safety to our homes and communities. The time has come for global solidarity to transition from words to action, from statements to safeguards, and from declarations to transformations. Please stand with Haiti, stand with our midwives, with our women and girls, and with every community affected by this crisis. Together, let us ensure that our shared humanity does not remain a fleeting ideal, but rather a guiding force for peace, dignity, and justice for all Haitians. Thank you.
Uau. Sim, o que dizer, não é? Eu acho que a gente então
Well, what can
deixa
we say after that? I think that this is a very powerful message to share here at the C20, thinking of the W20 and the L20 as well, and bringing this message forward to the G20 as a whole. This declaration was delivered by us on Monday to President Lula. He has received it. And we also spoke to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, the department that takes care of the situation in Haiti specifically, and we're speaking to other authorities as well. But we also want to ask all of you to speak to your governments, to speak about this. It's very important in the Declaration of Leaders to have Haiti be mentioned. So thank you to Jaftani for her participation. And now I will pass the floor to Janaína. Good afternoon, everybody. So I was just talking to Alessandra and saying, wow, it's very difficult to speak at this moment, but I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be here representing the group of women, the W20 engagement group that works for protecting women's rights and women's economic empowerment around the world, not just the G20. So, of course, I had to contribute to this and be a part of this joint declaration because its main focus is to guarantee the dignity and to state the obvious that women's rights are human rights. We are speaking about something that we still need to repeat today. So for us, it was very important to be in this joint declaration, especially because violence against women is really in our work agenda and in our recommendations. And so I just want to invite everybody who's here to read our communication. We work with 5 themes or topics this year. Firstly, women who are entrepreneurs and access to capital. Number 2, climate justice, the economy of care, women in the STEM careers, so science, technology, engineering, and math. And finally, women violence against women and girls. So all of these topics, they are directly related to economic empowerment, the G20 agenda, the autonomy of women, and guaranteeing their dignity. So hearing you and realizing that even today, women and girls are suffering around the world from this violence, it should really shock us, but many times it does not shock us. So I want to say that, you know, everybody who is here should share this with their countries, their organizations, because violence against women is not something that should just be dealt by the public sector. It should be addressed by the private sector as well. It's not something individual. And We need to speak about this as a collective issue. Everybody in society is responsible for facing this, okay? It is not something that is about people's personal lives. This is something that is a public responsibility. We need to get together in this joint declaration. It's totally aligned with our work, with what we believe in. And I also want to mention Nania Abarine, who is the leader of the delegation of South Africa. She is here with me in this event. She was here yesterday. She's here again. And her presence is super important because next year, South Africa will be working on this under its presidency, and we have been talking about gender violence and how that is such a big issue there as well in her country. And unfortunately, it is present around the world. In all countries, women suffer from violence. And once again, it is the responsibility of each country, of each person to address this issue. I know it's not easy, it's a complex issue. And within our recommendations, we also highlighted specifically important objectives. So we need to have research, data, we need to have public and private interventions on this topic, and also violence within armed conflicts, how this also has to do with violence against women, not just the violence that happens in the domestic sphere, the violence that happens in the workspaces, but also the types of violence that happen in situations of armed conflict in countries like Haiti and other countries, and in some ways even in Brazil. We have urban spaces that undergo conflict, and we see this violence. I am representing here W20, Women 20, and we are very dedicated. I am not going to say we're happy because this is a very difficult situation, but we are very dedicated and determined to create partnerships. And Alessandra, I want to say, and Antonio, right? Renato, sorry. I know Antonio is part of the L20, right? But anyway, I just want to say for us from the W20, it was great to see that gender issues were being worked on in the other engagement groups. Because gender inequality is an issue for society as a whole. It doesn't only concern women. It's not just women's problem. So violence against women is a problem of society as a whole, and it does not just harm women, but everybody. So I want to finish up just thanking for the opportunity again. Please get to know that we did in the W20. And I just want to invite you to be a part of this movement. So this is our slogan from the presidency of this year, Civil Society for a Just and Sustainable World. We cannot speak about sustainability if we are imagining a world that still is aggressive towards women in several ways. A sustainable world is a world without gender violence. Thank you. Let's continue this debate.
Muito obrigada, muito obrigada.
Thank you so much, Janaína. I think that all of us here want to highlight that the only acceptable number for gender violence is 0. That is our motto. Please. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My dear colleagues from the workers' movement in Brazil and around the world, I want to greet my colleague Flavio, who is a part of the Social G20 organization for a year, right? In these struggles, looking for these spaces for social movements and also defending workers' rights, and a colleague Duda, the executive that works in the education area, and the adjunct secretary of communication of the CUT. So I'm here representing my colleague Antonio Lisboa. Lisboa is our secretary of international affairs of the CUT, and he was coordinator of the L20 that I think we started in July, if I'm not mistaken. We all met there in Fortaleza in the state of Ceará. We put together several proposals that interest the working class. We also looked at youth, at also retired workers. This is a concern around the world. People, they get retired and they don't even have money to buy their medication. We also spoke about women, LGBTQIA+ communities. All of the workers within their spaces have the right to decent work. So what we said at that time, and we shared to our colleagues from around the world, at that time there were 350 representatives from around the world, and we saw that the problems we have here in Brazil, they happen around the world. Of course, in some countries less so, but in most countries, I would say, we have issues with unemployment, with decent work, and in Brazil, after the coup against President Dilma and then Bolsonaro government, now we have Lula, and he is joining efforts to reconstruct our situation, to go back to being in dialogue with the labor movements, to rebuild everything that we lost during these past years, looking for this support from labor movements and social movements. So I want to greet also our colleague from Haiti. Congratulations for everything that you said. And at the L20, we really work on this issue of solidarity between peoples, thinking about countries like Haiti, other Latin American countries. And, you know, people immigrate to the US and other countries, and they end up working in terrible conditions, sometimes even slave labor. And we're very worried about Trump being elected now, because one of his main missions is to end immigration in the US. So to end the immigration of people from Haiti, from Latin America, many people will suffer with this attack that has already started when he chooses a secretary that has extremist views about immigration in the US. He is telling us what will be happening in the US. And of course, here in Brazil, we are now thinking differently about this, and we disagree with these perspectives. But for us, something that is essential that we spoke about in the L20, that's in our documents, is the solidarity between peoples, peace on earth, the end of wars, especially the genocide that is happening now with the Palestinians. The world needs to get up. President Lula had the courage of going to the UN and saying that this genocide in Palestine needs to stop now. But it seems that not many countries have the courage to say this, because as the US is making money from this war, in the meantime, these smaller countries are suffering. Women and children are being murdered. And why? Why? We can't find a clear reason for this. So you have this fight amongst peoples, and why is the US intervening in Israel and supporting Israel? Many countries have not been able to express their support for the Palestinian people before the UN. And those of us from the labor movement, from the unions, we express our solidarity to all of these peoples. I also want to say that for us, it's essential, the CUT, our organization, I have a movement here, and we have a document that we put together in 2020, when the earthquake happened in Haiti, right? And the US took advantage of that moment. And we have a document here from the CUT that I can't read it right now because it's too big. But anyway, it says the following: we need to know the history of a nation that was once one of the richest in the Northern Hemisphere, right? Many, many years ago. But it needs to be reconstructed with the autonomy of its population, not with the US's intervention and the intervention of other countries. And in this document, we finish up by saying that What the Haitian population needs is to have peace, investments in education, healthcare, work for their youth, creating jobs in Haiti. They do not need a military information and war tanks in their streets and interventions from the US. So this declaration, which we issued in 2020, we will be sharing that with you all. And we would like to share this with our colleagues from Haiti. And just to finish up, I want to say on behalf of the workers of Brazil and around the world, and on behalf of the L20, that Brazilians and workers around the world are supporting and being and expressing their solidarity to the population of Haiti. You can count on us, and we will be pushing the Brazilian government to extend its solidarity to you. So the Brazilian population and its social movements want to express this, our support, our intention to support you and help in any way possible. Here we are speaking about the L20 specifically, and for me, I feel very grateful to participate as an individual because we are deeply concerned about what is happening around the world. We see the rise of the extreme right, and those of us from these social movements, we want justice and we need to fight this continuously. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and we will be around. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada.
Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Renato. Nós vamos
Thank you,
precisar de
Renato.
muita união e
We
eu
all
acho
need
que
to
o
be
problema
to
que
stay
muitas
together,
vezes
and I
nós
think that
precisamos falar sobre
the
isso
problem that we
é
need
que
to talk
assim
about
como tem
is
sido
that as
historicamente
is
naturalizada a
happening,
violência de
that
gênero tão
violence, gender
natural
violence is
que
being naturalized. It seems so natural. It's happening
nós
throughout
estamos
many countries.
naturalizando a situação do
We
Haiti.
are
É como se a
naturalizing the
situação do
Haiti
Haiti
situation
fosse algo
is as the
dado e
situation was
normal.
something
Caetano
normal.
Veloso
Caetano
cantando que o
Veloso
Haiti é aqui, é o
singing that
Haiti que a
Haiti
gente
is here. It's a
canta aqui no
song that we
Brasil,
keep
cantor
singing here in Brazil. It's a famous Brazilian singer and it's very famous. And
natural. Então, quando a
and
gente
it became
fala
natural.
sobre o Haiti,
So when we talk about Haiti, some people were trying to do some declaration, and people say, why you're talking about Haiti? We have so many places in the world with the same situations, with similar situation, but it's not the same. Because Haiti is a combination of multiple forces beyond all the political forces, all the economical forces. It is a very vulnerable country when we talk about crime. So I leave the invitation from C20, L20, and W20 for you to sign our declaration to help Haiti. We still have time to pressure the world leaders. So people from other countries, please ask your country to sign, and we'll keep fighting for this. The commitment that we have from C20, L20, W20, and we will keep going with this commitment. Thank you, all of you.
Obrigado, Alessandra, Janaína, Renato,
Thank you,
Jeftânia. Peço que
Alessandra,
vocês
Janaína,
voltem, porque a
Renata,
gente vai assistir agora um
Jeftânia.
breve
I
vídeo.
ask you
Como
to
a
wait
Alessandra
for
disse, essa
a few minutes
declaração,
because we
como
have
todos
another
devem, do
video.
engajamento,
And this
faz
declaration
parte
with
de uma
these three
campanha
engagement groups
global.
is part of a
Nós
global
estamos
campaign.
coletando
We are
assinaturas
still collecting
e é muito
some
importante
signs,
numa campanha como essa
some
a gente
signature,
falar
and it's
junto da
important to
população
be
dos
able to
nossos
talk
países. Por
about
isso é importante
our
que
joint
termos a
population.
classe
That's why it's so
artística, a
important to
cultura,
have
né,
the artists, the
os
culture,
representantes dos
and the
esportes também
representatives from
falando,
sports
né, sobre a situação
talking
do Haiti.
about this
Então a gente
relation with
vai ter
Haiti,
em breve aí um
and
vídeo
we will
de
watch
apoio.
this support video.
Então vamos ver o vídeo?
So let's watch the video. Hi, my name is Rai. I'm Brazilian. I'm a world champion in football. I'm a social and political activism. I'm here to talk with the leaders of G20 about Haiti. Haiti, we have many tragedies of chronic political instability, of food insafety, with more than 600,000 people that left the country. And those crises are against the human rights and sexual and productive rights that put women and children into risks. G20 cannot ignore this extreme of violence that is happening in this country and getting to this women and children mortality. The leaders of G20 that will meet in November 2024 in the Brazilian presidency needs to talk about the Haiti reconstructions, including mother's health and gender rights. In this global crisis, we cannot forget Haiti. The international community should help Haiti. Besides the economic and environmental rights, the basic human rights should be respected. The world leaders should and must establish peace in Haiti and show that we still have solutions. Haiti is also here.
Bom, obrigado. Como eu disse, a gente está
Well,
coletando
thank you. As we
assinaturas, depois
said,
nós podemos também
we are
circular
getting
os
some
links e os cards
tools,
como
and
as
we're going to
pessoas podem
circulate the
acessar,
links
mas
and how people
nas
can
redes
access
sociais do
this.
C20
But in the
Brasil,
social
vocês também
networks
encontram
of
essa
the
informação.
C20 Brazil, you also
Bom, para a
find
segunda
this
parte da nossa
information.
sessão da
For the
tarde,
second part
né,
of
nós
our
vamos
session,
discutir os
we are
desafios
going to talk
globais
about the
diante de
global
nós.
challenges ahead
Quero
of us.
agradecer todas
I
as
want to thank
convidadas
you
e
all
convidados que
the
aceitaram
guests
estar
that
conosco, né, de
accepted to be
diversos
here with us
países
from different
distintos.
countries.
Quero começar
I like
chamando à
by
mesa a professora
calling
Maria João
to the
Rodrigues.
stage
A professora
Maria
Maria
João
João
Rodrigues.
foi membro do Parlamento
She's a
Europeu,
member of
hoje
the European
preside a
Parliament.
Fundação
Today,
Europeia de
she is the
Estudos
president of the
Progressistas. Muito
Foundation
obrigado,
for
professora, por
Progressive
estar
Studies in
conosco.
Europe. Thank you, Maria João, for being here with us.
Quero chamar a Juliane
Juliane
que
Sintra,
representa a ONG
that
Ação
represents
Educativa
the
aqui do Brasil,
NGO
também
Ação
diretora executiva
Educativa,
da Associação
also
Brasileira
executive
de
director
ONGs,
from ABONG,
juntamente com Juliana
with
César,
Juliana
co-chair do
César,
C20 no
co-chair
Brasil.
from C20 Brazil.
Convidar a Fonteine Papagiotti,
Fonteine
do
Papagiotti,
International Center for
from the
Research on
International
Women
Center
and
for
Women's
Research on
Major
Women
Group,
and Women's Major Group,
a senhora Wang Xianji, da China
Wang
Association
Xianji
for
from
NGO
China
Cooperation,
Association for
Congo.
NGO Cooperation, Congo.
Acho que ela ainda não está conosco. Quando chegar,
I think she's not here yet. Oh, she's coming.
Queria convidar também o Tatenda
Tatenda Mizezewa from
uma rede
Afrodade,
africana que discute
an
as
African
questões de
network
justiça
that talks
econômica
about
e dívida.
economical
Obrigado,
justice and
Tatenda.
debt. Thank you, Tatenda.
A Natália Suyama, do
Natália
Engajamundo,
Suyama
também uma das
from
co-facilitadoras
Engajamundo.
do
It's
grupo
one
de
of the
trabalho do
co-facilitators
C20.
of the C20 groups.
E o Felipe Reis, nosso
And
representante
Felipe Reis, our
do governo
representative
brasileiro, do
from the
Itamaraty,
Brazilian government,
Sherpa,
from
do
Itamaraty,
Brasil
do
no G20
Sherpa,
esse ano. Muito
from
obrigado,
Brazil in
Felipe.
this G20. Thank you, Felipe.
Eu vou começar pela ordem, né, que a mesa foi
I'm going to
anunciada.
follow
Professora Maria
this
João,
order
cada
with
uma das
Professor
pessoas vai
Maria
ter
João.
10 minutos,
Each
né?
one
Nós
of you will
temos aqui
have
um
10
contador. É
minutes.
assim que funciona o
We have
G20,
here the
pessoal. Eu
time.
aprendi
This is
isso.
how
E, em
G20
geral,
works.
eu
I
só
learned
tenho
that.
3 ou 4.
Usually, I only
Eu
have
até
3
comentei com o
minutes.
Felipe que 10
I
minutos é um
said to Felipe
latifúndio
that
de
10
tempo,
minutes is
considerando os
a
protocolos
whole world of
do
minutes
G20.
considering
Muito
the
obrigado,
G20
professora, por
protocols.
favor.
So thank you, Professor Maria João.
Boa tarde a todas e a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Eu poderia conduzir esta conversa em português.
I could do this in
Da língua
Portuguese,
do Brasil.
in the Brazilian
Mas
language.
estou a ver aqui à minha frente uma
But I can
plateia
see
fantástica
that
de
we
gente de
had
todo o
an
mundo.
amazing
Então, eu
audience
vou
of
mudar para a
people
língua inglesa.
that is from other countries, so I will change to
Let me
English.
tell you, this is with great pleasure that I have this opportunity in many things, Alessandra, and all the C20 organization to invite me here to bring a voice of the Europeans. This is why I'm here. And I'm sharing with you exactly the same concerns. Is where are we going as humankind and as planet? And I feel that we have a choice. If we think about the future, we have a choice between two completely different worlds. A world where hunger goes on, absolute poverty goes on, or a world where hunger was eradicated and absolute poverty is over. We have a choice between a world where climate disasters will go on more and more catastrophic, or a world where we can count on a real green transition with social fairness. This is our choice. We also have a choice between a world where digital tools are mostly used to control citizens on their possibilities to choose on their lives, or to have a world where digital tools will be used to empower everybody and to make sure that everybody can have access to better health, to better education, and to better democracy. So we have a choice. And now you can ask, with whom can we bring about the second world I'm speaking about? And of course, we are used to have these talks about, well, we have the oppositions between the North and the South and the West and the East and so on. But let me tell you, from my viewpoint, the main difference we have in the world is not these ones. The main difference we have in the world is between the forces who understand that we need to rise up to the challenges with much higher international cooperation, being together, or the forces who are resisting to this. They are selfish forces, they only look to themselves, and they are fragmenting the world. This is the main opposition. And by the way, with the recent election of Trump in the United States, we see perfectly what is at stake. But then I'm coming with a positive message, because I'm pretty sure that the forces pushing for higher international cooperation, they are the majority. We are the majority. So we can build on this. And let me also come with a frank message from progressive Europeans, because we have exactly the same debates inside Europe. You should know this. And you should know that we have a big share of Europeans who recognize that we are in an unfair world, that we need to come with a big shift. When everybody says, well, SDGs agenda is to be implemented everywhere, well, we should ask, but is this true that all countries, they do have means to implement the Sustainable Development Goals? And the answer to this question is no. We need to recognize that many countries, many regions in the world, even they want so, they don't have the means, And so that's why we need to come with a big shift. And let me tell you, because in fact, progressive Europeans, they just came with a book called The New Global Deal, which is to recognize that we need to have a major rebalancing of the world, and regarding the access to technology, not only technological transfer, but technological co-creation to come up with new solutions. We need to come with new instruments for financing development, dealing with the debt, but dealing with long-term investment. But the starting point for this is tax fairness, is to make sure that we have real United Nations tax convention adopted by everyone. And then there is the last piece, which is about governance. And that's why I want to tell you And what we are living now in Brazil is the perfect demonstration of this. If we want this shift in the world to happen, we need to have a new coalition of forces where countries who are bringing the voice of those who are more vulnerable, more concerned with global challenges, such as Brazil, the upcoming South Africa, are counting on a large support coming from civil society. Because let me tell you, I was myself a minister in my country, and then I was European parliamentarian in the European Union. And I saw this with my eyes. When we want really to have change, a real commitment for change, the decisive force is civil society with strong voice. That's why I'm so happy to see this final C20 summit, which is the outcome of a long process of building up allies, new actors coming, such a rich diversity of civil society. And I think Brazilian presidency did an amazing job. So I saw this with my eyes. So here we are. And I'm sure that with your message to the Brazilian presidency, the social summit coming tomorrow, and then the final summit next week, we'll have a big outcome coming from Brazil, followed by South Africa. But I want to tell you, that's why I'm here, you can also count on a big share of European Union actors who are pushing in the same direction. So thank you very much.
Obrigado, professora. Vou passar a palavra, então, para a Juliane Sintra, que
Thank
também
you,
vai
Professor. I pass
abordar
the floor to Juliane
aspectos,
Sintra,
dos
that
nossos
will also
desafios
talk about
globais,
our global
temas
challenges
que nós não
and
vamos deixar de
things
discutir esse
that
ano no
will not
Brasil, porque
stop
são temas
talking about in Brazil
importantes,
because they are very
estruturais
important themes
e que
and structural
devem
themes
continuar sendo discutidos no ano de
that should
2020
continue
também.
to be
Juliane, por
debated
favor.
in this. Juliane, please.
Boa tarde a
Thank
todos, a
you.
todas e todes.
Good afternoon,
Eu sou a
everyone.
Juliane Sintra
My
e
name
eu
is
queria
Juliane
começar
Sintra,
agradecendo a
and
oportunidade
I
da
want to start
fala.
by saying the
Acho que
opportunity
estar
to
aqui e
speak.
ser parte dessa jornada
I
de
think that to
construção do
be here and be
C20,
part
também
of
do
this
G20, é
C20
algo
and
que orgulha
G20
muito
is
a
something
gente que
that
faz parte,
it
constrói a
makes us
Bong
proud
todo
that
dia.
we are
E eu lembro lá no
building
início,
this in
quando
a Bong
começou
every
os
day.
primeiros
And I
debates
remember
sobre
at the
como a
beginning
gente
when
vai
we start
entrar,
the first
o que a gente
debates
vai
on
fazer,
how
qual o caminho que
we
a
are
gente vai
going to do,
escolher, qual o
what
lugar
we are
do qual a
going
gente faz
to,
parte,
uh,
para
where we
mergulhar
are
numa
going to
reflexão
start,
sobre a
so we
arquitetura
can start
financeira
the reflection
global.
about this
A gente
global
discutiu muitas e muitas
financial
vezes sobre qual que
challenges.
era o
We
legado
talk about the
para a sociedade
legacy
civil de um
for
processo
civil
como
society
esse.
on a
E eu
process like
acredito que
this.
essa mesa
And I truly believe that this table
representa um pouco disso e é um
represents a
marco
little bit of this
importante
and is an important
dessa
part
trajetória, né?
of this
E eu estou dizendo
trajectory.
isso porque é uma
And I'm
mesa que se
saying this
propõe a
because it's
olhar
a table
para
that
os
is
desafios que vêm
it's
pela frente.
wants
E
to
esses
look at the
desafios
challenges
que
that we
vêm
have
pela
ahead of
frente, a
us.
gente pode
And these
também partir
challenges
de uma
that we have,
reflexão
it can
que é
also come
acúmulo
from a
de um
reflection
processo de alguns meses,
as
de
this
muitos
result of a
meses e
few
meses
months
intensos de
of
elaborações de
intense months
recomendações,
to elaborate those
mas de recomendações
recommendations,
sobre temas
but
que muitas vezes
recommendations
não estão
about things that
localizados ou
many
muitas
times
vezes
are
não
not
são
located
encarados
or
como parte
sometimes
do
they are not
debate
faced as
relacionado à agenda
part of
de
the
promoção e
debate
defesa dos
related to
direitos.
this
Então,
um,
acredito que
promotion
a
of
possibilidade de olhar para frente,
rights.
projetar novos
So the
horizontes
possibility to look
e a partir
ahead and
dessas
see new
recomendações,
horizons
a
and surround
gente
these
pensar
recommendations, we try
qual é
to
o mundo
think
que a gente quer
what's the
e
word we
olhar para
want
esse mundo também a
and
partir de
look
uma
at this
perspectiva
word
de um
from
debate
this a
fundamental para o
perspective of a
enfrentamento das
fundamental
desigualdades
debate
brasileiras,
to face
que é
this
que a
Brazilian
arquitetura financeira
inequalities
global
that the financial and
nos
global
serve e nos
architecture
cabe
it
para
can
enfrentar as desigualdades
serve us and
é
help us to
um
face
momento
those
que não só me
inequalities.
orgulha,
It's a
mas
time
que me
that does
deixa muito
not only
feliz. Eu
make me
agradeço aqui
proud,
também em
but it makes
nome
me very
do
happy.
Henrique, em nome de
And
toda
I
a
thank you
Bong,
in the name of Henrique
a
and the name of
possibilidade de estar
Bobby
aqui
for the
e de
possibility of
compartilhar um
being
pouco com
here and
vocês.
to share a little bit
O
with
Henrique me deu
you.
uma missão hoje
Henrique gave me a mission today
de tentar localizar
of
um
trying to
pouco entre os
locate
desafios que
between the
estão
challenges
à nossa frente,
that
um
are
debate
ahead of
sobre
us,
a
a
integridade
debate about
informacional
the
e o que isso tem a ver
informal
com
integrity,
uma
what this
reflexão
has
mais
to
ampla
do
sobre
with this
economia.
broad reflection about
E
economy. And this challenge to try to build this so we can reflect together what its economy, how economy is going to be in a debate about the life digitalization, the cultural, digital culture. I went there to try to reach for some references and about the reflection and perception of a baby behind it that is a technology expert that is going to talk about this algorithm. And I believe that this context is very important for us to think and look for that dimension of the financial global architecture that we want. And then I start from this reflection, talking about the concept of informal integrity. So who owns the truth? How can we try to see new horizon in this degradation that we have been facing? What is lack of information and what we want to say with this debate of hate speech in the current context and how this goes through this fight against inequality? And we have another action that I think is very important, that it's the communicator from the Philippines, that he's going to use other actors, authors to talk a little bit about these deep stories. And this deep stories concept is interesting and I love working with it because it talks about the stories that we tell ourselves about who we are. So what do we tell ourselves should be able to face the truth, to face the reality, the place that we are in society and and which society that we are part of. So all this debate about the lack of information, how we are approaching in reality, it takes from the context, a broad context that it's this lack of information sometimes, no, it is built and is part of this traditional colonization that she's going to talk about.
And that is very interesting because the stories that we tell about ourselves and about the place that we occupy within society also have to do with this traditional colonial context that is structured in an economic, cultural, and social domination. So we have to decolonize our concepts and also distance ourselves from the materialization of these definitions, because in the debate about fake news, about hate discourse, disinformation, misinformation, many times we take out of the context a perspective that has to do with the several narratives in society that have to do also with how our society is composed. So we need to think about fake news in a context of the digital culture, and we think this is something new, but actually it is an essential element that has always been here for marginalizing some groups. And when we speak about algorithmic colonialism, and here I have a reflection about the global financial architecture and how we can face inequalities, this is from the perspective that the algorithmic colonialism, it updates the traditional colonial logic, because now we're speaking about AI, the high-end algorithms, innovations. So there is a lot of enthusiasm about this technology that is at the service of social problems. And when we look at this context and a debate about digital exclusion or digital inclusion, then we need to, of course, look at the wider context and this premise of the technological inferiority of historically marginalized groups. So here I like working with a concept by Milton Santos, speaking about how the structure of society, the modern rationality in which we need to be individual entrepreneurs, this takes away from us this possibility of being local developers of technology. And this is so essential in the digitalization of life, to think about facing inequalities, new economies, and a global financial financial architecture that can address our subjectivities. It needs to be defending rights, and it needs to be centered around people and their subjectivities. So to deal with the situation of disinformation, this context, we need to decolonize these concepts and look at them from this new perspective. Misinformation and disinformation are a part of these social relations in our modern society. And when we think about the digital culture and projecting futures, this is essential because it is from here that we can think about new ways for social organization, new governance, new economic relations that will be unleashing new consumption models. That is what we speak about, and I think that is the big message here for civil society in this C20 process and in the G20 as a whole. The importance of this construction of a new economy, it demands that we think, structure, and fight for a new consumption model. And that, of course, has to do with a more general reflection. What is our reference on equality, on equity that we believe in? If our reference of equality is this model that we have today that is not sustainable, then we will not be able to advance in this sense. So it's really important for us to locate this debate, and we took on this challenge of thinking about it. Why is the algorithm an agent of this colonial past, and how can we rethink the global financial structure? We need to displace our gaze from this debate about disinformation to understand that disinformation is connected with our histories, and this tells us a lot about who we are. And this is a perspective that makes many people vulnerable and poor, and that steal possibilities from us, as Milton Santos said. And we have to break this cycle, not only the colonialism of the algorithm, but the traditional colonialism. And we can only do this by establishing new cooperations to replace these relationships of domination. So we have to look at this under an international law perspective and considering the relationships between countries and peoples. So this is just an initial reflection for this debate, which is a huge challenge, and for us to dive into this a little more and understand and think about how this macroeconomy affects social relations, our subjectivities, and also our day-to-day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juliane. So the topic of the digital economy and technologies has been present in the C20 since Argentina in 2018. And we brought this topic back here in Brazil, put a focus on it. And it has been more and more important because of the threats that democratic governments have been suffering because of the manipulations that happen in social media, the company monopolies of big techs, and the G20 strengthening our working group of technology and digitalization has been asking for regulations. I think that is very important, not only for the technology debate, but the debate about the financial system, the private sector. Regulations today, the big private corporations, they have a lot more informational control than the states and society. And those that have informational control decide the future of policies and countries, decide the results of elections. So informational integrity, which is what Julia just spoke about, it is essential for us to continue living in democracies. And I think that the C20 will continue very committed to this agenda. Now I want to pass the floor to Fontaine, who also will be addressing an essential topic here that speaks about democracy and women's rights, considering the current context in the world today. Fontaine, please.
Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fontaine Papayoti. I'm with the Deputy Director of Policy and Advocacy with the International Center for Research on Women. Our office is in the US, but we also have offices in Africa and India. And I'm also the North America organizing partner for the Women's Major Group, which is an organization mandated to monitor sustainable development processes in the United Nations with over 2,000 members around the world. I feel like I need to apologize to everyone for ruining the vibes after our nice little lunch. We're going to be talking a little bit about the doom and gloom that we're finding ourselves in these days, especially with the outcome of the US election that is looming large around the world. And I will focus in particular, I think I will be adding to that sense of malaise, unfortunately. And I will be focusing on the potential risks to gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in all their diversity. Again, around the world. I believe that as of a few days ago, we are in a deeply reactionary landscape, political landscape, where we have a very clear consolidation of power across government, business interests, media, and the tech sector that is deeply anti-democratic, anti-rights, virulently misogynistic. And all signs point to a carefully planned and implemented strategy to reach this level of consolidation. And I think that is expanding to many parts of the world and exacerbating already grave and grievous attacks on human rights and gender equality by mostly male leaders. So while already we were not making significant progress toward gender equality by any established metric, the SDGs reports have told us that we would need hundreds of years for that. Still, we're now extremely concerned about losing even the fragile gains that we had made in this domain, in this regard. And while the focus of the concern has been understandably on sexual and reproductive health and rights, I fear that most women and girls around the world will feel the impact on a range of rights, including their health and well-being. They'll feel the impact within their communities, within their natural environment, their livelihoods. And through this alliance of politics with a misogynistic tech and media sector, women and girls in all their diversity will also be exposed to additional violence and harassment, both online and offline. So there is very strong evidence that gender equality is a critical component of sustainable development and the health of our societies more broadly. And it can have positive knock-on effects across areas such as peace and security, democracy, economic development, health and education, human mobility. The range is very wide. But what our efforts to empower women have often led to is a situation where we're continuously now asking women to do more, work more, produce more, reproduce more, care more, but all with ever shrinking resources and while taking away more and more of their voice and agency in decision making. And while we do know that we need substantial social investments and policies to protect and promote the rights of women and girls, I believe that at the global level, we are now in a context where even, the limited appetite we had for transformative proposals to reform global governance and mobilize resources for gender sensitive development is quickly evaporating. And we now pivot to this more zero-sum transactional approach to international cooperation for sustainable development and economic development. And likely outcomes in all of the areas that I mentioned before will likely worsen, particularly for women and girls. And of course, the multilateral system, especially the United Nations, where every country gets a vote, is a prime target for some of these leaders. We're already seeing efforts to stoke discontent and dysfunction in the system by restricting liquidity and funding, by emboldening reactionary voices, and, outright defunding entities that do not align with national priorities. We see them already. We expect them to intensify. And of course, the gender equality and the broader human rights architecture has been in the crosshairs for a long time. And we expect a much more robust pushback to language and commitments, if not their full erasure. So is it all lost? I would say no. Much is lost, but we have spaces like this where we have diversity of voices, and we have an emerging new paradigm of what could possibly be done differently. And I think the opportunity now is for the Global South to articulate a different vision for sustainable development and remain united across global policy forums and the multilateral system in committing to this new vision and promoting it consistently across their engagements. For us as civil society, I feel that now is the time to think strategically about building new alliances, engaging with those who may not have been openly vocal in favor of gender equality and the rights of women and girls and other marginalized communities, but at the same time, identifying areas of shared interest and concern that can drive some common advocacy and work together on these issues. And of course, I think the other challenge going back to the Global South and these regional policy forums remaining united in their advocacy goals is around which priorities, which issues will they prioritize, which reforms. Professor earlier mentioned the UN Tax Convention, which is a significant initiative that was brought by the Africa Group to the UN. As we're now going into conversations around the enlargement of the Security Council and the potential for seats offered to some African countries on the Security Council, the question then becomes which of these choices and reforms will the Global South prioritize and consistently go for if we're hoping to reform our global governance, our financial architecture, and within that, promote gender equality as a critical component of sustainable development. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Fontaine. Eu acho também
Thank you
importante
so much,
destacar as
Fontaine. I think it's
contribuições do
also
nosso grupo
important
de
to highlight
trabalho
the
8
contributions of our working
sobre o
group
direito
number
das
8
mulheres e equidade
about
de gênero.
women's
Grupo
rights
este
and
ano
gender
trabalhou
equity.
a partir de uma
Today, they
agenda também
worked thinking
estrutural,
of an
entendendo
agenda
que, no
that was
caso do
very structured,
Brasil, é
understanding that
importante
in
dizer que
Brazil's
são as
case, it's
mulheres
important to
negras
say
aquelas que estão sempre na
that
linha de
Black women
frente
are the
quando
ones that are
os
always
nossos
in the
direitos
front
estão
lines
ameaçados. São as
when
primeiras
our
a
rights
perder
are
seus
being
direitos.
threatened. They
Assim
are
como
the
em
first
outros
ones to
países,
lose
são
their
as
rights,
mulheres
just
que
as in other
representam
countries, women
grupos
are the ones
minorizados do
who
ponto de vista
represent
racial,
groups
étnico,
of
religioso,
minorities,
e por aí
racial,
fora. São sempre
ethnic,
as
and religious
mulheres,
minorities that
mais
always are
particularmente no
suffering
Brasil, as mulheres
with
negras,
these
aquelas que
violations of
primeiro
human
perdem
rights.
seus
And
direitos e têm
women,
seus direitos
of course, are at the
violados.
forefront
Então,
of this.
também é
And here in
importante dizer
Brazil,
que num
Black women are the
contexto
first ones to
de
have their
retrocesso
rights
democrático
be
ou de
disrespected.
austeridade,
So
os
thinking
primeiros
about the
direitos que
democratic
deixam de caber nos orçamentos são
processes,
justamente das
and
mulheres.
the first rights that
Direitos
are excluded
sexuais e
from our
reprodutivos, mas
budgets
também o
are the
direito ao
rights of women, the
trabalho.
sexual and
O
reproductive
trabalho
rights, but also the
reprodutivo
right
passa
to
a ser
work
trabalho de cuidado passa a
and
ser menos ainda
the
reconhecido do que já não
care
é, né?
within
Porque já não é
households
reconhecido. E
and
nós sabemos que a
related
nossa sociedade simplesmente
tasks
pararia
are
se o
unrecognized
trabalho
work, and we
de
know that
cuidado deixasse
society would
acontecer.
stop
Né?
if
Então,
this
eu acho
care in
importante também que
households
esse tema esteja no nosso
ceased
painel
to
de hoje
exist,
como tema central
this
de reflexão
domestic work.
global.
So this
Bom,
is a
agora eu
huge
quero
challenge globally.
passar a palavra para Wang
Now
Qianxi,
I want to pass
representando
the
a
floor to
China
Wang
Association
Chengxi,
for
representing
NGO
the China
Cooperation. Thank
Association
you
for
so
NGO
much.
Cooperation.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to have opportunity come to Brazil to join the C20 summit. I'm Wang Xiangyi from China Association for NGO Cooperation, short name CANGO. Is a national platform for Chinese CSOs. So firstly, I want to share with you about global level progress regarding to SDG 2, Zero Hunger. In September, I joined the Summit of the Future in New York, the UN headquarters, and found out the progress of SDG 2 from global level. Regarding SDG 2, many countries now face dual challenge of undernourishment and overweight. The global prevalence of obesity has increased from 9% to 16% in 1992. So according to the SDG index, they show 9 of 198 UN member states has achieved SDG 2. So this is a big challenge. Secondly, let's see how about China. China has made significant strides towards achieving SDG 2 from international level with through agricultural assistance and the South-South cooperation and the partnership with over 140 countries and the regions. China has introduced more than 1,000 agricultural technology, boosting crop yields in product area by an average of 30% to 60%, over 1.5 million small farmers. China also shares agriculture innovation like hybrid rice to help developing countries to improve food production and reduce hunger worldwide. So let's see from national level, China also developed and implemented various policy and measures to support the implementation of SDG 2, such as the Food Security Law, which released 2023, and the National Nutrition Plan covered 2017 to 2030, which released in 2017, and the guiding opinions on vigorous developing of agricultural technology to progress has increased from 53.5% in 2012 to over 61% in 2021. So this significantly improving food production efficiency and had led to this historic shift from merely solving problem of food and clothing to comprehensively ensuring food security, providing food security for 1/5 of the world population. China has achieved comprehensive food security using only 9% of world arable land and 6% of fresh water. In terms of the nutrition, China tracks key indicators such as child growth and overweight rates, etc., to showing steady progress towards its goals. However, we still have some challenge, such as structuring food security issues due to the evolving dairy demands. To address this, China is enhancing basic research and innovation to build a resilient and sustainable worldwide system. And the third, I want to come back to civil society, because we are the C20, is Civil Society 20. Regarding the role of civil society on this issue, according to my understanding, I think we can play several roles. One is knowledge sharing. We can do knowledge sharing among different countries and regions. And the second, we can facilitate multi-stakeholders dialogue. And the third one, we can do some policy advocacy, not only national level, but also regional and global level. And finally, we can do international exchange, such as like C20 platform among different countries. And here I can give you two examples from China. One is from China Agricultural University, and the second one is from our member organization, is the China Foundation for Rural Development. So let's see the university project, namely Small Technology, Big Harvest program. This program has last decades. China Agricultural University team has worked together with the Tanzania team to explore agriculture-based development pathway for modernization. The project has productivity improvement to nutrition enhancement and then to young talent training and public management. So it's a systematic approach. And also linked government, decision makers, universities, and think tanks. Now this program has achieved from Chinese-led initiative to Tanzania-led initiative. So second case is from China Foundation for Rural Development. In response to the hunger issue faced by the poverty area in African countries, and this foundation has launched this program in 2015. The program, namely, let's see, the program, namely, is the Smiling Children Program. This rule to provide school meals and food distribution in these countries. And they also do some activities to promote exchange and friendship between China and African countries. So by the end of 2023, this project has been carried out in several countries, such as Ethiopia and Sudan, Nepal, Myanmar, and Pakistan, etc., and have benefiting a total of 160,000 people a year. So as the world's most populous developing nation, China has progressed from not having enough to having plenty and now eating well. So this journey has secured food and 1/5 of the global population, contributing significantly to UN SDG goals. China also eliminated absolute poverty, achieving the UN poverty reduction goal of a decade ahead of the schedule, and making a lasting impact on global poverty alleviation and human development. And I also look back for my organization as a civil society, a national platform of CSOs, what we can do. We can act as a bridge to bridge the information gap and the knowledge sharing between China and the international community. So finally, my organization name is Can Go. It means we can go together. So let's work together for a world without hunger. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Acho importante também enfatizar os desafios globais.
Thank you. I think it's important to emphasize the global challenges to get the 2030 agenda, especially hunger. But we know that 2030 agenda, not only because we went through a pandemic in this path, but mainly to the lack of commitment from the national governments when we're talking about funding for this agenda. Unfortunately, it's not only 17% of the goals were done, and we only have 5 years. So the big question is what is going to happen after that? And we will keep thinking about goals and agendas every 15 years not to do anything, or the governments will have this political commitment with these issues. Now I pass the floor for Tatenda. It's very important of G20 this year, with the resolution of last year roundtable, it was the inclusion of the African Union as a member, an effective member of the group. Before they were only guests, but now they are a permanent member from G20. And not only because next year we're going to have for the first time a G20 in the African continent, in South Africa, but also because the other countries in Africa, through this African Union, have a voice, a more effective voice in the group. And it's important to talk about the problem that the African continent is facing.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that. I recognize that it's the afternoon after lunch. We've heard a lot of rich conversations. But I'm just going to ask everyone to just stand up for 1 second. Once you stand up, please turn to the person on your left and just give them a high five. And then similarly with the person on your right, give them a high five. All right, we can sit down now. All right, thank you, everyone. Yeah, I wanted to get the energy back up. My name is Tatenda. I am with AfroDad. We are a Pan-African civil society organization that works in South Africa and the continent as a whole on issues of debt and development. So often when we tell people that, their eyes sort of glaze over and they think debt is for the economists and the gray suits, and it's got nothing to do with us. But we obviously know that debt affects our ability to pay for good education for our citizens. It affects our ability to pay for good healthcare for our citizens. So it's quite integral to all of the work that I think all of us in this room do. So earlier on in the day, the South African representatives spoke about their themes, the South African presidency's themes for 2025. And I'll structure my sharing with you on those themes. Those themes are solidarity, sustainability, and equality. So I'm going to start by talking about, I guess, where we are. And I think the latter part of my talk will be about where we could go if we have a leadership from our presidents that is feminist, that is decolonial, and that is anti-racist. So that's leadership that we need at the G20 from our individual countries and from South Africa as they take on the role next year. So in terms of solidarity, I think quite a few of you were in Washington 3 weeks ago, and we spent lots of meetings with the World Bank, with the IMF, arguing over technical definitions of whether governments are in a solvency crisis or a liquidity crisis. And they essentially spent the whole week trying to put the wool over their head or trying to bury their heads in the sand. But we know, I think, as Latin American countries, as African countries, as Asian countries, that debt is a massive issue. And we've got numbers to show this. We know that every year, the Global South is spending $50 billion more than what we're receiving in disbursements. So this is a massive net negative outflow, where every year we're losing 50 billion. And the G20 has brought out what they call the common framework, and it's meant to be a way to resolve some of these debt issues. But what we're finding is that this framework is quite uncommon in the sense that it's prioritizing creditors over the human rights of our citizens. And we've seen this in Africa, in Zambia. We're currently seeing it in Ethiopia. We've also seen it in Ghana. I think there's lots of evidence to show this. So I think that's the first thing in terms of where we are, in terms of solidarity. In terms of sustainability, quite a few of our friends that couldn't make it to Rio are currently in Baku, in Azerbaijan, for the COP. And they're also, I think, fighting. And one of the fights that they have this year is the new collective quantitative goals for climate finance. I think the one thing that I'd want to say on climate finance in terms of sustainability is what we've actually found since 2021 is that the majority of climate finance that's been pledged and given to the global south has actually been in the form of debt. So they make these big pronunciations, these proclamations to say, we're giving you billions, but actually what they're doing is they're just repackaging the loans and giving us more debt, often at unfavorable terms. The third statement on where we are is in terms of equality. So in this context of high debt, in this context of climate catastrophe, what you then find is our governments struggle to make their payments. And what do? They are advised by the World Bank, by the IMF, to consolidate their budgets. What that looks like is austerity, but what that actually means is that women often take the brunt of this burden. So we know that in terms of care economy, whenever the government reduces funding on healthcare, whenever the government reduces funding on education, it's women that take this inordinate toll. So that's where we are. That's the moment we find ourselves in. I think I'm with you, Foteni, in that it's a bit of a grim moment. But in terms of the moments that are ahead of us, there are just 3 moments that I would like us to perhaps think about. The first moment is it's in about a month's time. It's called the IDA replenishment. IDA stands for the International Development Association. And what this is every couple of years, all the governments, especially from the global north, come together to figure out how much aid that they'll be able to transmit through the World Bank and the IMF. We've heard about how this presidency of Trump presents a risk in terms of what we can get. But in terms of what this moment, I guess, provides in terms of opportunity, as South African civil society, we have a term which is Ubuntu, and it roughly translates to solidarity. As AfroDad, our motto is Africa as a rule maker and not as a rule taker. And I think globally, for everyone in this room, I think the message is to say that with this IDA replenishment coming up, we need to lobby, we need to call for our leaders to come up with a package of aid, a package of funding, a package of financing, which is based on decolonial principles, as I mentioned earlier, and is sort of structured around dismantling this asymmetric financial architecture that we've heard about. The second moment that I'd like to speak about is coming up in June of next year, June 2025. It's the 4th Financing for Development Summit. And we feel that this summit represents a great opportunity for leaders within the G20 to start advocating more strongly for a UN debt convention. Why do we need a UN debt convention? Thank you. Why do we need a UN debt convention? Because currently under the G20 common framework, as I mentioned earlier, you have this very asymmetric relation, whereas once debt conversations start being taken to the UN, then you have a platform which is first of all legitimate. It's not just a group of powerful organizations. Secondly, you have a democratic space where it's not just based on your ability to have more money, and that allows you to call the shots, but it's actually about each country having a fair say. The third moment that we, I think, perhaps need to ask our presidents, need to ask our Sherpas, that we as civil society need to rally around is this UN tax convention. I think a lot of the panelists have spoken about this. Why is the UN tax convention important to us as AfroDad? Well, quite simply, it will allow countries in the global south to start reducing illicit financial flows. Why do we need that? Because if we are going to start funding the care economy, if we are going to start funding universal basic income as AI is coming on board and perhaps threatening, life as we know it, if we're going to be able to fund all of these things, then we need a fair playground. And the only way that we can have this is through a UN tax convention. So I've got 20 seconds left. Just want to say thanks to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatenda. É importante conectar esse debate da
It is
dívida
important to connect this debate with our group of the fair economy and anti-racist that it's saying in the C20 for a long time.
de como as agências que ranqueiam
It's
crédito
how the agencies that are ranking through these countries are private groups with corporate interests. We do not have this establishment inside the public and transparent system that is going to be controlled by the countries and the civil society of this funding mechanism. And this will determine how this work access this system or not. This is connected with this unilateral groups because the global north, they have more voice and they are considered the one that contribute better. And actually, we know that those who contribute to maintain these banks are the ones that are in debt because they are paying for the taxes and the African countries, they pay for the same country that they loan 10 times more than countries as Germany as for the money that they loan. This means that according to the UNCTAD report, we have at least 54 countries in the world, most of them in Africa, that use more public money to pay their debt, the rates and interests than for investments, health, and education. This debt debate is an international debate, but it affects what happens in our community and in our cities. Due to this debt that many countries don't have money to invest in public policies and education, health, policies that promote women's rights, housing, and that's why these countries are paying their debts. So this group of C20 economy group, for a while, it's dealing with this. And I believe that with G20 in the African continent is a central debate that needs to be faced through this country. So thank you, Tatenda, for bringing your point of view. Now I'll pass the floor for Natalia from Engajamundo. That was one of the co-facilitators of the work group 3 about climate and energy transition. And to reinforce the importance of this youth, we have an engagement group of youth that is Y20, and you know that the C20 is open and to have the participation of our society, recognizing the important role of the youth. Natalia, thank you. Thank you, Henrique. Before starting, I would like to say that we are talking about the youth. I would like to thank Henrique and Alessandra that opened the doors of G20 to include many youth groups, the ones that are working with the civil society here in Brazil and around the world. And we are able to have this expressive participation of the youth. So thank you for supporting us.
É uma honra estar aqui como co-facilitadora
It's
do
an
grupo de
honor to be
trabalho
here as a co-facilitator in this work of C20. We had 3 facilitators, co-facilitators inside the work group 3, besides the ones from Engajamundo, represented by myself, Luan, Maria Clara, that cannot be here. We also have Priscila from the Climate Observatory.
So we had several people acting directly in this coordination of this working group number 3. We're very proud of what we did. I want to congratulate all of the organizers of the C20, all the co-facilitators, the working group. It really is a huge joy to be here at the end at this summit, speaking a little bit about the future challenges that we have ahead of us as civil society and how we can face together the climate crisis and its consequences. Thinking specifically of the transition of the G20 presidency to South Africa, I also want to mention, I know this is off script, but I saw that we had some publications there on the G20, children in the G20 specifically, and I think we need to have more children involved in the G20. We saw amazing efforts on behalf of several organizations of civil society that led this process, and some organizations composing working group number 3 that are organizing activities that have to do with children specifically. 2 thematic groups that we have always spoken about a lot, thinking about the future. And now we are saying that children and youth are not the future, they are the now, and we can no longer wait for the future to change. We have to change now. So our working group number 3 about the environment and climate justice and the energy transition was the biggest working group in 2024. We had more than 700 members, and we focused on essential issues for the future: the environment, the climate, justice, and energy transition. These are connected with all the other working groups, I would say. So I also want to congratulate, I saw Yuri here from the T20. We worked a lot with task force number 2. So collaborations between different engagement groups were also essential. I also want to congratulate Janaína, who is here from the W20. She was a great collaborator thinking about the intersectionality of climate issues with gender issues. And I personally am very involved with this. I am representing Engajamundo and the Feminist Coalition for Climate Justice. So this is an intersection that we really tried to work on together as well. And as a civil society, we want to reiterate that these global challenges, they demand effective responses that are aligned with what science is showing us. So now with South Africa, we have a great opportunity to strengthen the representation of the Global South in the G20, especially now that Brazil is passing this presidency on to South Africa. And it means that we must face climate change in a just and equitable way so that developing countries receive the support that is necessary for the sustainable transition. And for this, the G20 needs to adopt clear and measurable commitments that are coherent with the Paris Agreement and with the global balance decided at the COPs, and we will be hosting the COP next year here in Brazil. So looking at our priorities and the challenges that we needed to overcome, I want to say that all of the nationally determined contributions need to look at limiting global warming, the 1.5 degrees Celsius reference, and the G20 must strengthen its commitment with the reduction of emissions until 2030. Without this reduction of at least 43% until 2030, it will be impossible to reach our objectives and to advance also considering 2035. We have an update from the NDCs that I think was just launched in November. I just received it in the Brazilian NDC group. And we really do need to be more ambitious and to seek out more ambitious objectives as civil society. Another essential point has to do with the gradual elimination of fossil fuels. We defend that the G20 G20 must take on a global commitment with a clear timeline prioritizing actions throughout the next decade. This means the end of the exploration of new reserves of fossil fuels, keeping most of the known reserves in the subsoil. This is also an essential commitment so that we can stop climate change and keep it at 1.5 as something that is doable. So we also need, as another central pillar, for the G20 to support an ambitious objective on climate financing. It needs to be accessible, predictable, and enough to support the most vulnerable nations. The demands for adaptation and climate resilience are urgent, and the financial commitment needs to be at the level of the challenges that we have faced on these topics. As was pointed out by Brazil in a recent event, it is not the problem here is not the lack of resources, but how the resources are being distributed and the way in which they are being distributed. In addition, we also defended in our policy that the G20 must strengthen its position in order to eliminate subsidies for fossil fuels until 2030, looking at a just and equitable transition that will not compromise the access to power. We always speak about the transition, but we need to remember that we need to deal with energy poverty and the lack of access to power. And it is necessary for the G20 to protect the rights of environmental activists and activists for human rights. In many regions, activists are still suffering from violence because of their fight for the environment and social justice. And when we think about this, we want, of course, to consider all of the agreements that exist. Brazil and Colombia are the countries that have some of the highest levels of violence against environmental activists. And we know that most environmental activists are in traditional communities. Many of these leaders are women, and these are the defenders of the environment that are in the front lines and that many times lose their lives because they are trying to protect their territories. Now, with South Africa taking on the presidency, we have an opportunity to try and create a new standard for protection, thinking about these defenders as well, guaranteeing a safe space for their actions and to have them participate in global decisions. Well, we have a challenging journey ahead of us, but also an unprecedented opportunity to strengthen our climate ambitions and global justice. Those of us that participated in this working group, number 3, we are here willing to collaborate with South Africa, the next presidency of the C20, and we hope to be able to achieve the level of commitment necessary to face climate and social challenges that are ahead of us.
Obrigado, Natália. Bom, acho que não
Thank you,
precisamos falar de que
Natalia.
a crise climática é o
So I
desafio
don't think
global,
we
é a
need to
crise
state
que
that
se conecta com todas
the
as crises
climate
e
crisis
agrava
is the
todas as
crisis
demais
connected to
crises, né?
all
Fome,
crises
pobreza,
and that
desigualdades entre as nossas
aggravates
sociedades,
inequalities,
conectando
hunger,
com o que o Tatenda
poverty in
falou,
our
as
societies. And thinking about
soluções
what
que os
Tatenda
países
said,
do
the
G20
solutions
têm
that the
trazido, não todos, mas
G20
muitos
countries
deles,
have
são
brought forward, not all
soluções de
of them, but many of
financiamento
them are
climático baseadas no
solutions of
endividamento.
climate
Mas
financing
não
based
podemos
on
aceitar
debt. So we
que os
cannot
países do
accept
G20
that
proponham
the
mais
G20
dívida
countries
para que os países
propose
pobres
more
possam
debt
pegar dinheiro
for the
emprestado
poor
para fazer
countries so
ação
they
climática.
can get
Então,
loans
a
for
dívida,
climate
mais uma vez,
action.
sufoca a capacidade dos
Debt,
países
once again,
também para a
suffocates
resposta
these
climática.
countries' capacities
Uma outra
for
questão é
climate
que nós já
response.
tivemos a
Another
declaração
issue
ministerial
is that we
do
already have the
ambiente e clima
ministerial
sustentável,
declaration
né? Aconteceu
on the
cerca de
climate and
mês e meio atrás aqui no
sustainability. This
Brasil, a
happened a
reunião
month and a half ago
ministerial.
here in Brazil, the ministerial
Infelizmente,
meeting.
não é surpresa para nós da
Unfortunately, and this
sociedade
is
civil,
not a
apesar das
surprise for us from civil
contribuições
society,
ambiciosas,
despite the ambitious
audaciosas e
contributions
concretas
and bold
do
and
C20 e
concrete
dos demais
contributions
grupos de
from the C20
engajamento,
and other
a
engagement
declaração
groups,
ministerial
the ministerial
praticamente não tem nenhuma
declaration
ambição. Não é surpresa
is pretty much void of ambitions. We are not surprised about this because we are very frustrated with the climate negotiations happening in the COPs, and we feel the G20 is not advancing greatly in this sense. Despite the strong leadership of our Minister of the Environment, Marina Silva, in this agenda, it seems that a consensus between countries is specifically difficult regarding climate financing. We will not have effective climate actions without financing. And this will not happen if the financing does not reach the most affected communities. The financing in global funds today happens through development banks, and it is drained through this path. And basically, we see that almost nothing reaches indigenous communities and the city outskirts and traditional communities. So we need to think about this flow of resources. Thank you, Natalia. Now I will pass the floor to Felipe Reis, sub-Sherpa of Brazil in the G20. I will not ask Felipe to answer any questions about these issues. I think we don't really have answers right now, but Felipe has been at all of the G20 negotiations, and this week we have this summit, which is happening in a parallel way to the Sherpa meetings. Mauricio is with the Itamaraty team, and Mauricio and Felipe, and all of the efforts for the Leaders' Declaration that will be launched over this next week. And we want it to be as progressive and ambitious as possible, seeking out a consensus amongst countries. So we're really happy to see Felipe working in this complex agenda of negotiations that is happening before the summit of leaders, and it's wonderful to have him here in dialogue with civil society. He has been in other C20 events, and we're very pleased to be able to hear from him about what's happening today, Felipe, in the closed doors of the negotiators. Thank you so much for being here. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. So after hearing you, I was like, wow, I wish I had a beer before being up here. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So it's a pleasure to be a part of this C20 summit. I want to thank Alessandra and Henrique for inviting me here. I have been in this partnership with the C20 throughout the year. It was a very intense partnership and very rich as well, not just because of the importance and the coverage and the way that the C20 is composed with all of these actors of civil society, but because of the partnership and the collaboration that happened throughout this year during the Brazilian presidency to establish this closer contact with civil society. And this was determined by President Lula last year in preparation for the Brazilian presidency. So with this aspect here, I want to start my observations. In my opinion, looking at what perhaps is most unique about the Brazilian presidency in relation to other presidencies, this concern of looking for a common good. You know, the government cannot function in a distant way from society. It needs to be close to society. And these discussions, many times, as Henrique said, they are behind closed doors with people we don't know, discussing issues that are not easy to understand many times. Many times it is difficult to understand what the repercussions are. So the concern really was to create this two-way street with civil society. And here, I'm going to get into more details about how we did this. The first concern in terms of organizing this had to do with, okay, how are we going to structure this debate? How are we going to have this debate not simply be something that's part of a protocol, creating, you know, this dialogue with civil society, and then nothing's going to happen after that. We're going to get a document and it's going to end up in my bookshelf. So how can we really use this opportunity, take advantage of it? And the way in which the Brazilian government thought about this had to do with three pillars, let's say, for coordination. The first one has to do with the Sherpa track the trap in which we discuss public policies that affect the state, and a specific communication in the financing pillars, so the finance track. This is a very important track, not just because the G20 really starts from this financial economic segment, but it is a pillar that has more complicated topics for the general population. To speak about education and culture is something that's closer to people than to speak about regulations and financial structures and why is the money here, but why does it not reach the population? So this really needs a lot of translation work, let's say, between what is being discussed and the general public, civil society. The third big front here starts tomorrow with the social G20. And why is there a concern with this third part here, this third track, as we're calling it, of the G20? The engagement groups, they are, first of all, part of the organized civil society, right? So you have this degree of organization that means that they are part of this engagement group. They are some of the oldest actors of civil society that have gotten organized to be in dialogue with the G20. But the engagement groups, they don't cover all of civil societies. We have many movements, many segments that also are legitimate and that should be able to express their perspectives, their hopes, their recommendations. So this was a way to say, okay, how do we think about this? How can we guarantee that we're offering opportunities for these groups to express themselves? And this is in the social G20. Now, thinking about G20 and the communication with civil society, the first initiative that we had was related to creating a situation in which the engagement groups could have direct communication with the Sherpas. This is very important because without this direct communication, the mutual knowledge always has an intermediary that might be documents or something else, so it's distant. You can't have a direct interaction. And so in July of this year, the engagement groups were able to be in dialogue directly with the government representatives. Of course, and I just want to make a side note here, is this dialogue enough? Well, no, of course not. But we need to take a first step, right? And that is a first step. The expectation now is that this channel will be improved and it will become a common and robust practice within the G20. I think it's important to highlight how unique this initiative is, the concern for establishing this direct contact and dialogue. Now, in this occasion, the engagement groups, they expressed through documents their recommendations and aspirations for the Sherpas. That is really important because, you know, the Sherpas need to focus on the main messages that civil society wants to communicate. So this was really important because through these documents, the governments were able to reflect on what was seen, and in that way we were able to, okay, well, first we have to speak, right? Then we have to listen and then incorporate.
And we are very happy to see throughout the organization that 9 work groups in one task force, the minister, they reflect what we are talking about. So if you look at the group of ministerial declaration in one of the task forces, those recommendations of C20 is reflected there. In the case of this digital economy of the work group, the minister, they incorporated 5 recommendations of this collective effort from T20 and C20. 5 of them are reflected. So we are very happy to see that it was not something that we lost, and maybe it was not enough, sure, but we didn't lose that. We have an interaction that we talk and we listen, and this can be reflected in these ministerial declarations. I think that Henrique said that this type of incorporation is not the president that is going to receive. You receive the recommendation and then it's going to become a G20 position. This needs to be debated, that we need the consensus. And we have this debate that is not an easy debate. It's hard, and it increases the importance at the end to have so many G20, C20 recommendations in this ministerial agenda. And we are in the right path. South Africa, in this preparation talks that we have, we already talked about that we want to continue not only with these initiatives to establish this direct channel with the Sherpas, but to continue with the social G20 that starts tomorrow. And it was not done, it was never done. And we have many aspects that we are curious to know how it's going to work. But what's important that is their efforts recognized in the part of the Sherpas and the government. This interaction, it's being well received and is being understood. And what increases positive perspective of this engagement. I only have a few minutes. And I think that the result of this interaction, the Brazilian presence has this merit to get this talk in the central point of this task force. We did everything that was possible. We have innovative initiatives. We count on this G20 consensus to increase these initiatives. And now we start with these baby steps, and we need to start walking. So the South African presence not only to continue to reinforce and to be in the benefit of governments and society. Thank you.
Obrigado, Felipe. Eu acho que esses precedentes muito positivos do processo desse ano,
I think that this positive part of the process this year, and I want to say the participation of the engagement groups in the third Sherpas meeting in June, but also in the June 22, that also we can also deliver our recommendations for this financial track. And this is very important for the G20, C20 to do that as the meeting with the president of the country that we had in the last week on Monday. This happened a few years before. The presidents, a few years before G20, they received G20 in this side meeting, but we had this group meeting with President Lula, and it's important that next year Brazil continuing this. We are going to stimulate South Africa with this commitment to keep these practices. This should be an annual practice of G20 from Sherpa and the financial track and the presidency, because we have a fundamental role to receive and dialogue with those engagement groups. In fact, those initiatives in Brazil that happened in June, maybe they were the best opportunities, what we are calling social G20, because it was when we started this effective incidence work, when all the engaging groups were able to prepare their recommendations. And once again, our co-facilitators group had 3 months with the members to do this work, so we can have any guidance in June to deliver this on July. So these results that Felipe talks about, the absorption and incorporate these recommendations in some of the ministerial declaration, was only possible because this work is being done since the beginning. So I think that this is important, and we are counting on Brazil so they can repeat this in South Africa. Maybe it should be, it's not easy to Troika, it's easier because they don't have the concerns about logistics. So Brazil can also be part of the political agenda next year, contributing with Africa do Sul next year. South Africa next year. Before ending this moment and thank you, and finalize this table, I also want to talk about another subject that is a global challenge that is extremely important. C20 this year in its board committee on May, at the end of May, we had this debate about the themes of this global peace. We don't have this specific group about this theme, but we had Alessandra and myself, we were in C7 Summit, Ricardo, our president from C7 this year. That was done in Italy, that was held in Italy, and in dialogue with the C7 presidency, the committee of C20 understood that although we didn't have a specific work group, it was important to talk about the armed conflicts in the world and present this declaration. So I will read this declaration about world peace. I'm going to read in English because it is in English, but then we can translate and send it and put it in the C20's website.
At this critical moment in history, we are confronted with a painful reality. Armed conflicts continue to devastate lives, communities, ecosystems, and entire nations. The human impact of these conflicts is immense and demands our immediate attention and coordinated action. In 2024, the world faces one of the most violent periods since the end of the Second World War, with more than 56 active armed conflicts causing unspeakable suffering. In Syria, for example, after more than a decade of war, about 13 million people need humanitarian aid, and 6.6 million people have reached 6.6 million people are internally displaced. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the number of internally displaced people had reached over 7.2 million in March of this year, according to the UN. A humanitarian crisis resulting from a cyclical violent conflict in the country, which has killed millions over the past 3 decades. In Ukraine, the war has resulted in death of over 11,000 civilians and much more soldiers from both sides. In Gaza, the impact of Israel's attacks is devastating, with more than 43,000 Palestinians killed and many more injured. Currently, about 2 million Palestinians live under a blockade that severely limits access to essential goods and services. Hunger and climate crisis are interconnected global issues that cannot be resolved while armed conflicts continue to proliferate. In war-affected regions, agricultural production is often disrupted, supply chains are destroyed, and populations are displaced, increasing food insecurity and territorial injustice. For example, in South Sudan, more than 7 million people face severe hunger due to ongoing conflict and instability. Armed conflicts and wars are particularly more impactful for groups in vulnerable situations, placing women, elderly, young people and children, religious, racial, and ethnic minorities, people with disabilities, LGBTQ plus people, and poor population in situations of extreme human rights violations. Additionally, it's necessary to highlight that the industrial military complex sector is one of the major contributors to the climate crisis. Military bases, arms manufacturing, war vehicles, military operations, and related infrastructure consume a large amount of minerals, energy, and fossil fuels, being responsible for the emissions of millions of tons of greenhouse gases. It's crucial to recognize that peace is the foundation upon which we can build a sustainable and prosperous future. Stability and security are necessary conditions for any significant progress in global issues, including eradicating hunger and poverty, facing climate change. Without peace, our efforts to promote economic development, health, environmental justice, and global well-being are undermined by violence and instability. Therefore, we appeal to all global leaders to reinforce their commitment to a peaceful resolution of conflicts, the prevention of violence, and compliance of international law. The fragility of global peace demands the utmost urgency and concrete multilateral action. It's urgent that countries, one, reduce military spending and weapons production, two, resume with urgency nuclear arms reduction processes with a view to achieving the elimination of all weapon of mass destruction. Three, prevent arms transfers into conflict-prone and active conflict zones, in particular where international law and human rights has been violated. Prohibit the funding of political parties and election campaigns by the military sector. 5, actively involve and financially support civil society and grassroots peace builders in every aspect of conflict resolutions and peace building. And 6, invest in peace education. Countries must also intensify their diplomatic efforts, supporting the United Nations Secretary General new agenda for peace, including reforms to the UN Security Council, revitalization of the UN General Assembly, and elevating the work of the Peace Building Commission. Also, supporting peace initiatives and increasing funding for humanitarian aid and sustainable development in affected regions. Actively include women and youth in peace-building activities as recommended in UNSC Resolution 1325, UNSC Resolution 2250, and subsequent resolutions accordingly. And finally, expand multilateral treaties to ensure a human rights approach on emerging issues like artificial intelligence, cyber warfare, space weaponry, and unmanned vehicles and drones. International cooperation is essential to addressing these challenges and building a safer and more just world for all. We call for peace, justice, and dignity for all. Rio de Janeiro, November 13 of 2024, Civil 20. Com isso, eu quero agradecer a professora Maria João Rodrigues.
With this, I want to thank you, Professor Maria João Rodrigues, Juliana Cinta, Wan Xandi, Fontaine Pagagotti, Tatenda, Natália Suyama, and Felipe Reis for being here in this panel. Before taking the picture, the official picture, I want to invite everyone that is going to be part of the G20, Social G20. We're going to have a side event for the work group 3 of the C20 with this task force 2 is going to be at Cobra Space at 11 a.m. tomorrow, and we're gonna have some refs and gifts. You can go to Engaja Mundo or the observatory to know how to share it, and I wait for you there tomorrow 11 a.m. So let's take the picture.
Gente, nós vamos continuar com a
We are
programação.
going to continue with our agenda.
Eu vou pedir para as nossas colegas da
I'm
produção
going
se
to ask
puderem
our colleagues from the
convidar quem da
production if you can
continente africano
ask
está no corredor para
those
entrar no
from the
auditório,
South
porque agora a gente
African
vai ter uma
continent
sessão
who
bem
are
especial com os
outside
colegas
to
da
enter
África.
because we are going to have a special session with our colleagues from Africa.
Ok, podemos seguir?
Okay, can we
Peço que
continue?
todo mundo volte aos seus assentos.
All right, so can we all take our seats again?
Bom, por favor, se acomodem, nós
Very
ainda não
well then.
concluímos o
Please
summit.
take your seats. We have not finished the summit quite yet.
Bom, nesse momento nós vamos dar início a uma sessão que
Now we are going to
nós
start with a
intitulamos
session
o C20
that we
avança
have
do
called
Brasil para a
the
África do
C20
Sul.
advances
É uma
from
sessão
Brazil to South
tradicional, né,
Africa. It
de
is a
handover, né? Handover é a
traditional handover
expressão que nós
session.
usamos
Let's
de
say this
passagem,
transition,
de
right? Handover is
entrega,
this
né,
expression that we use for
da presidência pro-tempória do
passing
C20
the
esse ano no Brasil para a
presidency of the
próxima,
C20
né,
this year
que será na
in
África do
Brazil
Sul.
to the
Então, eu
next
gostaria de
one,
falar
which
pouco desse
will be in
processo,
South Africa.
né,
So
de
I want to speak a
passagem
little bit
das
about this
presidências. O
process, this
C20, como já
handover
foi dito
process
aqui
of
em
the
mais de uma ocasião
presidencies.
no dia de
The
hoje,
C20, as
é
has already been
grupo que,
said
por
here more
muita
than
luta
once,
da
is a
sociedade civil
group that through
organizada, eu
the
diria que
struggles
já há
of the
mais de
organized
15
civil
anos a
society, I would
sociedade
say for
vinha
more than 15
pleiteando
years,
canal de
civil society
diálogo,
had been
né,
asking
oficial
for
dentro
dialogue,
do
an official
G20 desde
dialogue channel within the
2013.
G20, and
Esse canal de
starting in
diálogo foi
2013, this
formalizado, né? Nós
channel
usamos
for
as palavras
dialogue was
formalizado,
formed.
oficializado, mas sabemos que todos os grupos de
So
engajamento e o próprio
we have
G20 como tal
heard
carece muito de formalidade, de
our colleagues
oficialidade,
mention
né?
this. We know that all the engagement groups
Mas eu acho que
and
nesse
the C20 many
sentido
times
cabe, né? Em 2013,
could perhaps
o
be
C20
more
foi
official, but
formalizado
either
como
way,
dos
we
grupos
must
de
say it was
engajamento. Os
formalized
grupos
as
de
an engagement group,
engajamento
the
foram
C20
sendo
2013,
constituídos em diferentes períodos. O
and
C20 é um dos mais
engagement
antigos,
groups
diga-se de
that were
passagem,
created in
grupo de
different periods. I have to
engajamento
say the
dentro do
C20 is actually one of
G20.
the
E
oldest
assim
engagement
como
groups
o
within the
G20
C20.
em si mesmo, né, que tem
Now,
presidências rotativas a
considering
cada ano,
the
a partir do
G20
país que
itself, the
cedia
presidency
o
changes
encontro e
according
os
to
debates
the host
fundamentais, né,
country.
daquele ano,
for the meetings in that year. The engagement groups also have rotational presidencies. So the engagement groups are led by representatives of the societies of those countries. Now, understanding how important it is for us to have this international debate, we are speaking about international agreements, cooperations, and the need for action on behalf of these countries in international spaces. This debate is also always connected to the realities of each of the countries where the C20 is hosted. So this is the 12th edition of the C20, and we have been adding at each edition and with each country a little bit about the culture, the history, the needs of the societies of each of these 12 countries in dialogue with the organizations and international movements that historically have been engaged with the group. This national leadership role in the C20, today I am the representative of the Brazilian Association of NGOs, and Alessandra is representing Justice in connection with our international committee and the whole directors committee of the C20 created for this year. This is an essential role. It is thanks to this leadership that we can continue following the principles of the C20 that were established in 2019 in Japan. And these principles are the ones that guarantee the continuity of our work. These principles say that the C20 is a group based on inclusion, a group based on human rights, gender equity, women's rights. It is a group that does not want to leave anybody behind. We want this continuity, so we cannot lose what civil society has been building for so long. These essential principles of the C20, which were established in 2019 in Japan, I think are one of the main factors presidency and the Brazilian Sherpa need to pay attention to best conditions for this work to continue moving forward. This work that is carried out by thousands of people and organizations, so all voices can be heard. And thanks, we can guarantee that the C20 will not be presenting proposals against women's rights or proposals that go against a human rights agenda. This role of the national leadership is essential. We have been looking at this since December of last year when Brazil's presidency started, and this will be finishing on November 30th. Considering all this year we brought in colleagues from South Africa in this troika, right? The trio, the previous host, the current host, and the next host. And in the next months, we have intensified dialogue with organizations from South Africa and other organizations from the African country, also highlighting the importance of the African Union as a member of the G20. This was approved last year and implemented this year. This is essential. The work that was done last year in India with an intense participation, solidarity of our colleagues from the C20, so that us Brazilians could also take on this process is very important. We have received many compliments today, and this process is a collective construction that started quite a long time ago. So next year in South Africa, we want to see many success cases, and we want to elevate our demands and ambitions from civil society and our capacity to have a real influence on the G20 debates agenda as we were able to do this year. We extend our wishes to South Africa so they can do the same. So this is a collective construction process, as I said, that has to do with our abilities, our competences, so that organizations can take on this task when it is their turn to receive the G20 at their countries. We have said that the C20 work is collective. Everybody who is here, who is involved in the working groups from the get-go, they are responsible responsible for the quality of our
graças a vocês, né, que
recommendations.
esse
And thanks
trabalho
to you
conseguiu
all,
alcançar bons
this
resultados.
work was
Então, os
able to
agradecimentos são
achieve
para
good
vocês. A
results.
mesma
So
coisa
my
nós
special
queremos no ano
thanks
que vem
to you
também
all.
agradecer,
And we
né,
wish
a
to see
sociedade
this in
civil
South Africa next year. I
sul-africana,
also want
que
to thank the
receberá a
South African
sociedade
Civil
civil
Society,
internacional,
which
que
will be
fará
hosting
esse
the
diálogo
International Civil
importante
Society and coordinating
entre os
this
assuntos,
important
né, que
dialogue
são
between these different
dramáticos no continente
issues that
africano,
are
mas
quite
também todos
dramatic
os
in the
debates
African continent and
internacionais
also all
que
of the
são
international
feitos
debates
no G20.
that happen
Então,
in
com
the
isso, eu quero
G20.
dizer que esse momento, né, de
Having said that,
passagem
this
é momento que
transition
dura
moment
semanas, talvez meses, né,
is
de
a moment
passagem.
that lasts
E
for
nós
weeks
estamos
and
muito
maybe months.
comprometidos como
And
presidência
we are
brasileira
very
do
committed
C20
as the
a fazer
Brazilian
com que essa
presidency of the
passagem seja
C20 to
tranquila,
have this
suave,
transition be
próspera
calm,
e
to
que
have it
ajude,
flow,
né,
have
as
it be a
organizações que
prosper
assumirão essa
transition
tarefa
that will
a
help the
desempenhá-la
organizations
da
that will
melhor
take
maneira
on this
possível.
task so they can
A
do
Bung
this
e a
in the best
Gestos
way
não estão se
possible. A
retirando,
Bung and
né? Nós
Justice
estamos virando
are not
agora
leaving. We are now
sábios,
becoming the
Sherpa
wise
and
men
Chair,
and women, let's say the
e
former
essa sabedoria e
Sherpa
esse
chairs,
aprendizado acumulado
and
estará
this
à disposição do
knowledge
C20 para os
that
anos
we
que
are
seguem
building,
também.
it will be
Então, com
available
isso, eu
to the
queria
C20
convidar a
in the
Alessandra
next
Nilo aqui
years.
para o palco
Now
e
I
queria
want to
convidar
invite
também
Alessandra Nilo up to
todas
the
as
stage
pessoas.
and
Nós não vamos
all
fazer
of
uma
the
entrega para
people.
uma
Okay,
organização
we
ou
are
uma
not
pessoa, não
handing
se
this
trata
to
disso.
one
O
organization or
C20 é
one
produto de um
person. The
trabalho coletivo.
C20 is the
Então,
result
também
of
queria
collective
chamar ao
work.
palco
So I
todas as
also want to
pessoas que
call up to
estão
the
aqui,
stage
que
everybody
são
that
da
is
África do
here,
Sul e de demais
that is
países
from South
africanos, para
Africa
que
and other
coletivamente a
African
gente
countries so
consiga
that we can
fazer
together
essa
as a
aliança e
collective
uma passagem
build
efetiva
this
para a África do Sul.
alliance
Por
and an
favor,
effective
todas as
transition to
pessoas
South
da
Africa.
África
So please,
conosco aqui no
everybody from
palco.
Africa, come up here to the
Se quiser
stage
falar em
with
português,
us.
não?
If you want to speak as they come up, go ahead,
Então,
please.
enquanto as pessoas vão
Yes,
chegando,
just as we
também
wait for people
agradecer esse
to
momento
come
muito
up here,
especial.
I just want to thank you. It's a really
Operativamente, a
special
gente
moment.
segue nesse processo
And
de transição
of
por
course,
tempo,
it's
mas
a transition
oficialmente
period that
estamos
will
aqui
last
concluindo
for some time, but
esse
officially,
trabalho que
we
foi
are here
muito
concluding this
importante.
work
O
that was
trabalho de Sherpa
very
é um trabalho
important. The
político,
Sherpa
então
work is
fazer chegar com
political work.
segurança as
So to
pessoas
have
ao
this
objetivo que é
happen
entregar essas
safely and
recomendações ao
securely for
governo.
everybody, handing
Hoje
these
eu fiquei brincando o
recommendations
dia
to the
inteiro que eu
governments.
espero que todo
Today
mundo
I
tenha
was
se
joking and
sentido
saying that I
seguro e
hope
segura,
everybody felt
ainda que
safe,
os
even
tempos
though
que venham adiante
we
sejam tempos
are
que vão
dealing with
requerer de
very
nós
difficult
muita
times
paciência,
ahead of
muito
us.
mais trabalho
And
coletivo,
we will
porque
have
somente
to
juntos e
strengthen our
juntas nós
collective
vamos
work
conseguir
because we can only do
alcançar
this
essa
together. We can
ideia de
only
mundo com
reach
menos privilégios e
this
com muito mais
world
igualdade. Eu acho
that
que a
is
nossa
more
responsabilidade
equitable if
é
we work
imensa,
together. And it
mas
is a huge
estamos juntos e juntas.
responsibility,
E é
but
assim que a
we
gente
are
vai
together
conseguir
in
seguir.
this, and that is
Muito
how we will move
obrigada por
forward in
essa
the C20.
confiança
Thank you so
no
much
trabalho
for
que
your
nós
trust
fazemos.
in our work.
Bom, a gente quer entregar os policy
Okay,
packs
so we
simbolicamente
want to
para todos
deliver the
vocês,
policy
né?
pack
As recomendações do
symbolically to you
C20
all.
não são apenas para a rodada desse ano, as
Recommendations for the
recomendações do C20
C20.
são para o
These are not
grupo,
only
né?
for the
Que
rounds of this year,
continuará
they are for the
trabalhando
group
também,
that will
e que
continue
certamente
working.
na África do
And
Sul
I'm
terá
sure
uma
that
excelente
South
capacidade de
Africa
atualizar as
will
nossas
have an
demandas,
amazing
de
capacity
refletir
to
também
update
como
our
essa agenda
demands, to
dialoga com
reflect
as
on how this
necessidades
agenda is
das
in dialogue
comunidades,
with the
das
needs
diversas
of the
cidades, no
communities
campo,
in
né?
several
Na
cities, in
África do
rural
Sul e nos demais
areas,
países
in
africanos.
South Africa,
Então,
and
nesse
in other
handover, a
African
gente queria
countries.
entregar
So in this
o policy
handover,
pack para que
this
vocês
transition,
levem na
we
mala.
want
Não
to
adianta só
give you the
baixar no
policy
website,
packs,
fazer
okay?
levem
Please
na
put these in your
mala,
suitcases.
leiam, se
It's much better than
apropriem,
just
porque
downloading
essa
it. So
construção
please
foi
read
feita
it,
também
think
por
about it.
vocês, né?
This is
E
also a
esse
result of
trabalho
your
também é um
work.
trabalho de
And
vocês.
it's also something that you dedicated your time and effort to. And now I want to hand you all the Brazilian flag, and I want to be in South Africa in many different occasions next year. And now we have the Brazilian flag here, and with this Brazilian flag, I want to extend my special thanks to the Brazilian society that was so engaged with the C20 this year. So this transition is not being conducted by Henrique and Alessandra. It is a transition from Brazilian society to South African society.
uma observação
And
que
I also want to make an
a nossa
observation
força
our strength is not just, it doesn't only come from our voices. The strength of civil society also has to do with the example that it sets to all of the decision makers around the world. So let's use this example as a reference too.
Thank you. On behalf of all civil society organizations in South Africa, some informal formations, many in rural areas, many struggling with a lot of resources, and many others, the only hope that societies have to either explain the challenges that societies are facing or to even provide necessary services, such as when there has been a disaster, a climate disaster, or when children are hungry, or when women are raped in society. We are standing here as South Africans, but we know that we are standing on the shoulders of many. Many people who will never, ever have the opportunity of standing on stages such as this to accept this opportunity. For us, this is not about us, but about the thousands of people who, when Nelson Mandela left Robben Island in 1992, believed in the dream of a free, equal, democratic South Africa. 30 years later, we stand in a country that has much more inequality. And we are united by the vision that it is only our hope that took us out of apartheid. And it will only be our hope and real action that will take us out of the grip of poverty and inequality, which is a result of greed and is person-made, or might I say, man-made. So we take this commitment and this handover of the baton from Brazil very seriously. And we humbly, humbly thank the civil society of Brazil that has shown us what unity can do. And we hope that as we take this to South Africa, we will also be united, not only when G20 comes into South Africa, but in our commitment to make sure that we eradicate inequality and poverty in our lifetime. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to talk?
Asoze aphela mandla olelizwe elamakhosikazi asoze aphela mandla. Translation: this world belongs to women and our strength will not be diminished. Thank you.
So be prepared to dance and sing a lot next year, because joy is also part of what we do. It's important. Krishna told about love for us today, and I think that our South Africans also bring joy and happiness to this moment. Thank you so much, and I hope I'll be able to sing with you next year. Well, now, agora nós vamos ter, de
All
fato,
right,
né,
so now we are going to enter our closing ceremony. We have a surprise for everybody that was engaged with the C20 over the past few months in Brazil. So can we turn the lights off up here in the front? We want to show you all a little bit about what this journey was like. Who was there? What happened? So let's take a look at this surprise that the team has prepared for us with so much care.
A world that is one, home to 8 billion people and countless species, living across nearly 200 countries with diverse needs, facing multiple economic, social, and governance crises. Challenges intensified by the climate crisis, geopolitical tensions, wars, violence, hunger, and deepening inequalities. In this world, even though we're limited by borders, finding solutions is urgently needed. And in 2024, the G20, the Intergovernmental Forum of the world's major economies, took place in Brazil. The civil society organizations monitor and influence the G20's decision through Civil 20 or C20, an official G20 engagement group established in 2013. Since then, C20 has grown stronger each year, striving to promote the sustainable development and the human, environmental, and economic rights for all. It has held governments accountable for their multilateral commitments, advocating for an effective financial means of implementation and allocation of resources, so all countries can achieve these commitments.
Civil 20 Brazil has taken this momentum forward by addressing pressing social and environmental needs and uniting the civil society's voice for impactful change.
The main result of this process was to bring us together to think and act collectively at the regional, national, and global levels.
In Brazil, the C20 was chaired by the Brazilian Association of NGOs, ABONG, having the NGO Gestos Sherpa under the motto Civil Society for a Sustainable World. The C20 governance includes also co-chairs the International Advisory Committee and the C20 Steering Committee, supported by a national secretariat. The C20 Brazil gathered almost 2,000 organizations from all over the world. It hosted 3 major meetings that welcomed national and international members, decision makers, and G20 authorities. The inception meeting in March in Recife, the middle term meeting in July, and the C20 summit in November, both in Rio de Janeiro.
Some of our historic demands as tax justice have been taken into account by the G20 Brazil. Other demands, such as the justice and access to fair financing for the benefit of people, are the next challenge.
There is room to strengthen and deepen stated commitments in light of the extensive, deep, and representative work of the C20 in the Education and Culture Working Group. And we could deepen all these commitments in next years of G20. So we had a lot of achievements and we have more space to continue this work.
The C20 recommendations to the G20 were developed across 10 thematic groups, taking anti-racist, rights and gender-based approach with particular emphasis on people with disability.
The way we work is mirroring the G20 main themes. So through our working groups, we collectively discuss what are the possible solutions to face the problems before us. With those recommendations coming from each one of the working groups, we do a summary of those recommendations, and we organize the key recommendations of C20.
In those occasions, we were able to develop and to deliver statements on behalf of the working group, reflecting all those exchanges and the positions that we agreed in our working group.
Out of the many strong recommendations that we made about sustainable, fair, and nutritious food for everyone on the planet, I would like to highlight the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So I invite you to become familiarized with our recommendations that are released in the C20 Brazil website.
A summary of their recommendations was officially handed over during the third G20 Sherpas meeting held on July 4th in Rio de Janeiro. The C20 working groups held dozens of meetings and for the first time were officially invited to contribute in several G20 ministerial groups and had opportunities to engage with the finance and Sherpas tracks.
All work done through the working groups were based on moving forward with gender equality agenda, anti-racist approach, and also trying to bring up the voice of those who were in the societies left behind.
On behalf of C20, I would like to thank all the C20 members, the International Advisory Committee, the Steering Committee, all the co-facilitators, and our secretariat. We did an amazing work this year. We were able to deliver very important recommendations to G20 countries, and we were also able to influence the agenda of this year.
Finally, after much hard work, in November 2024, C20 bids farewell to Brazil and welcomed its next host, South Africa. There, the C20 will continue in pursuit of a fairer, more sustainable world, pushing countries to honor their multilateral commitments and to promote just, peaceful, and equitable societies where one day no one will be left behind.
Bom, eu tenho que agradecer a nossa equipe de comunicação maravilhosa.
Well, I have to thank for our amazing communication team, Germana, that always coordinated this strategy, not only with the communication, but Marcelo that produced this video, Julio, Dora that is also here. C20 count on this small team that is committed, and I want to thank these co-chairs, Juliana, Cesar, Juliana Sintra. I want to thank the entire team, and I want to call Sara Branco here. She doesn't like it, but I want to call her here. I want to call Sara, I want to call Germana, Júlia, Juliana, Cesar. You need to know who they are, because they are the ones, they are the women behind this work.
Gente, tudo isso aconteceu.
All of this happened because of them. So when we say that it was an intense work, it was really intense, but it was amazing. It was great to be part of this process. Of course, it will be amazing to rest, but I want to thank all of the team and for sure to thank everyone that anytime throughout this year engaged with us, all the work done by the co-facilitators. No, all the work done by the co-facilitators. It's a volunteer work. They are not being paid. Your engagement is not paid. And we know that we have personal sacrifice with your organizations. So this is important to thank the entire production team, the photographers, editors, our translators, sign language translators, the Spanish, English, and Portuguese translators that work with us through these days, our amazing partnership with Conradio for the audio description. So I think that this we will gathering these gains and partnerships when we are talking about inclusion and to bring other possibilities so people can be here with us. Thank you, Henrique. I want to wish everyone an amazing trip back so you can go back to your homes and to say that it was an amazing pleasure to work with you in this during this year.
We made it together. So
Bom, eu acho que é um ganho também para o
Well, I
serviço
think it's something for G20 to understand that uh, leadership of a woman and a man together can happen, and C20 can balance this gender, or maybe two women in a future opportunity. I want to thank you, Alessandra, for the learnings. Who is going to stay? Who's going to stay for the social C20 tomorrow at 9 a.m.? We're going to have an event where we are going to open this debate about the main recommendations. It's going to be similar what we did this morning, but we are trying to dialogue with thousands of people that are going to pass through the social G20. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., Cobra Space, room number 1, we're going to have this event. And many of those organizations that are here approved these activities. So I can see here the different, I want to invite them to the national event of this. Sorry, but he's not speaking on the microphone.
Obrigado. AIDS Healthcare Foundation, GELEDES, Observatório do Clima.
AIDS Healthcare Foundation, GELEDES, Climate Observatory, Latina, many organizations that are involved in C20, they approved these activities for tomorrow. So take a look at the program of the agenda for tomorrow and see everything that is going to happen. And please make some time to be there because those activities will help us. They are the continuity to the opportunity to continue with this dialogue. So I hope who is going to be part of this C20 social, they enjoy, who is going back, have a nice trip, and for us not to stop working, especially for the Brazilians. I know that language is going to be one of the things for next year, but I would really like to meet the Brazilian organizations and the Brazilian movements engaged on South Africa G20. It's not a request. I'm just asking civil society that fought so much to have a space and voice this year that they also guarantee the space and their voice next year, contributing with our amazing brothers and sisters from South Africa. With this, everything that we were expected when we saw Ricardo saying in May, and that we are jealous because he was able to say that, we can say together. Now we declare the end of the C20 Brazil Summit.
Anúncios de achados e perdidos. Quem perdeu cadernos de anotação?
We have the lost and founds here. Who lost your notebooks, your hotel cards? Please, you can find here on the side of the stage.